Tonight's the night I found you. Oh, what up? How goes? Is it rock or is it road? Stupid. How you guys doing? Blue, good to see you, mate. Thank you so much for coming in. Always glad to see you. Always appreciate when y'all come on by the old stream here and look at this old feller here just solder his dangus onto his wangus. I'm telling you, that's special. That's magic. That's magic special. Man, I gotta do some cleaning in here. This trash can is full no matter how hard I press down into it. The crushing is not working. Oh my goodness. I ate a bunch of food before I came on the stream and now I'm all logy. Hope you guys had a good rest of the night. We had a long stream yesterday. I think it was like 9 hours, something. It was really close to it if it didn't crack 9. And I ended up just playing pinball and watching some Twitch last night after the stream. I was just kind of tired and I really didn't want to pull out and work more. So I just decided today's rest of the day, taking the rest of the day off. But we'll see how today goes. I don't expect the stream today to be as long, but you never know. It's the way the winds carry us sometimes. But I'll what was I trying to say? Pagan. No. We'll work on we'll finish this project today. We've got some other stuff to work on, I think. I can't think of it right now. I'm a bit excited if I could be honest. I got a well, I decided this last gig when I went out of town, I decided like, hey, you know what? We had some really good repairs. I feel extremely confident in my repair skills. I feel like I've got ways to grow for sure, but I feel like I'm at least competent to charge people money, and it wouldn't be like wrong. So I started thinking about it and mulling it around, and I was like, well, there's an AV company here that's pretty famous, and I don't know what they're doing. I don't know how they're getting their stuff repaired, what their process is, because as big as they are, they're kind of so you heard of this thing called Burning Man? So they do that. They're the Walter Camp. And so I contacted my friend who works with them and stuff, and he said, well, he's like, yeah, you should contact Justin. He's the technical director for them now. And I was like, oh, I hope Justin remembers me. And he goes, oh, he remembers because we were talking about having you come in and fix stuff. And I was like, oh, well, cool. So I messaged him and I said, like, hey, mate, I want to fix stuff for you guys. If you got anything broken, I got good rates. And he's like, yeah, man, I'm actually going through sorting stuff out today, doing QC. I'm going to make a little pile for you, and we can go from there. And I was like, awesome. And he said, like, he had to repair something not too long ago, and it was it sounded like it was. He said it was fader, so DJ was in the name, so I figured it was like a DJ mixer or something. But he said like he had to reflow some solder joints, like he had cracked solder joints, and I was like, yes, the reflow is the way to fix a lot of crap. And I mentioned to him, too, I was like, hey, man, I'd be more than happy to show you any of the things that I'm doing and whatever. I don't care. You know, I don't want to do the same thing 100 times. That's not what I'm. That's why I'm not. That's not why I'm getting into electronics. I understand I may have to do it 100 times, but I'm not jumping at the bit to get that there. So I was like, I'm more than happy to show you any of the things I could be able to show you really easily. I go, but the troubleshooting and the board repair, board level stuff is kind of more of what I want to work on because that's a little more difficult to teach. So it's more difficult, and I'm still learning. So, but like I said, I think I can. I'm confident I can fix anything now. I have. How long it's going to take is another story, but I'm not really concerned anymore about like that mysterious. What if I don't know? I've. I'm sure I'll have. I'm sure I'll still have those great challenges of what. But I think for the most part, it's going to be pretty easy. I don't know. Anyways, I'm probably just setting myself up for really bad news. Oh my goodness. And, but I don't know what we're going to fix. I'm very curious. What did he tell me? It was, I feel like it was light fixtures, but I think I made that up. I think I thought he was going to say that. We're going to do QC here shortly, so I'll try to set some stuff aside. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that reminds me. I wonder if I can find the photo. So I have a buddy of mine. He's an audio engineer and does a lot of stuff. He does really well. He does a lot of rock and roll stuff and tours with a couple of cool bands as their sound guy. And he posted a photo, and it was carnage. So you were looking at front of house, but the first thing you notice is like there's a MacBook with the screen just all fucked up. And then right next to it you notice that there's part of a laptop, like a Lenovo laptop, but it's just the screen. It's just sitting there. The other half of it is not in frame. And you see like a monitor knocked off of another console, and it just looks bad. And apparently, where they were set up, they were underneath like a balcony, and someone fell off the balcony and landed on front of house and took all that gear out with him. I was like, ah, shit, man. Hope you got that guy's number. He owes you some money. Or whoever threw him out of that balcony, because that's going to be his best story of getting out of paying this, is saying someone threw him. Maybe he was Tony Rocky Horror all the time from Pulp Fiction. I don't know if the guy was big, though. I wouldn't exactly call him fat. I mean, the dude's got a weight problem. But he's Samoan. What's he going to do? Never quite works as well. Reciting that. All right. Oh, is it out of power? Is that what it's telling me? Did I forget to charge? Yes. All right. Well, that's the lesson I learned. Second here. Alright. I don't think my... Oh, it did give it enough time to charge. That's awesome. Little Miracles. That was my rap name. Little Miracle. It, obviously didn't work out. Not selling Grammys for grain. Ah. Perfect. Ready! The Logic Probe. Now, actually, I do have a Logic Probe. I bought one. It was the logical choice. So, for this build part, I am going to record all this so I can try to fix a couple of the few bars that I did. Cause yeah, this oh my God! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? No way. No way. Not true. Not true. We got Sander Clipper coming in with a pipe and hot ready or not, because it's gonna go for the big bop. Ba-ba-da-bop. Mother fucking Let's go! Oh my God. This is cool. This is cool. Shout out. Let it all out. Go and follow them if you know what it's about. Oh, come on. I'm talking to you. Come on. Sander Clipper, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? How was the jams? How was the liquidy nonsense that poured from the cables and the faders? The fader cable. The cable faders. Fader cables. How you doing, mate? Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. We're you caught us. I was just getting ready to solder. I know. It's a little controversial, but I'm ready to become larger controversial. Little controversial isn't very cool. Oh shit, I did still have it. So I did a gig a couple of weeks ago, last week, and the company I was working for, they had nothing but video walls. Video wall, everything was a video wall. And in one of the rooms, I was helping out, and I was helping the video wall technician, and like, you know, one of the things you have to do is if the little pixel is the wrong color, you'll push it in and reset it, and then it'll come to all the correct colors. But some of them, they just break off, and I have one of those that broke off because he's like, oh, you might like this, and I'm like, you're right, I do. You're a smart man. Let's see if I can get it in focus, though. It's really tiny. So that's the back of it. It'll make more sense if I can flip it over. Fun doing some new patching for a gig that's coming up. Oh, nice. Yeah, there's some good jams going on today. I'm feeling I might be tuning in There we go. So there's the front. And that's like the part that makes more sense. So there's RGB inside here. And that's how these pins work. There's 4 pins. 3 are RGB and 1 is ground. And you can kind of see it failed here. Most likely because that one's out of, out of alignment. So it probably broke that at that point. I don't know what size these are, but it's pretty small. It's definitely a millimeter. Let's see, maybe I can get a caliper up to it. I have a micrometer, like an analog one. So that is most likely... That's stuck. That's most likely 1.5. It is 1.5 millimeter. So that's the square size or base size. So the pads are probably a quarter, half a millimeter. Oh, we got the good old Battle Royale. Yeah, welcome in, Raiders. By the way, if anyone's ever been on the channel before, we're an electronics channel. We do the soldering and the fixing and the... And one of the things we have here that's really fun is our little stream avatars. Now, if you say something in chat, anything, even an emote, your character spawns. But Sid, how can I control which character it is? I look like I'm an apple. Is that because I'm an asshole? You associate apples with assholes? Is that your game? You're a sick motherfucker. No, that's absolutely not my game. The apple is actually the first thing up there, and it just auto-grabs it. Chill out. All right, I may have misjudged you. What are we talking about? Oh, yeah, so you can go down. There's a panel below, and you can go and change them. It says Stream Avatars. You got to hit a button so that'll pop them up. But you can get Carl. Carl's going over there fight. Oh, he's dead. He just, like, vaporized or something. That's not good. That'll get you in trouble. And then exclamation point commands will bring up all the different moves and grooves that they do. And you can also do the channel points over there in the corner. There's the synth points, channel points, whatever nomenclature you so desire. No judgments here. Glad you made that decision. I made the correct one. In those channel points, there's different games. That was one we just had, the Battle Royale. I don't know if the R is supposed to be rolled, but it feels very exotic. Excuse me, exotic. So that's that. That's the only fun thing here on this channel. The rest of it is just me like looking at trash that people gave me. This is a piece of trash I got. It's 1.5 millimeters. I think that's like 1/32 inch. Something like that. And we're going to poke it with these tweezers. Oh, God damn you, son of a bitch. Oh, okay, he's gone. He gone. He flew away. And we will never see him again. But we will remember him. In spirit. And song. Goodbye, sweet prince. Goodbye. Your eyes were like 2 pies in my mind. I hope your mother knows that you look like a classic hose. A hosey bose. Alright. I admit, those lyrics really took a nosedive. So I'd like to have a little tiny bag to put my put that LED in, not drugs. You might have heard that. That was a bit. But I mean, like if you know somebody, I could hook you up, you know. I know people that, you know, Walter White movement, you know. I am the hand that knocks on your door and says, "Hey, what are you doing in there?" That kind of Walter White stuff? Yeah. Yeah. These eyebrows are completely out of my control. They move independently of my mind. Sometimes it looks like I'm very expressive, but actually, they are being controlled by the puppet master. Like in Ghost in the Shell. That was a great comedy. Funniest comedy anime in existence. Next to Akira. All right, I'm gonna put this LED in this bag so that I can keep the trash. I don't know where my head is right now. It's not in my heart. Oh shit. Man. What else is up? Oh, hey, so like get this. I was just saying earlier, but I'm going to say it again because there's like twice as many people. So I like last week or so I've been really like, I'm going to repair. I'm going to do repair work. Repair work is the new Sid life. And cuz we did some repairs for a friend of mine who has an AV company, and we just tore through that shit. It was nothing. It was like baby shit. And we were the babysitters. And it was nap time. And they played really hard, all the babies, and they just went down. That's what it was like. Really tired, small children. And it gave me a lot of confidence after that, and I'm like, all right, I know I'm not 100% on that repair game, but I am qualified enough, I'm adequate enough that if I charge someone money, I'm not being a jerk. Because I'm really big on that. I hate that concept of like, oh, I'll do this thing I've never done before if you pay me. I hate people like that. There's more of them than I care to remember. So I never want to be that guy. So I try to avoid it, try to do it. And that's simple steps, simple ways to do that. But anyways, I lost train of thought. So I decided when I was on the last gig, I was like, well, when I get back, I know there's tons of AV warehouses here in Phoenix where I live, and I'm friends with at least one person. At least I have some sort of in to all these different places, maybe. And at the very least, I can get enough clients from the places that I do have an in to where I could walk into the door to the places that I have never been to and go, hey, you want me to fix your shit? I fix shit. You want your shit fixed? Come to me. I'm thinking an advertisement in real time. That will really sell the service, sell the business. Then we dance. No, that's not it. So I made the first move on that plan, and I contacted my I kind of knew I had two buddies, but I went with my first friend, and I was like, hey man, just the same thing I just told you, and I'd love to work for you. I'd love to do some work for you. Oh, I should I should mention who this client is. So, have you guys ever heard of this? It's this thing that happens like once a year out here in the Southwest. I don't know if it's really that popular. It's called Burning Man. Burning Man. I don't know. You probably never heard of it. You have to Google it or something. It's crazy. And they do that. That's one of the thing. They're one of the camps, and they do all the AV. They have a sizable system. I was offered years ago to go work it, but I don't like camping that much in the desert in the middle of the hottest day of the years. Didn't sound cool, but Anyways, they in the off season when they're not doing that, they have a space here. They put on shows and events. They've been really doing great for themselves. I've been really happy. Really nice to see them grow and really become something greater than just a bunch of rental gear for one once a year party. Of course we. I know I'm being silly, Sandra. I'm just kidding around. So, um, it's called Walter Warehouse, Walter Camp, and so I contacted my buddy, and he's like, you know what, our friend Justin, he's the technical director. You should contact him. And I was like, oh yeah, does he remember me? And he's like, of course he remembers you, dude. We were actually talking about using you for repairs not too long ago, so this would be great. And I'm like, awesome. So I contacted him, and he's like, hey man, we're just about to do a bunch of QC work. I'll make a pile for you. I'll set a bunch of stuff aside for you, and we can get something worked out. And I was like, awesome. So I'm very hyped. That's one. I've got like a couple more that I can go to, and probably gonna hit them up in the next couple of days, honestly, because I don't really want to put off any of it anymore. I've been procrastinating a little bit, but now I'm like, well, the only way this is gonna work is if I just start fixing stuff. And that was one of the things I figured out too. Like, so I'm an audio engineer, and I that's my job, but it's freelance and it's just really random. And while I don't mind that so much, it's kind of gotten tiresome, and it's a lot. It's a lot of hard work. There's some crazy stuff you gotta just be able to do, and I've kind of gotten sick of it because I'm just getting old, and I'm like, but it's really good money. Like it I can work like one show out of a month and have enough money for and that show can be a 6-day show. I can work 6 days out of the week and have enough money for 2 months. It's that kind of a thing. It's like I always when I watch Deadliest Catch, I'm like, oh, I do like the air conditioned version of Deadliest Catch. The dry land air conditioned ballroom version. Yes, I identify with these people. Because I even go away out of town to go do these gigs. But but it's actually funny. I hadn't thought of that before. Deadliest Catch. So anyways, I'm gonna I figured out that if I were to repair 20 devices, 20 things a week, I could have 20 invoices a week. I would make as much money as I did as an audio engineer, a little bit more, in fact. I'm buffering it up a little bit for that. But if I could meet that goal, and I think in my head, yeah, I can do that. That's not a lot of shit. And honestly, when I first started trying to think of like goals, I was thinking 10 things a day was my first goal. But then I realized that probably is not obtainable, and I scaled it back, and I'm like, if I just got like 20 things in a week, that's money and then some, and a little walking around money, a little paying alligators to fight. Boxing, of course. Boxing alligators is funny as hell. Anyways, so that's what I'm trying to do, and that's what I got with my friend wrote me back. So I got good vibes, got good feelings. I'll be able to hang out and sit in this chair. I'll have to buy another one. I'm putting like gaffer's tape all over this chair because like there's big patches of it opening up, and then the stuffing comes out. But sounds sweet. It should. I mean, it would be really cool. Like, I don't know if anybody's caught the previous streams we did last month where we did repair a bunch of AV gear. We had a couple of par lights. These are RGB LED par lights that are battery powered. They're a pretty cool piece of tech. They're not cheap. They're like $3.50 a piece. And normally when you buy them, you buy like they sell them in 10 packs because you need definitely more than you really want more than 4. At 4 is like probably bare minimum. So usually you'll buy them in packs of 10, 20 or whatever, and they come in this nice case, and you can push them down in the case, and it'll plug them into the AC, and they'll charge as well. It has a little fan to cool the charge. It's just they're really, really cool, and it wasn't doing DMX. DMX is what lights use to communicate. It's it's MIDI. It's identical to MIDI. If you know MIDI and you look at DMX, you go, oh, this is like big MIDI, because like it's not 128. It's 512 is usually your range, and you can actually expand that pretty easily too. But anyways, it wasn't sending and receiving. It turned out it was a bad little chip, and the chip was like less than $1 to replace. And the original repair was going to be a $125 part because the company's like, oh, you can just replace the entire motherboard. And the client didn't want to do that. And I was like, well, let me see. I mean, if it's the worst, that's what's going to happen. That's going to happen. But I don't think we need to, because the only thing we can't replace on that board, there was like an ARM chip, and that ran the whole show, and it had firmware inside of it. There was no external, there was no way. There was a bootloader. There was no way that I could mess with that chip, and I believe it was BGA, so I mean, I might be able to reball it and stencil and everything, but it was just like, it's that's where the labor exceeds the work, because that's reballing a whole BGA like that, because it was probably like 120 or whatever the fuck it is, 144. I'll do it for fun, but I don't know. I have weird sense of fun. But yeah, that's what's up. I'm really excited about that. I'm glad I got that rolling. And we're working on finishing up this unit. We built one already. I'll show it to you, mates. This is, well, here, I'll show you the whole system so you guys can have a deal. I don't know if you guys are familiar. Some of you probably are, some of you probably aren't, with 500, Series 500 systems. So it's very, very, very akin to our buddy Modular. In fact, it is a modular format. It's everything's standardized. This is what we're building right now. It has this edge connector that slides into the slot, and that buses all your power and your signal. The signal, instead of Eurorack, everything being patched in the front, everything is wired up in the back. Now, some of these are patched like this. Some of them have a DB25 connector that runs to a patch bay or a TT bay or something like that. Sometimes these are just hard patched that way all the way, and that's like the producer's magic strip. Like, oh, put the magic strip on. I'm sorry, that wasn't a real person. But as you can see, there's a bunch of routing that you can do. If you have something that's a link system, you can hit the link button and they'll function together. So if you have two of the exact same modules and they support it, it has to support the link function. But you can go in and change it, and it'll change it to the other one, like threshold for 2 compressors, stuff like that. And then busing does the same thing. You can come into here and bus this into there, and so on, so that you can come out on this end instead of having to have the lines patch back and forth from the bay, which could introduce noise and extra impedance and all this dumb shit. This way you can just go pump, pump, and then this is your like snare treater, or your magic vocal machine. And this format's been around since I've seen it in the late 70s in studios, so it's been around for a really long time, but it's extremely expensive, and it hasn't been that accessible to, like, your bedroom producer, the average Joe that's just making some jams. Up until about a few years ago, I've started noticing that there are more and more companies that are selling very inexpensive cases and power supplies. Now, normally, this one's like, I looked it up last night. I think it was like 200, $300. Midas makes one that's even cheaper, and I'm thinking about getting that one just because I'm like, well, I like Midas, but what you would want to get, because someone was in the channel yesterday and they brought it up, and I've heard this repeated multiple times from very reliable sources. So Rupert Neve makes a 500 series case. That's $1,000. It's a 10 space case. This is 6, and I think the 10 version of this is like 350 or 400. But you can see the big jump up. The Rupert Neve is definitely going to have well, I would be absolutely shocked if it didn't have a custom power supply inside, because that's the only thing you can do in here is the power. There's nothing else that's special about this case. The bus board, all that shit, there's no circuitry, there's no electronics. It's all the power supply that's in here. This, I haven't taken it apart and looked at it, but this power supply looks exactly like a Meanwell. So I'm almost positive that's what they threw in here. I'm almost positive that's what's in the Midas and a lot of these lower end ones that they just use a Meanwell. The Meanwell power supply is not bad at all. I don't have any problems with it. Just saying, that's the state of affairs. But I don't know. The DIYer in me kind of wants to just build all this, I don't really want to buy it. I want to DIY it. But with these, you have custom effects. This one is obviously a graphic EQ. Oops. It's so goofy how this thing works. It's the only problem. This guy came in and he was bringing up some criticisms, and now I'm like, you're right. Oh, man, this is sticky. So you've got 31 little bands here. You can do 3, 6, and 12, and you can do EQ in, EQ out, or bypass. I don't know what the difference between out and bypass is. I can't. I know there's a difference, but I can't remember what it is. You know what? Actually, now I remember. One is the EQ is not placed in, but you're still passing signal through. It's just the boost cut isn't enabled, I think is what that means. And then bypass, it just loops back in through here. This transformer, and you'll see this in all of them, they all have this giant transformer on them. So this thing is wild for the fact that it has a discrete op amp, which, here, I love 500 series stuff. I'm seriously trying to get the budget together to get some of my own. So this unit here is another module. This is a parametric EQ. It's got these really sweet ass chicken head switches. Here, hold up. I know my audience. I know what we like. Wait, where's my microphone? There? Yeah, I know, right? And but this has op amps as well. So this is a discrete op amp. And what that is, if you've never heard that term for it, and I'm not surprised because I didn't know that they existed until about a year or so ago. So instead of a chip, so here's an op amp here. This has two. So you have two operational amplifiers. An operational amplifier does different functions. You have an inverted and non-inverted input, and then you have an output. And there's all these crazy little functions that you can do based off of how you're feeding those signals. You can even feed the output back into itself. That's how you can do different one-to-ones and all. It's really cool, but that's what it is, and it lives on. There's two that live on this chip. Here is one. Now this is the coolest one I've seen so far. So far, this is all SMD. If we pull it up on the microscope, that's weird. You can see we have, it's all 603, and this was like a eureka moment for me. I didn't know that people were doing this. We've built some DOAs, but it's all discrete op amps, but they're all through hole. There's like, little transistors and resistors and diodes and all that, but the problem is I can't find these transistors in that format, and it's even harder because they need to, you see how they're facing each other? You have 3 pins here, then 3 pins here. Those are match paired transistors. So they're already matched, they're already identical and everything, so they behave in the same way no matter what is put through them. And you've got a couple of these. And it's a big part of the process too, is matching your transistors and all that. Not only are the components already matched, they're actually pretty easy to get. So all these hard to find things in through-hole aren't that hard to find in SMD. And I'm like, well, shit. I mean, other than a couple of thermal properties, which I don't think come into play here, there's really no difference. And we had a couple that we built. We built 9 for this client, and 2 of them didn't work. And I determined it was the transistors. And so I was trying to find replacements, but I couldn't. I found some sketchy replacements, and I did find one that was reliable, but still, it was just for part of it, and it was the matched part, so I was going to have to buy a lot, and they weren't cheap. They were like 76 cents a piece or something. And I was like, oh, well, I was going to buy like 100. Fuck. But this would solve all the issues. And anyways, moving on, you got, with this op amp, you've got, it's all marked here, and we can zoom out too. So we've got our voltage in, our voltage, our voltage in. We've got our voltage positive, negative, and ground, which is very common in an op amp. Then you have your output. And then, oh, well, I forget, there's a fucking graphic. So you got inverted and non-inverted input. This is based off of the 2520, which is a very popular DOA. Who the fuck made it? Oh, man. Oh, I can't remember the name of the stupid company. But if you look around for 2520 discrete op amp, API, that's it. API made one. If you look around for that, if you can find some on eBay, they run for like $300, $500. This has to cost at least $4 or $5. It's got to be at least $5 or $6. But this chip, with the 2 of them on it, is probably 20 cents, maybe 70 at the most. Another discrete op amp are these, but these are all through hole, and unfortunately, it's a sealed epoxy, so we can't see what's inside without destroying it. I don't even know if I could get to it without destroying it. I don't know of any non-destructive epoxy removing methods out there. And I can't find the ones that I've made. They're in a box, but the box that they're in is totally missing, and I don't. I was looking for it yesterday on stream, and I just kind of gave up because I'm like, I don't know. It's here somewhere, but I put it somewhere dumb. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's a big rabbit hole to go down because all these op amps have very different acoustic properties when you're running audio through them, and that's all that they're doing is doing audio. And the client that these are all for, he's a studio engineer. He's very very knowledgeable, very big into, I know that this was used on this album by Michael Jackson. I want that snare sound. I'm gonna get it, and that's how he kind of is. He's very much like, oh, I want that sound on this Bee Gees record, and that's how he is. He's just like, and he's a DJ, but he's not like a DJ. This guy music, knows music, like, and just I love just chewing the fat with him on just music because he'll bring up some great history on stuff that you just never knew. Be like, oh yeah, did you know about the thing with Beastie Boys and Rick Rubin? What? Oh yeah, back in the day, but and he just like, and I'm like, where did you hear that? Oh, I read it in Rolling Stone, and he always has these like reliable sources for all his stories. He's like, it's always like, oh, it was in blah blah blah. It was in Spin magazine, or it was in his book. But he's been collecting different op amps and trading them out on these units because they are interchangeable. There's nothing that can stop me from putting this one in here and vice versa. They function identically, but their properties are different. And I don't know how better to describe it. My plan is once we get this all set up, I'm gonna run this program called Smart. It's with 2 A's, and it's what I use at work for audio engineering. And what we can do is measure the board. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's just that's weird. I thought that was a crack. We can measure the board and look at look at all the audio coming in and out, and you can do these comparative differences. It'll show you the curve or any coloring, and you can see that as a frequency, and you can also see that as a phase, and you can see that as a magnitude. There's different ways to look at it that are all very meaningful bits of information. I think these are all going to come up pretty flat. I don't think anything's going to change too much. And then I have to defer to the client because they say, "Oh, I can hear a difference." And I'm like, "All right. I have really good ears. I'm just going to have to trust you that you can hear a difference." What? Why is that there? Oh, there's a separate 24-volt supply? Jesus. I didn't notice that. That's gnarly. Here. Let's see. So, check this out. This is kind of cool. I didn't notice this. So you got these two op amps and they're marked 1624. And this card is cut out different than the other one. It has this little key, and I was like, oh, well, what's that for? And that is the 24-volt supply for these, so they can go maximum volts. Oh. And then the whole EQ, I mean, a lot of it's on there, but there's a custom inductor here, too, that was soldered on, but that's another epoxy mystery on this thing. Hey, Complex, how you doing, mate? I'm just, we had a raid, just, well, it was kind of a bit ago now, but I got down the rabbit hole tangent of what we're working on and kind of talking about the wonders and craziness of Series 500 units. We had one cat coming in yesterday who put me into a new DIY company I hadn't heard of that makes or that has these modules, and they have some really, really cool ones. And I'm like trying to get some money together so I can buy it. Cause I here, I'll show you guys. I won't tell you this.
I'll just show you, man. Where it at, boy? Okay, so here. Does it go to the main site? www.
Ah, the cleansing horn washes over me like a wave of gravy. How you doing, Mr. X? Good to see you, mate. So good to see you. Hope you're having a fantastical what is it? Middle of the week? Mid-time? Well, it's not mid-time. It's mid-walk. Whatever. Hope you're having a good day. Good night. Actually, I think it's a more accurate one. We're talking about 500 series. Well, I'm talking about it. Everyone's just kind of like, oh, when's he going to stop? Does he just keep going? Oh, weird. So, oh wait, no, that's not what I wanted. I didn't want preamps. I wanted the effects. So I kind of want to get this. It's $315 US for the kit, but man, it's pretty slick. You've got the 5 millisecond attack time on this. It's an opto compressor, by the way. This is based off the LA compressor. It just, you've seen it, you know what it is. It's got the two big honky knobs. It's got the one big honky knob. Mitvok, yeah, I was close. The cleansing horn, you sound like my ex. Oh, that's an interesting aspect. So you've got peak, set the amount of compression from 0 to more. And then you have 6, which is going to be your gain. Oh, and you can run it in stereo, so this will link. I believe that's what that is. Yep. So you can do stereo linking. So I'm going to get 2 of these because I kind of want to... My plan is to run the stream through some nice saturation type compression. Something that doesn't, like... That's basically just going to make it sound loud, you know, and bigger, you know. And these types of compressors, I mean, you could honestly, you could use any compressor, and if you set it right, you'll get what you want. But this is all analog, and that's pretty cool. Yeah, and you have a high pass. The ratios, so it's 3, 20, and 6. So the 3 and 6, that's good. Like 3 would be good for, like, you know, bass or program, and then 6 would be good for maybe percussion or you know, maybe just to offset it. And then yeah, the 20 would be like a limiter. I wonder how good that would sound. Might sound pretty dope. But anyways, I want this. I want 2 of them. 1 for each nose. Upshift! How's it going, mate? It's good. I'm in this rabbit hole talking about 500 stuff, but I'm almost climbed out. And then I saw the bus compressor. Damn, that looks pretty slick. I like that meter there. I like that meter there. Yeah, okay, so this one you can actually see. Oh, shit, it is 2 cards. Damn. But you get a rotary switch for ratio, Attack is a rotary switch. So you got to think about that. That may be a little off-putting. High pass, same way. Release is a rotary switch. This guy down there. Threshold is a knob or a pot, which is good because I was like, high frequency lift, interesting. And so it's a high boost filter in the side chain combined with high pass. It evens the audio energy in low. Very natural sounding of compression. Interesting. And then a mix ratio. Interesting. So you could run the compressor in sort of a parallel format if you with the mix. Huh. What's the damage on this? I didn't look. Oh! Yeah, it's a little bit. It's kind of high. 5 bills. I don't know. That's a lot of dancing in the streets to make my monies. Yeah, and so the cat that put me onto the site, they were really pushing on this MU524, and I totally get why. I hadn't looked at this. This thing looks fucking, dude, mate, oh baby. Pretty straightforward. They're all knobs. There's no switches. There's a high pass. That's pretty cool. Yeah, might have to look into that. Wonk wonk. Oh, okay. That explains a lot. It's a tube. I didn't even read that part. Man, reading. Fundamental. All right. So yeah, and there's some. This equalizer. What's up with this guy? Ooh, I like these pots. What the hell? Are those double? Yeah! Yeah! You got the collar and the nipple. I don't know what you call it. The ring in the nipple? Nipple ring? Yeah, KCS, kilocycles. Holy. And then 2 is your attenuation. Nice. 3 is bandwidth. Oh, yeah. This one's going in the slideshow. So you get 2 that have bandwidth control, and then this one, I guess, acts a bit like a shelf. Maybe? Well, it says it's in the high frequencies. Which is honestly is what a lot of people will do, is they'll crisp up or they'll take the noise down with these shelves. Because I know some audio guys, they'll put it at like 5K or 4K and they'll shelf it up. I don't do that. I'm not a fan of that, or I haven't found a practical usefulness for it. But I have sat down to some boards where people do that, and they're smart. They know their shit. They're not doing it because they're dumb. They know something I don't. And for that, they must die. Well, how much is this? $390. Man, none of this shit's cheap. None of this shit's cheap. And these are DIY kits. The built versions of all this stuff, it's basically double the price. What else do they have? It says other studio devices. Oh, a DI. That's kind of nice. Yeah, they have a single case for a 500, which seems really stupid. But hey, stupid people are out there. Here's a DOA. Okay, so here's a good example of a through-hole one. I've never seen it with these heat sinks before. But yeah, here's another DOA. They just don't stop, and they won't. Never stop. Let's see, what's this guy? Class A with RL of greater than or equal to 600 ohms. Yeah, that's what they are. They have like this. They're all set up for 600 ohm impedance, which is what these transformers and all this shit is set for. And that's the other reason that 500 series is so desirable. Is the headroom on it is asinine. It's just absolutely ridiculous. It's kind of like uh, Eurorack. So you guys have probably noticed this. Anybody that has some Eurorack, and then you've got like a regular keyboard, or you've got maybe an older synth. Let's say like maybe you got something from 15, 20 years ago, maybe the 90s, and you put those in the same mixer through the same speakers, and you'll notice that your Eurorack just stomps all over that synth. It just never quite can get out of the mix. It tries. You can gain it up, but you start running out of headroom, and so you got to pull it back down, and and it's always a challenge. You may have never known. Maybe you guys just like, oh, it sounds good to me, or maybe everything equals out okay. But I ran into this multiple times, and that's what made me like Eurorack so much and modular. I was like, oh, this shit is hot, like voltage wise. It's just these giant voltage swings, and it's just like it's very analogous to 16-bit and 24-bit digital. 16-bit has this much room, 24-bit has this much room for the audio to move in. More room, more swing, more size, more magnitude, more resolution, more volume, more, well, perceived volume. It sounds louder, but actually, if you put it to the same stuff, they're not working any harder than they would with something punched up the same way. So it's perceptually louder, and these guys are at like 600 ohms, which is kind of the old studio hot quality, I think. I don't know. I haven't quite figured that part out, but I'm gonna try. Oh, good to see you, by the way, Mr. X. I was saying earlier I put in contact with my buddy at who's one of the technical directors for uh, this AV warehouse that does Burning Man. Like they're one of the camps at Burning Man. And when they're not in season doing that, they have like a venue here, and they do all kinds of music and club events uh, and stuff like that. And I reached out to them to see if I could get some work doing repairs for them, and turned out they were already thinking that too. And they're like, "Oh, I'm actually QCing today. I'll put some stuff aside for you, and we can meet up and work on it, work it out." So yay, yay, yay! Some work and some money, and then and that was just today. Like I've got like a couple of other places to contact. I just did it really quick before the stream. So that's I'm riding high on that because I sure do like the idea of doing that instead of adult porn. I mean, AV. You know, I just thought there's absolutely no reason for me to use the word adult in the beginning of that because there is absolutely no connotation of anything else. You know? Oh, so hold up. So this board, so this power supply does not supply 24 volts. And I don't know if this thing will fit in the socket. Oh, yeah, it will. Okay, never mind. Here, I'm going to put this guy in so I can quit ball jacking around with it. I gotta say too, guys. Yesterday was a really great day on the stream. I don't know what it is. Well, I mean, of course it was y'all, but oh, scheisse. Nope, nope, nope. But man, I don't know. I was just I was really feeling the vibes. Getting. I told Mrs. Heresy afterwards, like, man, today's stream was really great. I was like, I was really comfortable, and I was, you know, just really good feeling. I was being silly and felt good on the sillies, not weird, not cringy. And then she said, "That's good, Sid." And then she patted me on the head, and then she said, "Can you leave now?" I was like, "Okay." I wonder how it decides if you don't have 24 volts. There is a relay in there. Maybe it detects it. I don't know. Let's figure that out. But that's a new fly in the ointment. Ointment flies, they're the worst. Yesterday was epic. Oh, okay. Thank you. I didn't know if it was just me or what, but yesterday was good. You know, I think this is a little bit grandiose, but it's the best analogy I can kind of come up with, and it works for me. But I kind of feel like it's a little bit like the stream is kind of like a talk show or like Conan. I'm a big Conan fan. I used to like David Letterman, but he kind of got boring, and then Conan got interesting, so I gravitated to the interesting. And I always think of it kind of like that. And you know, I always feel like their job has got to be very similar to what I experience in the sense that, you know, some days you're just kind of tired and, and you just kind of you're doing the things, you're going through the motions, you're having a good time, but you know, you're just kind of like you're not 1,000%. You're like 98, you know, or 85 or whatever. And then some days it's just fire. You're just like, man, there was so much good energy. There was so much funniness. There's so much. It was a good one. And you know, good days, bad days. It's just perfectly. That's a numbers game. It's always going to happen. And but I really felt like yesterday was just like a really really good stream. Not today's not going to be a good stream. Today's going to be a horrible stream. We're all going to talk about the worst acid trips we've ever had in our lives. No, that would be bad. That'd be bad and unlawful. What were you doing yesterday? Oh, I was just like insane, man. I was like, I was doing dabs, I guess. That would be accurate. It's fact. I actually need to clean this thing really bad. I thought about doing it on stream, but then I was like, I don't know if that's really content so much as just doing busy work. And later I'm gonna fold laundry. Folding dirty laundry. And that song, kick 'em when they're up. Kick 'em talking about doing laundry. All right, so let's do this. Pardon me. All right, so I've changed up the super source. So now it's all plasticky. Nah, I changed it so that, although, you know, I like the camera upside down. I don't know, it doesn't really matter. All right, let's hit record here. So basically, we built one of these already. We're building the second one, and recording a couple of parts of it where I either messed up or I was like, you know, I actually think this would be an easier, better way to do this. So let me build the second one and record those parts. This whole board is going to be that part. This is the filter board, as it's known. This is, it's all pre-soldered, all these SMDs. I think it's like 8 dual op amps. And then you have these faders that you got to put on there. I have one extra from the previous kit. They're pretty nice. I'm not positive, but I believe these are Bournes. I don't see their name on it though, and they're usually pretty big on that. So I mean, they may not be, but they do have pretty decent action. So in the manual, it actually says to put the it says to put the hex spacers on first, and I found out that why, because that actually sets the spacing for these guys. So I put these guys on first, and they all went on great. It was fine, wasn't a big deal. And then this was really hard to put on. And then it got worse when the lens that goes down this hole for the light can't make it. So I still have to fix that, and I'm basically, I think what I'm gonna have to do is scooch all of these back, all 16 of these back like a little bit to get the room. I'm looking forward to it. That and a dentist appointment. Both of them sound extremely fun. So, anyways. Spacers. How does this work though? Is it this way? I forgot. Yeah. Okay. So it's this way. And same thing on the other side. Of course. I love just saying the dumbest shit sometimes. Sometimes when I'm talking and I listen to myself, I go, whoa! There's nothing working up there, is there? It's just burp, burp, burp. You're like a little baby that just talks and talks and talks and just says the most nonsensical shit. Alright, now I want to test this little lens real quick because before I didn't, and I'm still never quite sure if it was going to fit in that hole in the first place. Oh, with ease. Okay, so I fucked up. Cool. That's cool. But it wasn't cool. And later that day, he ate 2 whole unripe bananas and vomited on the other 3. It's like sticky on my finger. Could be flux. Could be flux. Akumba, did I say hi to you? I saw you, but I think I was singing or doing something asinine. I hope I did. I hope I said hi. If I didn't, hi. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. I am. The crack cocaine is kicking in. Yeah, this is definitely. I should have saw the writing on the wall here. Like, I feel kind of dumb. So in the other ones, you see how you can see the white border? Yeah, that was hidden on the other ones, and you can't see it at all. And it's all my fault. Awesome. Oh well. That's what lasers are for. To remove problems. You know that this little fucker's on here nice and tight. Here, let's see if I do the Randicam. Randicam. Motherfucking Randicam. No, it's. Oh, here you go. I don't know, that orientation is weird coming from the other side. No worries. Okay, good, good. I'm glad you're not too offended by, like, hey, witness me! Which is what I say at the grocery store when I'm trying to get in line. I'm like, hey, witness me! And they're like, what? And I use that moment of confusion to just scooch my cart right ahead. You know, their whole problem would be easily avoided if they would have just saw Mad Max, the last one. And they'd be like, oh, witness me, yeah! Imagine Joe! Emoji Joe, that's what it was. Emoji. Oh, man. The good old days. Wait. The movie came out like a few years ago. Ah, still good. Gentlemen, behold! Dr. Weir. I feel. I don't know. These are very weird sensations that I'm having putting this together. It's a mixture of danger and a little bit of anticipation of danger. Sorry, I thought there was someone behind you. I had to scare him off. I thought they were a varmint. Oh, scheisse. Oh, now it won't fit in here because it's too tight. Nice. So this is... Okay, so I loosened these two nuts just a little bit and then tightened them back up. Oh, maybe. And now my problem is gone. Now they're all... Well, I still got some issues, but we can deal with it with our issue dealer. Alright. So I'm going to do the old Houdini flipperino trick because I'm poor, and unlike some people who have index cards and they do this with index cards, can you believe that? Like they just have cards to spare. So funny. What was the other one? No. Someone was like, I just use old PCBs. Like, oh yeah, okay, I can get behind that. I have a lot of extra PCBs laying around, like in the hundreds. Dreads, not well. I probably haven't broken a couple hundred yet, but I'm working on it. The holidays are just around the corner, waiting for you to come around so they can stab you if you don't give them your wallet. Because the holidays are mugging you. And you're with your significant other and you don't want to look like a big wuss in front of them. Obviously, they could pull out their knife and threaten the person back, but for some reason they decide to just run in the opposite direction and say, I'll call you. Then the holidays say, wow, looks like I might have helped you out a little bit. Now it's time for you to help me out. And before you can even reach your wallet, the holidays stab you right in the gut. Knee you in the face as you double over, your nose bloody, broken. And as you feel your wallet being pulled from your back pocket, you go, damn it, I should have ran too. I should have ran too. And that's a life lesson with Sid. Also, don't drink the liquid that's inside this container. The orange tape around it is to remind me that it is not water. Thankfully, I have another bottle that looks exactly like it, but with slightly different colored orange water, or slightly different colored orange tape that is just water. I've made only 42 mistakes. Squirting that alcohol into... Squirting rubbing alcohol in is, it's a whole new type of awesome. They can take my wallet, there's nothing. I know, right? That's what I'm always like, man, if I ever get mugged, I'm going to be like, joke's on you, dumbass. Everybody uses credit cards now. And I'm just going to cancel it before you even get around the fucking corner, so great heist. You blew your cover. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll just admire me for my goal and give me all my money back. Be like, this guy's got some gumption here. Hold up. Ah, you son of a biscuit. I'm trying to look at my monitor so I can monitor what I'm doing on the monitor. It's called monitoring. It was invented by the monitor lizard over 2,084 years ago. During the monitor lizard rule of 2227 ADB, LMNOP, they built some of the finest monitors. Later, that technology was stolen by Fujitsu, Samsung, all the names of the lizards that they slayed and stole their technology from. That's the name of the companies. Didn't know that, did you? Yeah. Follow me for more great tips on the Lizard Wars of 23, 37, 84, ABCD. Before that, oh man, I'm gonna have to reseat each one of these, but whatever, that's fine. Tell ya, I don't know about you, but watching the solder is probably the jam. I'd really like to just figure out some way to have a stream where I'm just soldering. Like you don't really have to cut to the bigger shots. We can just live in liquid T1000 land. Dun 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 dun. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. I always love that story about the Terminator song. Like the guy who wrote it had a bunch of really cool, analog synths and everything. Living the dream, get to score this sci-fi movie. Every, I'm saying every synth owner's dream. Oh, would you like to score a sci-fi movie? Yeah. I have some synthesizers, don't I? Yeah, I know. So, that guy's like, this is dope. I can't wait. Got all this gear, but you know how that gear is. You know how it is back then. It was pretty clunky. It was pretty goofy. It was kind of funky. Had some weird things that it did. And the story goes that it was the sync on for like the little sequencer and so forth had gotten out of sync, and or no, actually, what was the deal? It actually starts further back. I'm sorry, I fucked the story up. Pretend like I can't talk. Oh, we'll back it up this way. Yeah, so it all started when he got that really sweet gig, and then years later, he had to get it transcribed for like this. Oh, I don't remember, some arrangement or something. They needed it. They needed the notes transcribed out, and he's like, "Oh, I'll give it to my buddy." He's like, "Oh, Mr. Music. He's really smart. He's done this before. I'll hook it up." And he sends it in, and like his buddy gets to it, and he contacts him. And he's like, What fucking time signature is this in?" Now, our synth buddy, while loving the synthesizer, is not like musically inclined per se. Doesn't know music theory, time signature, uh, any of those things. He's just like, "What are you talking about? Time? I don't know. 4/4? No, this is definitely not 4/4." And I don't even remember what the final count came out to because I think it was a compound time signature if I remember right. You had to do one and then you had to do another one. But the reason that it was so weird and complex is because the guy had a sequencer and had gotten out of sync, and so it was doing this loop, but it wasn't the same number. Like, you had the sequencer was doing 7 steps instead of 8, or it was some sort of like little thing like that. And if you ever been kind of in that situation, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you haven't, you're gonna be like really annoyed at how poor my explanations are. And I should like watching that solder melt inside the deuter. That's pretty cool. Oops. Hadn't solidified yet. That one's all good. That one's all good. Let's flip it around and do the same thing. Because my sound's laid down by the underground. Man, wouldn't mind listening to some Digital Underground. Humpty Dance. It's a chance. Oh, sexy baby. Sexy baby. Liam? Oh. I gotta lean back in my chair. I'm gonna hurt my back all over again. I love this cryptic. These the markings for these. There's the note and it or the component annotations. It's like RF10A B C D. I'm like, wow. I didn't know we were doing that. That's wild. Ow! Fuck! The fucking splatter hit me. Ah, damn it! I gotta clean that. We'll come. Well, it's actually gonna be easier if we do it now. Why am I grabbing a screwdriver? Ah, you bastard! I had it, and then I wiped. Ah, I wiped more on. I wiped it all back on. How? Hey. That was annoying. This is not solder. This is a tweezer. Apparently, figuring out how tools are and how they work is not a skill I've gained back. And remember to lean back. So I got this headset mic and everything. I'm all happy. I'm wearing t-shirts. Very comfortable in here. But one thing is, I actually it wasn't. I realized like, oh, this isn't as easy as I thought. For all the streams where I'm here with the green screen, I have to be pretty cognizant of what colored shirt I'm wearing. Now, when we're in Jamtown, not really that big of a deal because there's no keying that's done, no color keying or anything. Oh, yo! I just realized that we can bring that back on Jamtown. We can do the scope overlay again. Oh, we can do some crazy stuff with that because I can feed the source into the other one. Oh, we can make a. Oh. Jamtown's going to be turned up a couple of notches. I didn't think about it, but this will actually improve Jamtown for all citizens of Jamtown. Every last one will have their own pie in the sky. Keeps on burning. Wait. Pie in the sky keeps on burning. I don't know how to cook anymore. Oh, Shisa. Move, buddy. I like how the board makes it look like I have a lipstick tinted soldering iron. Or that it's lava or some sort of paint. I don't know. I like to go with the lipstick thing. I like lipstick. Not personally to wear. I just don't have the lips for it. I mean, look at these things. Thin as Peter Weller in RoboCop. But nonetheless, not as less expressive as Weller. Wow. Oh Jesus! Look how much solder there is. I wonder if I have any more solder for my solder. But as a makeup accoutrement, lipstick's pretty cool, especially on pigs. If you ever put lipstick on a pig, man, I don't know where that saying comes from because it's pretty hot, pretty cool. Pigs are just natural lipstick wearers. Okay, so good news, bad news. Good news, this is done. Bad news, we're all gonna die someday. I know. I know. All right, so this is going to be the moment of at hand. This will be the hand moment for hand people everywhere, where we find out if all this hard work that I did is actually going to allow me to put that lens in with no issue. With no issue, baby. With no issue at all. Man. I wonder if I can get some, like, royalty-free big band Tony Bennett style music to rap over. I don't want to sing. I want to rap over it. I feel like, you know, I've seen some pretty good raps lately where they do, like, really songs that shouldn't be rapped over, and they turn them into a beautiful, beautiful bird. All right, let's see if this lens thing is going to work. If it does, cookies and cream. If it doesn't, crockies and dreams. Yep, it doesn't have a problem. Okay, so neat. Some shots of that for the book. All right. I don't know if I need to record. I'll do one of the assembly of these two parts. Oh! The lens did come out. Oh, hello. What's going on here, buddy? Do I need to push it in further? Yeah, I don't think I pushed it in all the way. Yeah. Now, oh, no, it's not. I guess on both of them, I'm just going to have to use a little hot glue. Because, yeah, nothing's holding this in. There's no friction. Okay, well, whatever. Oh, you know what? I forgot to put, the backing parts in. So we'll save this lens for last on all of this. Once we test it and everything, we make sure everything's working. Then I'll pop the lens. Man, that's trippy. I think it's just my glasses or something. Looked like this was bent. Still kind of looks bent. But, I mean, these aren't really rubbing or anything, so I think we're okay. Alright, let me take this plate off so we can put the... Because I did forget. Let me record that. So I'll put the little pins on the back. Oh, wait, but I married these two up. That's how I did it last time. Yeah, let's do it that way. Okay, so... let me finish this part. It only has the headers. Here, I'll just record this all and I'll edit it later. Better to have it and not need it than to have and need it for a habit of needits. And where are these pens? Here they are. Then we're going to put this guy. Where's the nub? There he is. Put this guy right here. All right. Here, let me give you a better shot here. There we go. This is a tight fit. There we are. All right, I got these screws. Let me put these guys in. That should hold everybody together. And then we'll start soldering it in. Yo, we got President McHammergeil. Willkommen. Presidente. Wow. Those fit right into there. That is gnarly. Gnarly 9000. All right, I think. Yeah. Let me solder these switches first, maybe. That's probably the easy thing to do, and then we'll solder the world. Welcome in, mate. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. We're finishing up the second build of this module, and that's an EQ. This is the second one we built. We built one Saturday, and we built a little bit, most of it yesterday, and then we're just finishing it up today. We're gonna put that in the pile. I'm not exactly sure what we're doing after this. I'll figure out something. We've got stuff to do. I just have to go look at it. I was really focused on these because the client really wants to get these done, and the thing that was holding it up was I was like, well, I want to record the build and put it up, and they wanted to as well because they're like, these are new DIY projects. There's like very little information out there for them, and he's like, this would be a good time to do it. I'm like, yeah, that would be great because I want to help contribute to that by, you know, giving people at least some sort of build guide. They have an idea of what's going into it. The one that I edited, I still have a little bit more to go. I was very proud. I edited like 5 hours of footage down to like 37 minutes, and I think I can get it further. I think I can get down to like 32, maybe 30 minutes. So hopefully it'll be a lot. Hopefully it'll be useful. I question the usefulness of it all because it's, you know, it's just soldering. I mean, there's nothing crazy, but I do. It's the whole thing all sped up, and I do talk about things I ran into or things to watch out for, stuff like that. But there, you know, it's not a difficult build, so it's not. I really have a ton of that information. My day was okay. How about you? It's been good. I mean, well, it just kind of started. Just started streaming, what, like an hour or so ago? 2 hours ago. And, kicking it. Having a good day, mate, honestly. I can't complain. You know what? That's right. I have good news. I contacted an AV warehouse that's a friend of mine. They do... Oh, no way, no way, no way. You can't believe it because it won't be happening as it's happening now because we got none of the notes and bolts coming in with that piping hot, ready or not, because it's going to get the big bap. Right. Let's go! Guys, if you're not familiar with Notes and Bolts, go ahead. Go ahead and change that. Go over to the link over there. They're another SciTech musician, streamer extraordinaire. Well, that kind of made it sound like I was complimenting me. I didn't mean to. Whatever. They do what we like to do here, which is fuxing around with electronics, making something out of nothing, and that includes making some sweet, sweet jams. What were you guys doing today? Just hanging out? Was today a hangout day? Guitar amp MIDI switch. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Well, welcome in, mates. We're working on some 500 series modules. We've got we're finishing up the last bit of this one, and then we've got it's basically this. What is this? This is one. We're doing the second one. And, you know, just having fun with this crazy, over-the-top expensive audio gear. You know, Wednesday. Oh yeah, we finished this one, so we should. Oh, interesting. Stand by. I gotta pry these up. I sandwiched them together, but there's a little bit of play, and I want to utilize that play for my own play. Sid, Lost in the City. A tale of a man who got lost in Tulsa City. Tulsa City. I don't think that. It's just Tulsa. Oh! Velsia, yeah, actually, I was trying to figure that out myself, and I thought there would be some more. So, yeah, is it like you're adding it, or repairing it, or making one, or taking one to the ballpark? Because it's way too hot for that right now. Welcome. Oh, thank you, Upshift. Yeah, yeah. Like I was saying, you definitely, if you like what we're doing here, you definitely got to go check out Notes and Bolts. We're kindred spirits. That's what I was trying to go for instead of the backhanded compliment. Um, we do a lot of the same kind of stuff, but different. Like, for example, I have my bass guitar, and Notes has their sweet headless guitar. Oh, yo, I have this friend of mine who's kind of, I don't know, he's a character, and he had this luthier make him a flying V into a headless guitar, and terrible idea. I've I'm I picked it up and it was like, oh, the weight is completely fucking stupid now. It keeps wanting to fly to, it keeps wanting to fly in V onto the floor. So, just speaking from personal experience, don't do that to that guitar, kids. You'll hurt your mother. Oh, okay, so you're doing a repair. Nice. Well, right before you came in, I was talking about that. I had like a little um uh I've been really thinking hard and want to shift into doing repairs as my form of income. And I worked it out, I'm like, if I fix 20 things a week, I can make as much money as I do as an audio engineer. And that's all being very modest too. So I'm like, yeah, this could work. And I just need to start getting some clients. And I have a friend. I have a couple friends, but one of them is the technical director for this AV company called Walter Warehouse. Warehouse spelled with a W. Oh wait, with a WHERE. But they're one of the camps at Burning Man. They're the Walter camp at Burning Man. And so they have a very nice system, and they have some really great gear, great equipment, and everything like that. And in the off season, when they're not doing Burning Man, they have a venue that they run out of, and they do concerts and parties and just great stuff. Like I love their mission. I love what these guys are doing. I wanna help them out, and they were one of the first clients I wanted to get after we got the TNP, and so I reached out to my buddy, and he says, "Oh, you should talk to Justin. He's the technical director, and I used to work with that guy all the time." And I was like, "Oh, cool." And he's like, we were actually talking about approaching you and seeing if you would be up for repairing stuff. So this is great timing." I was like, "Awesome." So I oh, I'm curious about this. So I got that going for me, which is nice. No, I'm really happy because that they have a lot of equipment. If I'm not mistaken, and they it's got a brake. Everybody's gear breaks all the time. He actually, that was the nice thing too. He told me that he repairs a lot of stuff, and I was telling him like, man, I'll be happy to show you how I do any of the stuff I do. I was like, I have no gatekeeping of secrets or any of this shit. It's not a big deal to me. Honestly, anything that can keep me from having to do the same thing 1,000 times, if I could just show you how to do it, okay, we're talking, baby. So he was really into that as well, and
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is that why you are here?
Henry Gibson eventually goes to headless guitar. Walter, yo, I helped a little to get the truck running before it was Walter. That truck came from Jerome. Did you know that? No, I didn't know that. I honestly, I've known about them over the last decade or so. They've become more prominent, and then I was actually, I know like any Burning Man fans are gonna really hate me for this, but so they actually approached me about doing sound there, doing going into it to Burning Man and being one of the sound guys. And the way that they do it is they hire, quote unquote, hire. You don't get paid, but they'll bring a bunch of sound guys out, and you basically get a schedule, and you just rotate it. Like, oh, okay, here at 3 o'clock, I gotta babysit the PA from 3 a.m. till 9 a.m. or 12 or whatever. That's my gig. That's my thing, and that was your job basically. And in exchange, you got a yurt, and to stay in, you didn't have to bother with that. And most of the time, you didn't have to share it as well. You could just my friend that I ended up going, he got his yurt all to himself, and then everything else is taken care of. It's Burning Man, and but I didn't want to go because I don't really. The whole concept of Burning Man never really was attractive to me. But I understand how it's attractive to other people, and I have no criticisms of people that are into it, but it just isn't my thing. And it's the worst time of the year because, like, if you want work, you really want to take paying gigs. So a gig where you're just going to be out in the desert looking at half-naked people or fully naked people for a week, that's not technically a gig. Well, that's not a good paying gig. You missed them? Hey, like I said, I never really could get into it. And a long time ago when I was in Oklahoma, I had this guy. He was actually from Phoenix, crazy enough. But he was the first person that told me about Burning Man, and this is in the early aughts. And he'd been going for a while. And it sounded kind of cool to me. And I'm like 22, 23, something like that, but still I was like, I don't know, man. I don't think I want to do that. Burning Man got weird, and that's saying a lot. Well, the best part. So I have friends that have gone. I've done my homework. I know what it is. I know a lot about it. And my favorite thing was, so the guy that ended up going, he had no clue. I tried to explain to him, but he just didn't understand a lot of the core concepts of Burning Man. Like he just didn't understand the lack of money, stuff like that. That he just didn't get that. And but one of the things that was very funny, he comes back and he's telling me about all this stuff, and I was like, and not even prompted, I just asked him point blank, boom. So man, what about all the shirt cocking? What did you think about that? And he just like was like, dude, I have never seen that much dick in my life. And I was like, yeah, right? He goes, you know the weirdest thing about it? The guys that are they're doing the shirt cocking. Shirt cocking, by the way, is where you just wear a shirt and it stops right at the waist and you don't wear pants or underwear. He said the funniest thing about it was that there were only two types of people that did that. There are two types of men that did that. They either had really giant penises or very small penises. But he said there was no like, oh, hey, there you go. That's a man of the people there. It was always like, oh, damn, that's tiny. Oh, Jesus, fuck. How do you put on pants? No wonder that guy isn't wearing pants. I wouldn't either with that. But that's one of the things I always thought was funny when I learned about that festival scene and whatnot, that about shirt cocking, and I was like, oh, that's a pass. I'm not prude or anything. I'm just, You're not selling it. You didn't know that was a thing? Yeah, President Hammergeil. It's a thing. It's a popular thing too. They just run around with no pants. Sometimes things are cleaned up down there. Sometimes it's just a messy beast. I don't know. My brain has a special ability to forget any instances I've ever seen of that, so I cannot recall any memories of it. It like blocked it out like a childhood trauma. Like it would take years of therapy for me to describe to you the times that I have seen that and be like, oh yeah, it was uncircumcised, leaning to the left. Yeah, none of that. And I'd like to keep it that way. I feel like there's no loss. Speaking of no loss, I believe we are done with this module. Let's put it together with its little piece here. Oh, yum, 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 yum. Does it go in? Oh, yeah. Man, it's still getting crusties here. I don't know how that's... It's a weird... All right. Now we have another one. Well, let's pop it in here. And we won't be able to do an audio test, but we can do a smoke test and make sure that it's going to have... so this op amp has an LED in it, which is pretty sick. I wonder if I can get this to pop in without having to screw it all the way in. I think we'll be all right. All right. Let's power this up. Where's our little wooden block? Should have done this before. An alkaline desert. Yeah, that too. None of you know, the reason I don't like it, you know, please don't mistaken it for a criticism by any means. It's just some shit is not for some people. And I'm really grateful for things like Burning Man and stuff like that because, oh shit, it's on. Because it helps. I think it's very therapeutic and useful for a lot of people out there. There's a lot of people just kind of really clutching on to their mental health, and things like that, those little cathartic adventures, you know, are, I think, very helpful and therapeutic. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's a lot of fucking fun. People have a lot of fucking fun there. There's a reason people go there all the time. Is year after year, because it's a really fun thing to do. Not my idea of fun, but I'm just the Sid. I barely represent 1/1000th of the population. Oh, hey, you're average. Yeah, 1970s just Beastmaster. Nutsacks are disaster. I can totally take that biological uh, assertion, critique. Yeah, really, mammal genitals are just weird. Like all of them are just weird. Like, what the fuck's going on? Why is it like that? I'm not mad. I'm just asking questions here. That's all. All right, let's see if this thing comes on. It does come on. Oh, the little light. I did. Here, we'll put the lens in so you can see the little light. But I got to remember to take it out because it's just going to pop out because there's no glue. I got to glue it in. Ooh, I like that glow, though. Oh, you can't see it. Let's see. There it is. Ooh. Nice. So it's going to get a little hotter here. We're going to change it to red. And then we're going to change it to a beautiful shade of green. Out is off. Bypass is on. Nice. Cool. All right. Pretty straightforward. Really trips me out this doesn't show 48. I don't know if that's because there's no 48 load. Oh, there should be, though. No, actually. Yeah, this does have a 48 load, so whatever. Oh, well. So we got 2 of these guys finished. That's pretty cool. Client's going to be so happy. He's been very patient waiting on us to build these. And he's been very patient waiting on these to get released. These just came out within the last month or so. So, nice. We've got one more of these to build, and then we're done with the projects for the builds on this. We do have an EQ, one of the EQs that came in here that we need to repair, and but my plan is for that, I want to put these all in, run the test, run that EQ, and verify one more, because I keep, this is embarrassing. It's on my own fault. I keep fucking it up and not writing it down. What the which problem it is, what the problem is exactly. Oh man, this light lens won't come out now. So I gotta test it one more time, or probably the 3rd time. But man, that's pretty though. You gotta admit, all this black on black, and I'm very curious how what these shapes are, because I believe these are 2/3 octaves, I think is how it's cut up. And I'm wondering what kind of bell curve you get with that. The edge connectors? Why would you say it's a weak point? I don't see. I don't see what you mean. Yeah, it is prettier than Nutside. That's absolutely true. Yeah, we ran across, or yesterday, a this cat in chat put me on to this company that makes DIY kits, and there's a couple of things I really want to get. I'd like to get this MU tube compressor, but I want 2, and I also want 2 of these LA compressors. Now the LA compressor I don't believe is tube. Yeah, it would have said it somewhere. But the MU is. And the MU, if you look, all you're doing is just basically using it to saturate your tube with compression. So this is going to be just like nice. Honestly, this would be great to run like a bass through. God damn, that would sound. I can imagine what it would do to a bass. And just crush it into yummy little num nums. Anyway, I'm sorry. Oh wait, how much was that again, Sid? How much unobtainium is it? Well, it's still 450 USDs. That's dollars, not dicks. I was mistaken earlier. I had a whole bunch of D's ready. D's nuts! Ah. Oi, oi, the fury old. Hey, Booze, how you doing, mate? So we just finished the other GEQ for the 500 series, and we just tested it. It came on, works. It comes on. We're gonna do audio checks, but I need to work on this guy. I could work on it now. Like we could do it, but the amount of recording space I have and the amount of extra room for me to plop it around is a little bit limited. But man, I don't know. I have been promising that guy I'd get these done sooner rather than later. How long are we into this? How long? How late is the stream here? Oh, we're only we're like 2.5 hours in. If I remember, it wasn't that hard of a build. Like, we could probably pull it off in a few hours. Let's pull it out. Let's look at it. Oh, yeah, I screwed it in. Well, yeah, because it's just ribbon cables and, like, screwing hardware together. You want to just do it? Fuck it. I got, like... So I've got 46 minutes of record left, and then I have 4 hours of record. We're not going to stream for 4, well... Actually, I just remembered something. Let me check on this drive here that I have, because I think it has test recordings on it. And I don't need those test recordings. So just a second here. Let me do a little hardware maintenance here. Oh my god, hot. Alright, where's the little adapter? Adapterino, there it is. Sorry guys, I gotta do this real quick. I'm just trying to save the universe. So if you guys haven't been to the stream lately, what I'm using here to record, or what we updated the stream with, is this ATEM Extreme video switcher, and one of the things it does is ISO records, where it basically takes every camera feed and dumps it to a record, which is super helpful. Well, is it not gonna fucking show up? Oh wait, yeah, I plugged into the There it is. Let me... Today... Test record. So test records, I can move to trash. Empty trash. Yeah. Awesome. That doubled the available space I had. So there we go. Now we're back in business. Cause yeah, I was doing test records to try to find out what the usage per minute was. There we go. All right. So I'll show you. There we go. So here's a video switcher, and we're gonna go over to records, ISO records. There we go, 500, and then dB. So now we've got 5 hours and 40 minutes. That's plenty. So awesome. Wow, that fan is loud. I'm not dealing with that. Second place, Andy. How you doing, mate? I'm just thinking that the coating on the PCB might be the thinner than the ones on the solid metal connectors. And may also be the other audio connectors other than the concentric. So I don't. So the edge connectors are plated. They're like what is it? Gold plated or tin plated? So it's a nice connection.
Brand new!
Lowerts. How you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I mean, 1 year Switch anniversary. Oh, that's fantastic, mate. Congrats. Do your client? Yeah, that's part of the deal. They don't really care. But yeah, no, they know. That's part of it. That's why I really don't try to do on-site work, because one, that's like a fucking bleh. I have to do that for pinball machines, because there's no way for me to, it's too much bullshit to cart it back and forth. But most of this shit, yeah, like, it most likely will fit in my trunk. I'm reading the words. I'm reading! Alright. So, we're going to do another one of these parametrics. I say we could build it today. We'll make our client really happy because he's been waiting a while. He's been patient. But I hate doing it to him, so why not? Here, I'm going to put this shit in here nice since we have it all. Well, yeah, I don't know. We'll just take it apart. If I need to, I'll pull this out if I need to reference it, but let me just put these guys in with their screws so they won't whip around and break the connector. Doing well, but I'm tired. Right on, Mr. X. You know, X, I can't tell you how excited I am about NobCon. I'm like really hyped. I'm glad you talked me into it. I honestly wasn't gonna go, and then you were like, "Well, I'm going," and I'm like, "Oh well, okay, I kind of want to go." So, by the way, guys, if you know, I am going to NobCon, so anybody looking for something crazy to do should go. It's not a very expensive conference to go to, although I know people have jobs and you got to get time off from work and all that kind of stuff. But the conference itself is like $70 or something for the 3-day pass, and then the hotels there aren't too bad. Like they give a pretty decent discount for like a Hilton, I believe. And then I was able to get pretty cheap airfare from Southwest. So it's not. It is expensive, but you know, if it's possible, if it's an option, definitely try to go because it looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to be there, so it's definitely going to be a lot of fun. No, I'm honestly just looking, like I said earlier, Mr. X. I'm just looking forward to hanging out, having some beers with y'all, partying, goofing around, jamming, talking synth stuff. You know, just synthesizer stuff. Nothing big. And oh wait, I don't know if we noticed if our IC glowed or not. I forgot to look. So, hold up. And I don't know, I think the one on my right hand is the Okay, so the LED is on in there. You can kind of see the red glow. Let me put this guy in, and this is the one I think we just finished. Let me do a quick LED test to make sure that comes on. Otherwise, that's bad news. LED comes on. Yeah, I was saying earlier too, I found, I was looking at cases. So these cases are wild in different prices, but Midas, so this one's Fredenstein, but Midas has one as well. And of course, the one that you would want to get, the better of all of them, is the Rupert Neve one, but that's $1,000, and I'm not spending $1,000 on a fucking case. I ain't fucking doing that! That's fucking crazy! Oh, this feels good. This is very satisfying. Very satisfying. Very satisfying. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having this in Jamtown, something like this, really. It's got feet on the bottom too, so you can just have it sit like this, which is sick. That's how I'm gonna roll, But damn, yeah. Let's do this. One more little ASMR here. Damn, that's good stuff. All right, cool. Yeah, it's a grand for the Rupert Neve. Now it's a 10 space case. This is a 6 space, and you can get this for like 300 or so. But the Midas one was like 180, and honestly, it just looked like a slightly more desirable case for me. Let me see if I can find it again. So let's see, chassis. So there's the Rupert Neve one. Oh, nice. It gives you a current draw meter. That is cool. Are you able to tell which current you're looking at though? Is that like a button on the front? Or is it just telling the overall current draw? Which, if we could be honest, is fucking worthless to me. I like that back, but where do you bus? There's no bus switches on here. I need that. Yeah, this is great and all, but I don't, it doesn't have as many features. But if you go down here to one of these Midas ones, no, I don't want the 10, I want the 6. So here's the one we have, we're working with right now. So that's 323. Radial makes one? That's hilarious. Radial's not a bad brand, honestly. They get a lot of flack, but they actually do a good job. Oh, there's what I was looking for, the Midas L6. Yeah, so it's just got a single, it's not, but that's what I'm talking about. I want to be able to do links, and I want to be able to bust things down. So and how much that's 279. That's not bad, and I mean it's probably the same power supply as the Friedenstein, but what we have here, oh, actually ours is different. Ours is a different revision because we don't have the big giant ear on there. Chassis, yeah. My favorite word is cash. Like when a long time ago, back in like 2000, I worked for this computer company, and a lot of times we'd have to go into the BIOS. And if you remember, BIOS had like a couple settings like post BIOS cache readable, post BIOS cache writable, and stuff like that. And the way that I would get that word pronounced to me was fascinating. My favorite still is cache, which technically is not wrong. It's just not English. But I still like cache. Cache writable, cache readable. All right, so cache read, cache write, excellent. I think it's pronounced cache. I think you make a great argument there. Yeah, look at this. Oh man, this is the one that's and it's an audio interface. Holy fuck, what are these? What are those? Oh, so you have a mix. So this is basically to run audio out of your DAW into a 500 module. Completely and totally missing the point. Like, wow, that's... Does it have jacks on the back? Kind of. Here, let me get rid of me. So, this is fucking weird, man. I guess if you were like doing mastering, maybe. I don't know what cast link is. That might be like an audio protocol. Yeah, you can specify the clock. What's the clock rate at? So you can do 192, and it does have clock sync, and you do have ADAT. You got 16 channels of ADAT. That's cool. Okay, this is kind of cool, but it's also kind of like buying a scanner, copier, printer, shredder, desk lamp. When one part of that breaks, it's like you gotta throw the whole scanner, copier, printer, shredder, desk lamp in the trash. Weird. They all have insert points. Wow. Okay, this is a weird piece of shit, but I can't be mad at it for being what it is. I simply can't afford to buy ready-made cases built 19-inch racks and 6 use. Yeah, you know, honestly, Booze, I was kind of talking about this earlier. I don't think you could DIY this for much less than $279. Because the power supply is a mean well that's in these, almost definitely. And they're not very cheap. I don't even know if they have one 16, 16, 24, 24, 5, or 48. But, maybe. Memewell, yeah. Yeah, like all these power supplies are from Memewell. Well, here. Let's just confirm what we already know. Memewell, chicken knobs, all kinds of great stuff today. Chicken head. Oh, damn it. There's fucking shit connected to this. The lights and stuff. Ah, you can't. I took the wrong things off. Alright. Stand by. I should have known better. I knew this wasn't the right one. I felt something in my butt. I thought it was dipes and such. Hey, Moloch, how you doing, mate? Did you ever get your pinball machine? Your V-Pin set up? I just bought, they had a 4th of July sale, and I bought the natural history tables, which there's 4 altogether. It was like 20 bucks for all 4. Not too bad. And they released the Cat in the Hat, the second part. So there was 2 more tables earlier this week as well. And it's been nice. I'm still waiting for the damn Gottlieb tables because I want to buy them all. I bought one and it doesn't work. And they were like, oh, we have to update it. It's going to happen very soon. And then they announced it was going to happen. And then they pushed back the date. But they put it to, you know, TBD. And I'm like, oh, TBD, no good for me. All right. So there's... Oh, wait, this isn't going to work. Yeah, I don't know if I can get to this power supply. Now I remember, this is a real pain. So let's just use light, and we'll kind of look in and figure it out. So you can kind of see in there already. You can see that chassis that's indicative of a mean well. Let me turn up the light. There is some custom stuff in there. Like you can see in the back the paneling for the bus. See if I can get in there a little bit better. But nah, you really can't see too well, but that metal grating is pretty common with their stuff. Who knows, we could get in there and it may not have their name anywhere on it. I'm trying to see if I can see anything, but not really. I just see a transformer, but I don't see any words. Try one other thing here. Yeah. MILF. Or LF, probably. That may not be an I. Might have just been thinking of my favorite word of the day. Ah. A 12 from a ham radio. Nice. I buy the Power One power supplies. I like those, and I recommend them to other people. Like, if you're looking for an inexpensive power supply for your DIY case and it's not going anywhere, and even if it is a mobile case, you could still figure out a way to rig it in, I imagine. All right. Let's, here, let me change the name of this so I don't have... All right. Let's pull up the page. Wherever the fuck it is. Where is the page for this? Actually, that's a reasonable question. Ba-ba-da-bum. Alright. So here's an EQ. And okay. So that's how they're doing it now. So what was this module? I just have to look by the name. PEQ 500A. Q500A. Is that what this is? Yep. Build thread. I just want the top. And they're like a map. Yeah, here we go. There we go. Shouldn't be too bad. Some of the mesh gear from the VHT Huseys meanwhile PSUs have been reliable. Yeah, honestly, there's been like I've seen people hate on them, but I'm like, well, that's what's in the Prophet 12, so I guess those guys are idiots. And go tell them they're stupid. Sequential circuits, bunch of idiots there. Just go hit them up and tell them that. Cuz that's what they're using. All right. Honestly, I don't need this bag for this, so I'm going to take this guy out. This plate, well, it would be nice to put in the bubble wrap. I think it would be better to put the bubble wrap in the box. All right, let's see what we got on here. We got our put these things out of the way for now. Clean up. No, that's what. Oh. Okay. So we got the transformer. There's more than meets the eye. We got the bag of shit, the board, and another bag of shit. This bag of shit is a smaller bag of shit. We'll probably do this bag of shit first. And do this other bag of shit later. In fact, this plate of shit can go out of here. Because, yeah, we're going to do this edge connector, which I don't... Where's the one for the... whatever this thing is called? This is called the Big Foot, or the Big 500. So it walks through the Bigfoot build this way. All right, well we could do that. That's fine. I'm down to clown. All right, before we get started, let me hit pause on this record, save a little bit of disk and editing time. Ah, let's have a little smoke. No, there's still plenty in here. No Altair's powered by me. Well, nice. Landed supply is the best supply. I just sold one of my larger PSUs with a Kenwood linears. Oh. Oh, wait. I just saw the dab, so I'm going to have to do that. The tweezers with the Speedos, right? Just keeps it. You're able to clamp so much faster with those holes. They're aerodynamic too. If you look at it with the microscope, you'll see how they're beveled in. It's not hard edges. That reduces drag. These are the tweezers that I buy from Northridge. Oh wait, let me do it this way. So, if you go to sitherec.com and you go to links and referrals, well, I hope I'm not lying. Yeah, there they are. So you go to these anti-slip tweezers, Northridge, and these are all affiliate links. I highly recommend getting some stuff from Northridge if you're looking for parts and stuff and you're in the United States. They're fantastic. And yeah, these tweezers are great. I buy like 2, or I always have 1 extra just in case I drop it and the tip shatters. But these are honestly really, really nice tips, really small points. And for $14, they're really, really good. But yeah. Actually, I should share those with you guys. So, yeah, if you go to Sit Here See DIY, that's our store. You can get some swag and all that good stuff, some modules, all that good things. But if you're looking for tools or anything, I've got Northridge Fix here with wire, cleaners, Amscope, the microscope I use, the very, very similar fume extractor, components bits. Like, I mean, everything that I have bought from this guy is here. And then I also have Amazon list of stuff as well. And these are all things that I've personally bought. So it should be good. I mean, unless something weird happened, this stuff should all be fancy and, well, not fancy, but should be sufficient for your electrical needs. See, I'm getting ready to buy from Northridge. I'm going to get this short detector. So it's a little power injection tool. It's really simple. I technically have that with my bench supply, but this thing has a ton of protection built into it, and it can produce like an insane amount of current. What's its current max? Like 21 motherfucking amps. So it's kind of not the stupidest thing to have laying around in your rig. And I'm like, yeah, I should get one. I mean, if it doesn't impress my wife, I don't know what will. That was a dumb joke. She would never be impressed. And then the other one was this his portable soldering pin, the NF MIDI. So this thing is killer. I've seen him used. I want to get it so bad. I want to buy it with all the tips, though. Oh, it's out right now. Or no, it's not. Yeah, all 3 tips. It's $110, but he uses it all the time. So that told me, like, I guess I'm going to buy that. Old hot rod trick. Right, there's a spoiler attachment for this as well. That keeps it low when you're moving it across your table. Keeps it closer to the work surface. Doesn't flare up and just fly out of your hands. Those guys are smart there at wherever we're talking about. What would be a cool background? I think these two, this plastic bag. All right, so I feel like I've got another dab in here, but I feel like it's getting pretty grody. So I don't know. I think I'm going to add a little bit of extra dab juice in there. But not a lot. I'm going to try to clear out that grody. But I want to put some freshness in there. It's kind of like warming up coffee, you know? Like your coffee cup's getting a little cold, so they come by. Your coffee's getting a little cold, so they come by. Put a little hot coffee in there, warms it right up, and you're like, ah, thank you. And they go, that wasn't for you. That was for me. And then they wink at you really mysteriously. Okay, maybe some of that stuff doesn't happen to you guys. Because you're not living the Twilight Zone in real time. Imagine if you will. Hey, LT, good to see you. My mother is shocked. Yeah, more downforce, more traction. Okay. I think I'm ready for Booze's dab. We'll see. God willing. While I dab, a photo of my cat. I love that little guy. He's really funny. He did a stand-up routine for like 5 hours. Never seen anything like it. We were in stitches the whole time. Gear is a hell of a drug. Yeah. What are we talking about? Are you guys... I'm sorry, I'm all over the place right now. Are we talking about... oh, shit. Wait a minute. There's a dance party on here from Zark. Oh, my God. I feel bad. Oh, man. I remember that, too. And I totally dropped it. Oh, Zark, are you still here, mate? I feel bad. I think I like, clicked on something else, too. I thought it was the dab, but now I'm thinking it was something else. Let me see. Where can, there we go. Rewards requests. Let's see. There was, okay, there's Dance Party from Zark. That's where we're at. Mass Fart. Okay, there was a dab. I mean, that's an olden dab from olden days. Okay. Well, I can handle that. Zark, there you go, you son of a bitch. Love it. You beautiful son of a bitch. Now you've done it. Now you've made perfect a reality. No more blanket wet with the sorrows of 1,000 tired dreams and angry monkeys. No! That time is past. The new time! Well, the new time is now. Okay, that was good. That was delicious. That was tasty. I think we might just need to do it. I don't know. What do you think? One more time? Another time? Again? Again! And again! nice. Very nice. Let's go. Rock and roll forever and ever. Amen. Ah, nice. Oh, now I'm out of air. Low on oxygen. Perfect time for a dab. Science has proven.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you're here? Is that why you're here?
Science has proven. That's the best time for a dab is when you're really, really breathing it. Hey, what happened to the heart thingy? Aw, darn it. There it goes. Alright. Darn it. We don't have a record of my heart screaming. Stop! Stop! Stop with the dancing! Oh man. I'm gonna drink a little bit of this delicious oh yeah. Now we're cooking. But we weren't cooking, and at that moment, Sid's heart exploded into a tiny 1,000 little resistors and capacitors. Once again proving something important, but lost upon us all in song. I don't like that melody though. That melody is piss. What do you got? What else you got for me? Give me a soundtrack. You just toilets. I need something with juice. I need something with panache. No. Just record crackles all the time. All right, I'm gonna just blast through this. This is someone eating chips? Oh wait, is this the weed song? I can't tell if they're... like a hungry song, Hungry Hippo. That's the name. Oh, that's the name of the. No, it's not. Wish. Oh, Jesus, I'm dead. And you gotta take the T for the. Well, okay. Okay, for reals, where did you get that awesome pattern ESD mat? Oh, hey, yeah. Right? These guys are awesome. Check them out. I'm not sponsored or anything, although I would never be against it. But I know I'm going to sound like I'm all adsy, but I genuinely am just like, no, this shit's the bomb. So it's this company called American Haptic. And they make, as you can tell, a lot of different types of mats. They all kind of have the similar layout. You can't get super customized, but the material is really customizable. So I did this one, I believe. Yeah, and then that you can make it whatever you want, but I just chose this pre-made. I chose this one. I'm like, oh yeah, this is what I want. But you can see you can get pretty fucking sick in here. I don't know if these were there when I bring that teal back. That's what that needs to be called. Bring the teal back. But as you can tell, they're not cheap. They're not cheap at all. But I had this tab literally on my computer for like months and months. And eventually I was like, you know, I genuinely think this is a worthwhile purchase. It's definitely not something for like a hobbyist or someone just like being flippant about this. Honestly, if you're just starting out, don't buy this. This is way too expensive. It's not better than anything else by a long shot. It just has some really nice qualities that I like. And I'm just for a big thing is if you notice, like here, we'll look at the table. You see how there's this. This is a silicone mat. I tried to darken this table as much as I can because the lights come down and they reflect back, and whatever color they reflect back reflects in my face and makes my face look fucking weird. So teal always made me look a little sick, and I tried to fuck with the temp, and I tried fucking with things, but I never could quite get rid of that. I color corrected in the teal, but it always showed up, and it would always notice if that got covered up, like then the correction would be overcorrected. So I put all these dark mats here, and everything I tried to keep dark so that the light wouldn't reflect back. It would just be absorbed by whatever I was lighting up. And as you can tell, it works pretty well. Like, you know, like these things kind of pop pretty decently. This is just GoPro. All these cameras are GoPros, so they have some limitations as far as the clarity that you get through the lenses because there's so much fucking glass in there. But I use so much light, it works. It evens itself out. Yeah, the silicone baking. That's what I have here. This is a baking sheet. These were like $11 for a 24 one, and you can lay those across. You can also get on Amazon and AliExpress and all that. You can buy the cheaper ones, like the ones that you always see, the teal ones, and those are really really good. I I don't think that this is any way better. It's just a personal choice. And I've been doing this long enough. I was like, you know, this is expensive, but I really, really like it, and I think, you know, it justifies it. I also went one tick further. I haven't put it in my kit yet, but I have the little one as well. I bought the smaller one so that I could put it in my kit for my pinball repair. That way I could lay it out on a work surface and not have to worry about burning or damaging the place I was working at or having to be super aware of the material. I could just drop that dude down and be like, ain't nothing fucking nothing up. But you can see a little bit like the bottom is shiny on almost every surface. It almost just suction cups itself to it. So that's another really nice feature in this that I would argue you don't really see on the cheaper ones. But yeah, I did lose. I liked my old one had like a little ruler in it that had inches and centimeters, but then I ended up just buying a sticker for like a table or a work surface. I just bought this like really heavy duty sticker and just put it on the end of my table here, and it has inches and centimeters, so I'm over it. Yeah, the colors are beautiful, right? They're just their let's see, let's go to their regular mats here. Move my dumb head out of the way. I mean, that red is beautiful. That purple, you already kind of know what that looks like. And even these like pastels that they have, I think they're cool. Oh yeah, the Casper mat glows in the dark. Or does it? Lavender. Oh yeah, here's the glow in the dark one. Not sure what. So one of the other things that these guys do is keyboards. Like just custom keyboard keys. So I feel like there's some overlap somewhere, but I'm not really big into the keyboard scene. And that's not without a desire. It's the fact that I know that it would absolutely destroy my wallet and everything inside of it. It would be decimated. It'd be nothing but babies clutching bodies, weeping. That's what this would do to my wallet, so I'm trying not to do that. Yeah, exactly. Glow in the dark, so when you're working... I can imagine there's got to be like practical uses if you needed something not to reflect back certain waveforms, like if you're doing photography, and you can use a red light or a safe light, and that won't trigger on the film. Maybe there's something to that with the black and white matte. I don't know. I feel like there's, like I said, I feel like it has something to do with the keyboard, but fuck if I know what it is. Keys to match my exactly right. That's what I was thinking. You could just you could set it up so that you could put them on your grill. It would be like the Gutenberg type press. You'd be like, oh well, what message do I want to say today on my grill? Fuck. I feel like fuck has been rolling for the week, and I'm going to church. I need to make it friendly, family friendly. How about ass with an exclamation point? That seems acceptable. Zark, yeah, I was gonna say. I think you're one of the people that has terrified me from falling into the pit of despair. Don't even think. Don't even think of trying to escape. The chains are far too thick. Don't worry about anyone trying to lure you. There's no way of escaping. Oh, hey, this. That was neat. Not the neatest thing in the world. Hey, you know what? Instead of this dumbass shit music, let's listen to my audiobook diary from when I was 13. Dear diary. I had an accent back then. I find it difficult every day to think about all the delicious cheeseburgers I never ate. All the dreams I never saw. Is he cutting big keyboards? Oh, nice. Excuse me. Hey, Codeplex, welcome in, mate. I picked up a soldering station. Ended up going with the Yihoo 853D for now. I think I know exactly what you're talking about. Let me double check. But I think I know exactly what you're talking about because I want to say I had that or I had the similar one. Let me see. That 853D, it might be where I'm coming from too. Okay, that's right. That's the multi-station. Let me see. Here's one on eBay. Okay. This rude boy. So you got a hot air, and you got a pencil, and you got looks like some probes too. That's cool. I can get into that. Cool, mate. That's nice. Did you already get it? Have you had a chance to put it to work? I was trying to get us some jams. We're gonna listen to some DJ Dowie. Give them a little shout out here. Oh, wait, you said only the 2A. Did I get the right one? Yeah. Cool. Well, you'll have to let me know. So one thing you might run into when you get some of the kind of cheaper stations and so forth is those tips of that iron. You may have problems with solder sticking to it, but there's some stuff you can do that usually takes care of that. You may be able to, if it's a Hacko store mat, and from based off the name, I think it is. You may be able to put uh, original Hacko tips on there. I'm almost positive that's what that is. I think that's a Hacko ripoff. So you may be able to put real Hacko tips on there. Those don't have any problems holding solder. Like right out of the gate, they work. But some tips, when you buy them, they're here, I'll just grab one as an example. So this is like a cheap tip I bought. I haven't even tried to put it through, but I'm almost positive solder's just going to stick to like the dumbest parts of it. Get you a better camera shot here. No. And so what you'll want to do to try to get your iron, those tips to hold solder is you're going to take, or I don't know, people feel free to anybody to chime in if they've got a better way to do this, but what I do is I'll put solder on it. I'll put a nice glob, keep trying to add it, let that smoke burn off, that flux burn off. Keep trying to add it, trying to get that pasty now. Eventually it's going to be a bit too much. You're going to start having a glob. You can tap that glob off and save yourself a little bit of pain, and then stab it into your brass brush and get it really good. Get it in that brass brush really good. It's already really hot. Rinse, repeat. Rinse, repeat. Over and over. Like at least a good 10 times, I think is a reasonable number to see. Now, you'll start to notice when you come back and you start adding the solder that, here, I'm sorry. It's going to, instead of being sitting up high on the shaft, what you're wanting is for everything to be as close to the tip as possible. Now, those conical tips aren't always there. It's always going to rise up, almost always. But and you're going to have a little bit of work with it. But if you have like a chisel tip like this, you'll definitely want to get it so that the solder lives on this little incline, and not. I mean, it'll live on these other parts, but your ideal for it to be useful is you want the solder to grab onto that. With those cheaper irons, usually that's harder to do, but if you do the kind of rinse and repeat method, it helps to, I don't know, it does some magic shit. I dare not explain what's happening other than I call it seasoning. I'm like, well, you season it. It's like a fucking frying pan. You got to season the pan for it to work. With these irons, they're not seasoned already. The Hackos are pre-seasoned. There you go. That's a horrible explanation, but funny. And that's what we do here. Not accuracy, comedy. If we did accuracy, I'd be in jail. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Don't want to go back there. They are not nice to me. You've been happy with them? They do use Hacko. Oh, so fantastic. So you got a Hacko knockoff, and you can get real tips, which is really the only true difference. The iron, usually the element for the heating element and everything is pretty. It's hard to mess that up. The only thing you're kind of trading off maybe is accuracy at the temperature, and that's really hard to measure and get. Like I have a tip measure, but I've discovered the temperature that it puts out and that number aren't the same thing. It's weird. Yeah, they're plated, I know, yeah. And you could see there's like some weird coating on that one. With carbide paste? Okay. Oh yeah, you can get tip tinner as well. And that is a really good thing to get. I had some, but I can't find it. I don't know where it fell off my table. Maybe it went back in here, but there's this stuff called tip tinner that you can buy. And it's kind of like a it looks like regular solder, but you'll stab your iron in, and it actually will clean off a lot. It's pretty industrious. Like, you don't want to use it all the time because it'll start to really wear down your iron. But to get it, to season it, that is definitely something to use too, and I always forget about that stuff. I don't know exactly, to be honest with you, Codeplex, what differentiates a good tip from a bad tip. I haven't really gotten like the hard science answers on it to where I could be like, oh, it's because of blah. I've just noticed, like, whenever I've bought off-brand tips, I've had problems with them, and but I've been able to overcome it by doing what I'm talking about. Like, I've done that to one of those tips, and I've used it fine. And I bought like this little cylinder a while back, but I only use these tips. I haven't used any of these yet. I haven't broke them in. I have the knife tip on here. Oh, the knife tip! But this just came in. Honestly, I just bought this. These tips were so cheap. I really just bought for the holder. I was like, this holder's sick. I want this.
I want this for my birthday party.
Now, I will admit, I thought it was a little bit bigger when I was looking at it in the picture. But this is still good. This is better than what I had, which was nothing. Oh yeah. Just look around on Amazon. I don't have a link for that one because I think I just bought all those tips, but yeah, it works great for that. The 926 LED has a pretty good temp with a plus minus 3 degrees. Oh wow. Yeah. Well, it's second place. I noticed it recently because like the radiant temperature, direct temperature, there's all these other numbers that you have to really focus on. Like if you go to like I have an electric stove. If you put it at 400 degrees Fahrenheit, those coils glow red. What temperature do you think those coils are? At least 400 degrees, right? No. Not according to a thermal camera. Not according to my my oven thermometer. Like all these things are like, nah, bro. I know what it says up there, but that's not what's happening in here. So I've just kind of given up on understanding temperature. I work on understanding solder tips. Yeah, I would agree, Booze. You're probably better off buying a Hacko tip. Depending on what kind of soldering you're doing, I have a recommendation for that. If you're going to be doing a lot of through-hole soldering, you definitely want to either get a chisel tip with like nothing too wide, but something here, like a mild chisel tip is where is she? So is this size? So it's not too large. It's almost a conical, but it's not. The thermal properties are much better. But I would recommend that, like buying one of these of a Hacko. Now, the other good one is my favorite, and I think this is good for SMD and a lot of through hole, is this J-tip. You can use the heel of the J-tip here for through hole stuff and for big thermal things when you need it to like throw a lot of heat to something. You can just take that heel and hit it on that spot, and it's a ton of heat. And then at the same time, you still have a nice little tip. If you're a real big fan of the conical, I think this is the better way to go, because the heat actually makes it further down. So you can take the tip and tap it and wait like 3 seconds, and everything will liquefy. It transfers enough heat there. The other tip that I think is the best, the one I'm using right now, is the knife tip. Oh, the knife tip! This thing is just absolute badass. I love it because you've got this massive thermal, so I can just lay it down. I can solder like 6 pins at once with this thing. Like dip packages just get blasted with it. And then if I need to do tiny work, I just take the tip and I'll aim it down, so I'm just using just the tip, and then I can do fine work with it. The J or the knife are my my go-to tips right now. I haven't found any reason to use the chisel tip yet, but your mileage may vary. You may find that you hate the chisel, or you hate the knife, or you hate the bent one. So mess around. The tips are only like $15 too. They're not very expensive to buy. I think they're like $15, $16. So, so code. That. I would think that too. But I'm not finding that in my research. So I bought, just to find this out, I bought a tip temperature. This is used specifically to measure soldering iron tips and to tell you exactly what their temperature is. My iron is set to 380 degrees Celsius. Oh no, the battery died because it got turned on accidentally. Luckily, I have 9 volts. Ah, it's a good 9 volt though. Look at that. It's a brand with like race car. Oh my gosh. Get in there, you son of a bitch. I hate this battery compartment. I remember now. It is not cool. Come on, man. Shut up! All right. There we go. It's 26C, which is the room temperature. Or close to it. As you can tell, it's a little bit higher up. So you want this to pull on all these pegs, and then you'll press it down. Let me see if yeah, that's a good shot. You guys can see. Here, I'll scooch out of the way over here. The most I can get is around 215C. I want to melt the little arm here. There we go. We got up to... I think actually it's because I was heating up that arm. Yeah. And I just melted more plastic. Awesome. Well, whatever. You get the idea. That's what that smell was. I'm getting... now I can't resell it. I wonder if I want... I kind of want that 9-volt back, to be honest, because this is my... Or no, wait. Do I have more? I don't think I do. Kind of need this. All right. I know. When I first got it, I was like, oh, well, maybe that's not right. And then I looked over and over, and I'm like, no. They made it out of the cheapest, most weakest plastic you could get for heat, and then put it right next to a soldering iron. Okay. I also have this. But it gives me an even lower reading. You know, I think it won't read it because of the surface. Like it's too reflective, so it just gives a nonsense reading back. It says it's like negative 20 degrees or something. But let's just find out for fun instead of working. All right, it's in Celsius and Chinese. It keeps going to Chinese. I don't know what that's about. So it does read the shaft. Here, I'll bring it up a little bit. So it is reading the shaft at around 200C, but it can't really get the tip. Let me set this to cross. Oh God, let me set this to English. I feel like there we go. Excellent. So I want a center crosshair so I can see. I don't need the high-low shit. All right, that helps. So yeah, really the highest it can pull off is around 200. And yeah, when I get it to that tip, you can see it reading like negative 20C. And I think that's because the surface, possibly. I don't know. Science is a mystery to me. What thermal cam? So this is the Unity UTI, terrible name by the way, 2060 or 260B. You can get this from Northridge Fix. I have a link for that too. I'm pretty sure I do. Let's see. Let's see before I say it, you know. But if not, I'll get you one. Yeah. So if you go to sit here, see DIY, and you go to links and referrals, it's this page, and then boom, thermal imaging camera from hell. Such a dumb name, UTI. Like no one was thinking. Guess that doesn't ring. Guess that doesn't click for some of you. UTI is short for urinary tract infection. It's not something I want to name my thermal camera. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right, Booze. It is a knockoff of a Velar, and that wouldn't surprise me. The Velar would use like the high-end ABS plastic that can take a pretty high temperature before you really have a problem. You have your Hacko set to 850, so 850 Fahrenheit to C. Oh, that's pretty hot. So that's 450 C. So for unleaded solder, that's a really good place to start. Like I like starting at around 420 or so. So 450 is pretty hot for leaded, but I don't know. I don't think it's. It would depend on the application. If you're doing like jacks or you're doing like making cables or something, yeah, 450 is probably a great place because it'll transfer that heat way faster than you sitting there waiting for it. But circuit boards, I'm a little hesitant to go that hot because I have to be cognizant. I have to like go, man, I can't let this hang anymore. But when I go lower, I feel like I can hang a little bit. Could be wrong on both counts. Sounds infectious. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I bought this thing. Really, I've just used it for basic checks. The one thing it has that's really nice that kind of puts it ahead is that it does have this macro lens. And once that's in, it's insane. Like the detail that I'm able to get with it. It's not going to work with this. But I've been able to see like the lines of heat inside of packages. Like you can see the heat lines going through or the traces heated up and stuff like that. Like it gets that much detail. You have to be like stupid close, but that macro lens works. It makes it worth it. And yeah, this thing is not. I don't really trust its readings that much, but it's a good starter, or it's a good thing to just like Boost was saying to spot check. Like, hey, that's really hot. Oh wait, I already turned it off. Wanted to see how hot the old. Actually, I'll just turn it back on. I'm wondering how hot the old video switcher gets. Because that thing is hot. I'm making sure the side intakes on it are not being blocked at all because it's hot. Yeah, the Fleurs are great, but they're extremely expensive. Like before, I was looking at this. This is about 400 bucks. I was looking at the the cheapest Fleur that would work. Like it had a reasonable resolution. I think it was like 200 by 4 or something like that. Or yeah, something like that. I can't remember. This resolution is 250 by 192. And I think it was comparable to that, like 240, 200. Anyways, I was like, all right, I really want that. That would be a really reasonable investment. It's very expensive, but I've seen a thermal cam used over and over as a fantastic diagnosis tool, and it's kind of a nice tool just to fucking have. Fuck it. Well, that one was like $1,200 used. I could find a couple of places that sold, like you can find places that sell cameras and so forth, and they have thermal cameras like Fleurs, and you can pick them up used for okayish prices, but yeah, it was still 3 times what this cost. And this thing has an okay frame rate. It does drop every now and then, which is weird. I don't know what that's about, but I'm not doing aerospace. I'm just looking for hot spots. All right, this is pretty cool. Let me see if I can. Oh yeah. All right. So. So that's not nearly as hot as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be like over 80 C, but it's reading in the I'm going to take this out of the way. 45? That's not bad. And that's in the dead center. Yeah, like the edges here aren't too bad. What's the temperature again? Sorry. 44. Yeah, the center is the only part that's really hot, and that's 45. Let me just look. Now these jacks are reading like 58C, 60C, but from what I can tell on how this design is set up, they are intentionally using all the HDMI as thermal display. Like they're basically using it to lower the temperature down. They're using it to jet out the thermal because just the way they're sitting. And I was looking at the EEV blog where they did a teardown of the smaller version of this, and I was like, I'll be damned. They're using that to like cool it. Can't argue with that. They do the exact same thing in video cards. They use every piece they can on those things now to try to cool it, and they use that same idea with this because there's 10 HDMI ports on there, and then you have a big Ethernet port, and then you have a big DC jack. All of that stuff you could just transfer heat to if you wanted to. That's a good point. I guess the best way to test it would be to do it in the dark. I have a lot of red lights on when I don't have the when I have the regular ambient lights on. I was actually thinking about putting a light under, like getting some LEDs and putting LEDs under my table, and then along this, we can't really see it here. So I have a little table here that's a shelf, and I was thinking about putting LEDs under here just to give me like a little bit of extra light. Not even turn them up very much, just to have it damp. They're like, $15, $20. Just buy the little cheap, crappy ones. But I was like, it'd be nice, and if I got RGB, I could throw it to red because I like to work in that color, and it's what I work in backstage when I do audio. It's almost always I just throw everything to red because it's so much easier for me to transfer in and out of when I'm working from the stage or whatever. All right. Who's up for? That was weird. That camera went blank. Maybe not. Maybe it didn't. Maybe I went blank. Okay, so we are listening to the musical stylings of the one and only DJ Dowie. Oh, here, let me bump them beats up. I think they're doing a raid train, so. But definitely go check them out. I'm gonna give you guys a link. Go give them a follow if you like what you hear, and you hear what you like. And I'm gonna man, I'm trying not to drink so much Dr. Pepper. I lost like 5 pounds. And I know if I just keep drinking the DP, I'm going to go back. But my other choice is coffee. It's really not hot in here, though. I guess I could do coffee. What time is it? So I've already wasted so much time, but whatever. Waste is such a harsh word. All right, I'll tell you what. Let me throw a pot of coffee on the. Let me throw some water on the kettle here, and I'm gonna try to be good. I'm gonna try to be good. I don't drink coffee regularly. I don't really have a like or dislike for it. Typically, I'm a bit disinterested, but I found like if I like, well, when I go out, the only coffee I enjoy drinking is like the French press, and not a lot of places do that. There are a couple of coffee shops that do that, but I mean it takes extra time and all that. I don't know. Just ruins the convenience factor for the coffee. All right, let me get pour some beans into the bean jar. And then, yeah, we're good. Let me put this in the plunger. Let me get my little thermos. This is the other part I don't like, is it's much more work than me just simply going to the refrigerator and pulling out a Dr. Pepper. This is insane, all this extra shit. I have to get a special glass? The fuck is going on now? Ooh. Alright, I got a cool cup, so that works out. Alright. That shouldn't take very long to heat up, because it's not a ton of coffee. Not a ton of water, I mean. Alright. Thanks, guys, for putting up with this. Trying to do good. Trying to do good. Trying to drink not sugar water. I know there's sugar. I put a little bit of sugar in the coffee, but it is infinitely less sugar than the fructose corn syrup that they put. Infinitely better. I mean, where is the thing on here? It says calories. How much sugar? Oh, it doesn't tell you the amount of sugar? Oh, wait, it is 39 grams of sugar. Yeah, I'm not putting 39 grams of sugar into my coffee. I'm probably putting closer to 5. Maybe 6 grams of sugar. I have painkillers. Ugh. Yeah, no, it's 105 out. It's 85 here in the old studio, but I don't know. When I did the Monday, I edited videos like for 12 hours, and I had some coffee, and it wasn't too bad. But I had the room like all the lights are off. It was real, and I had a bunch of fans blowing. It was a lot cooler in here. Yeah, that's 29 Celsius in here, or 85 and a half Fahrenheit right now. It's pretty warm in here, but I don't know how exactly. Oh, here I can kind of figure this out. Let's see. Let's see, 85 to C. So I don't know if that translates very well, but oh, you know what? Wait a minute. Would it? $35. Okay. I think I might have a Celsius equivalent to what I observe here with the with AZ temperature. Let me do one more experiment. 26. Okay. So, if you notice, the humidity here is 32. That's the humidity in the room right now. The humidity outside is less. I think it's like 16, maybe 20 at the most. Now, most likely, wherever you're at, you have much higher humidity level in your house or outside. It's probably really much higher outside. But what I've observed from living here in Arizona, living here in the desert, you know the old phrase, it's a dry heat, that statement. Well, that's very true, because what I've found is that you can basically knock 10 degrees Fahrenheit or 5 degrees Celsius, as I've just now finally figured that out. You can take 5 degrees C or 10 degrees Fahrenheit off, and that's what it's like. So, like right now, it's 29, it's almost 30 C. What that sounds like it's pretty hot, but what it really is it's closer to 25, which isn't a whole lot better, I admit. But if you were like, but I don't know, as far as comfort levels go, I'm not saying it's nice and chilly in here or it's super comfortable, but it's more than bearable. It's not like, ugh, my shirt's not sticking to me, I'm not sweating, I don't have any, my hair's all dry. There's none of that comes with it, and that really makes a big difference. So that's the whole dry heat thing, and that's a good, I think, a good way to gauge it out. Do you have some topic ideas or tips for my Twitchiversary stream on Friday? I don't know. That's a good question. Let me think a little bit. Should only have 36 in a day. 36 what? Grams of sugar? Yeah, like so 85 in Texas is like is I would say that's what 95 is here. It's pretty brutal. It's not fun. I mean, if you get some shade, maybe a fan blowing, all right, you can live. But it's still like, man, if we can get back in the mall, that'd be great. If we can get back in the movie theater and you finish up your smoke, that'd be great. It's kind of like that. Oh, I think my teapot just went off. Ah, fuck, I always do that. I flip the lid and it flicks hot, scalding water onto my flesh. Mix a little bit of the grains in. So, oh, well, you know what? Let me stay on topic here. Flying all around. Although, people have been asking about a cooking stream, and we could totally do that now. We have the technology. We have the ability. We have everything that needed. Set a timer for 5 minutes. Let me sugar up my shit. Might actually need to refill my sugar bowl. Oh, I meant to. Well, I'll be back in a minute. Set a timer for 4 minutes. All right. Stop sugar. And, you know, I've heard that story many times, Game Tech, of people just cutting, like, simply just cutting soda out. Like, they just stop drinking soda. And they go through, you know, in 6 months or whatever, they lose, like, a remarkable amount of weight. And in the best parts, too. Like, it's not, like, invisible weight, where you look on the scale and you're like, yeah, it's lower, but what the fuck is all this shit, man? Where's this going? Where's the shit getting redistributed at? I need details, body. And you ain't talking. I'm very dramatic in the bathroom. You know, and I was talking about that too. So I was like, I wish I could drink like juices more. And someone's like, well, juices have sugar. And I go, yeah, but I'm pretty sure that's not high fructose corn syrup. And that's like way better for you. Like if you're going to put sugar in your body, at least put that kind of shit in there because your body's going to be like, oh, this is a good shit. Natural. Natural. Old Sid got the natural stuff. I like that. We're gonna be doing good. We're gonna be good tonight. The other shit was a little. Bread with honey in it. Yeah, that's a good point. I love honey. Yeah, I should start putting honey in coffee. I think I tried that in agave. It's really popular here too, but I couldn't really get to the flavor. Yeah. Well, maybe the missus and I will find something that we can do. It's hard because I like the carbonation, but and you know a lot of people use stuff like sparkling water. I hate sparkling water. Someone said it tastes like static, and I was like, you nailed it. That's exactly what it tastes like. Static. I don't like it. And then I end up like drinking beer. But beer is about as good for your losing weight as drinking soda is. So, because it just does the same shit. It just puts calories right on your fucking front side, butt side. And then, I don't know. It's my own. I'll figure it out someday. Not today. Yeah, I used to do vodka, but do they make carbonated vodka? Because the reason I like beer is it's carbonated. I had some beer that was somewhere and like it had like no head, and I was like drinking with. It was in L.A. and I was drinking with some friends and I was like, oh man, did they forget to put the bubbles in this? It's all right, but it'd be cooler if it was carbonated. And I mean it was, but like pretty nominal. Yeah, I wouldn't honestly, Booze. I wouldn't mind doing honey. Doing bees, having bees. I had a friend who got into that, and it really sounded like a worthwhile thing and whatever. But my Mrs. Heresy, my better half, I don't think she would be down with it. She doesn't dislike bees, but she definitely doesn't want them living in the backyard forever. And then I don't know how well it works with my in my neighborhood. So I think there might be a rule against keeping bees and livestock, which is not too weird because in the city it's perfectly legal to keep livestock. Like there's a bunch of places here in Phoenix where people will you'll walk by and they have a fucking farm in their front yard. There'll be like a donkey and walking around and chickens. I have a buddy who has chickens and oh man, I can't remember what else he has. Yeah, got chickens and now that I think about it, I have a lot of friends with chickens. Because I'm like, wait a minute. And John has chickens too. All right. Anyways. Thanks, guys, for being so patient. We're going to get to that soldering now. Maybe tomorrow. No. Got my delicious coffee in my really, really cool. This is a gift from my I think my dad got this for me. It's my mom and my dad. It's definitely a gift from them. I can even imagine the like Goodwill that they bought it at or something. But and note, it's got 1989. Fifth Doctor. Cottage Spring Products vodka water. What? Oh, that sounds like I'm going to get in a lot of trouble with something called vodka water. Oh, yeah, these are those spritzers. You know what's funny is like I right before COVID, one of the shows I did was all the alcohol. Well, not all the alcohol companies. All three of them are basically. It was basically these alcohol companies doing a big brand change and putting out the hard seltzers and this kind of stuff, the vodka water, all these different drinks and mixed drinks and so forth. And I was there for the whole thing, and I kind of paid attention a little bit because it was kind of fascinating. That I was like, oh wow. And at the time too, I was like, that's what a weird transition. But I had one of them, and I was like, you know what? I could see myself getting in trouble with this stuff. This tastes pretty good, and I really don't think I got booze in me. So yeah, might be all right. Oh, I missed that. You said you're rebooting your modem. I wonder if you're back. Yeah, Doctor Who mug from the with BBC 89 logo. Yes, I think it's still hot. Yeah, it's a little warm. I'll put it away. All right. I think I got enough dabs in me. I think I got enough. Got some good jams in the head. I think it's time for to actually. I know you're gonna hate me for this. Do some work. I know. I'm a monster. Oh, hey. But I'm a monster that just thought of something. Okay, so this board has a 24 volt connector for it. Did those Series 500, did any of those cheap ones that I was going to get, did any of those have 24 volt supplies? Because I don't remember that part. Let's go for the Midas Touch. Negative. Negative. This does not have a 24 volt supply. That means we burn it. Hold up then. My whole world has been turned upside down. I was gonna get that. Now I don't know what to do. Jesus Christ, $3,200? Oh, there's shit in it. Oh yeah, that'll do it. Let's see what this radial. It's just 3 slots. I know they make a bigger one. That looks like a small. That looks like the smaller edge connector. That doesn't look like the big one. I feel like they would have said something by now, like 24 volts. Alright, so. Alright, then I might have to buy a Rupert Neve. So for 700, 650, whatever, this is a 6 slot. Does it have. Those don't look any bigger. Does this have 24 volts? It says nothing. I don't think it does. Cause you would bring it up. It's like a first date thing. Be like, hey, I got a 24 volt Series 500 or 500 series case. And then they'd be like, kiss me, you beautiful son of a bitch. And then they're like, the music would swell up. And yeah, this doesn't have it, and that's like expensive as hell. So how am I going to get 24 volts without killing a guy? I mean, getting it somewhere else without murder. How? Okay, this one's like $1 billion. So, oh, because it has shit in it. I keep doing that, but man, those do look bigger. But I don't think that's what it is. Looks like that guy played for the Foo Fighters. The Foo Fighters. Don't think I told you what happened about 5 a.m. on Sunday morning. Fell over Theodore. One of the cats lost the fight. Lost the fight against gravity, and my face used a full tool bag as a landing. Oh Jesus. Ah. No, I think I missed that story. That does not sound good. Okay, here's an API box. So this is 8 slots for 470. Those are the smaller slots. Where do I get these 24 volt slots? Oh, it's because of the DB25 connector in the back. That's why it's so cheap. So on the back, instead of XLRs, it's 2 DB25s. I guess I'm going to have to give up on this. I'm going to have to do some more research. I don't think 24 volt chassis are like normal. Bay? Bay! I'll get you, Bay! Nope. 1616. 1.6 amps. That's just fine. Like, all this analog shit really doesn't use that much current, except if you start funking with those tubes. This is a Lindell audio. Let's look at that. That's a 6 slot. Those look like regular size ones too. Oh, that's kind of cool. So it's got both. Oh, and an external power supply. Nice. But it looks like the power supply only supplies normal pies. Whoa! Whoa! Noodles. Wait, what was that? Noodles. Noodles. Whoa! Noodles all at. I'm fucking that one up. Hey, mate. Let's get the noodles coming in with the piping hot. Never gonna stop because we're gonna get the pop hop coming in with that big bop. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my goodness gracious, mi amigos. It's noodle salad in Deutsch. My bad. Should have known. How you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Let me let me switch over to overview and do some shout outs for you here. Let's make this happen here. No. At first I read it as nude. And I was like, these cats know how to party. It's so annoying. It doesn't show up on this one, but it will on this one. Let's see. Renegade X? Yo, what's that? I don't know that one. Let me pull that. I see some old footage here. Oh, this looks cool. I can fuck with this. Ah! Well, thank you so very much for the raid. Let's go. Here, let me give you a little follow here. I want to check this this out some more. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Thanks again for the raid. We are working on some Series 500 stuff. We did or is it 500 series? I never figured that part out, which way it's supposed to go. We've got a kit here from JLM Audio. We've built one of these already. And we're going to build the second one. We're going to record that with our video recorder, ISO recorder. Try to make it into a beautiful, beautiful video for beautiful people. Yeah, this is a kit out of Australia. Are you guys familiar at all with 500 series? Ever heard of it before? It's we were just, in fact, right before you came in, we were just looking at cases. It's kind of like Eurorack, if you've ever heard of Eurorack, in the sense that it's a modular format. What you have is these cases, and they slide in like a card. I have them all in. I don't want to unscrew them. Yeah, you can kind of see it here. So they slide in like a card. There's a little edge connector inside that they clip into, and what you have is all your controls here. The audio business is done here in the back, and you have input outputs, and you can also bus it so that it sends it down to the next one so you don't have to patch. Normally this would go to like a patch bay or something like that, and you'd patch it in. But a lot of people will build them to have a specific function, like, oh, this is my mastering rig, or this is my mic sweetener. And that's what you have. You'll have like preamps for a microphone, a compressor. This has a lot of EQs that we're working on. This is an EQ. This is what we're working on right now. This has these nice little big switches. These are 2 graphic EQs that we built with little slidey slides. And this is another story, but it's another module. It's very difficult to explain what this guy does because there's nothing like it. It's weird. It has modules you put inside of it. We'll put it that way. It's a module with modules inside of it. But what you can do is, or what's really appealing to this is that there's a lot of discrete circuits of really popular pieces of hardware, like a Neve this, an SSL that, and you can run that through your signal chain and have it sweetened. Everything uses these giant freaking transformers because it's all using 600 ohm impedance. It's really big waveforms, really hot signals. Everything's hot that goes through here so that you can get like the most dynamics out of it, the loudest you can get before it distorts. We were doing an automated water gun that can be controlled by the stream. Ooh, that's sick. Cool. Nice. Yeah, I recently found some things out there that you can do streams, and chat can interact, and it'll actually introduce things into the game or remove things or whatever. And I've been looking into that a little bit because now they are monetized and so forth, but I was like, I think it'd be really fun to do like a charity stream sometime, And what a worthwhile thing! Like we could do it to where you had something like that, and I never play video games, so it's just going to be bad versus bad. But the upshot to that, you know, make a little money for a nice charity. Like I'm big into furry creatures like cats and dogs, so I'd probably make that a charity to go for, like little animals. And then yeah, I'd like to. I think that'd be fun to do. I was thinking about it a lot. I'm trying to work it out in the budget, because I would definitely do something where I would match whatever you guys put in. I put in. I think that's only fair in any charity scenario, that the streamer or the producer, the person that's doing the thing, matches all those donations. Now there might be a limit to where, like, okay, someone just donated 100,000. I'm not. Yeah, you don't have that. Can't do. You know, situations like that where you'd limit. But I think that I think we kind of have the budget for something like that right now, and I'm trying to find ways. And you know, you're doing that just totally reminds me, like, you know, there's some other stuff out there. So, well, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. Our stream is all about soldering and building electronics. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. You said you said the name's a German joke. If anybody here, if English is not their primary language and they'd like to practice their English, this is totally a place where you feel free to practice. I've spoken to a lot of people from different parts of the world. I usually can figure it out. I can figure it out. And I know a little bit of German, so I try to bridge the gap. I know a little bit of Spanish, a little bit of French, a little bit of Italian. I try to bridge that gap, but typically I don't know crap, so I'm relying on y'all. But definitely want to put that out there too to anybody who wants to practice their words. Oh man. Hey Barney, good to see you, mate. I was just talking about furry babies, and I know that your little fur baby's center of your world right now. So cute, so lovely. Oh, I think I threw extras in here. I had extras. Extra. Yeah, this all goes to this, so... Alright, let's hit record, and we're gonna start building. Or maybe, I don't know, possibly building. So... we're gonna do this board. Let's go ahead and liberate it from its plastic sheath. This bag was destroyed, so it must go into the wastebasket of solitude. This is our I/O board. This is going to have 2 discrete op amps on there. It's going to have the big boy transformer. Big boy! And good lord, thing's so damn heavy. And this will primarily act as the I/O interface here. Then it'll go to these boards, which have little perforated areas that will crack and break to break them into little pieces. As you can see, this is classic filter action here. You just have a row of, these are all caps, just in rows, and then it taps in at different points into it. Speaking of tapping into points, I've been obsessed with trying to figure out how to make this filter that King Tubby used. I posted it. I found a company that makes a clone of it, and then everyone's pointing out, like, dude, you have to make the parts because there's an inductor in there, but it has to be hand wound because they don't make it, and there's a bunch of different tap points. And that's how this works, is it taps at different sections of the inductor to get the different frequencies. It uses capacitors and, you know, and other stuff too, but apparently that's a big part of it. So I don't know. The same client who's got me into building all these things, he's the one that's like, hey man, this is really cool, and I'm like, oh my god, I've always wanted a filter like that. My whole life, since I was a young boy, growing up in the streets of Oklahoma, barely able to hold a candle in the wind. That was until much later when the song Candle in the Wind was popular. It was dark times. Alright. There's a lot of parts in here. Alright. That's actually going to be the first thing that we need to do, so. And then these are the bolts to hold that guy down. We'll just go ahead and put that over there. And yeah, baby, we're in business, baby. This is great. Oh, good. Good God.
Alrighty.
Oh, whoa, that was tripped me out.
We're about 5 minutes out from ready
All right.
to be relayed.
We're watching another stream. We're watching good old DJ Doey, and that's him flapping his jibber jaw. So once again, let me throw up a link to his channel. That's the music that we've been listening to. He's one of our mods and a good friend and an awesome, awesome cat. So definitely go if you like them jams and you wondered where they came from. Wonder no more. Wonder no more. I think I'm gonna keep listening to this. He said, I think they're doing like a raid train, so we'll raid into Killer Bee. Be nice just to listen to some different music. I just want to make sure I let everybody know that we where the jams come from. You'd think they come from heaven, but no, they come from Twitch. All right, so the first part we're gonna do is these very, very pure, straight from Colombia nuggets. It's good stuff, man. Take you higher than you've ever been. Oh wait, I gotta drink this from the other hand so it looks better. Man, I think I fucked up brewing this or something. It tastes weird. But I'm into it. All right. Now let's go to the thing that I want.
Brand new!
Nils, thank you so much. Nils, thank you so much for that follow. Thank you again for the raid. Always a pleasure to meet new people on them there Twitches. I love it. Makes life a little more bearable. All right, so these are the things, and we're gonna put them in there. Looks like in this picture they just put them weird. So they just put them in one of them. Why did they do? Why come they do that? Why can't I put them in all? I have no understanding. This never populates these. Because it gets really hard when you got a bunch of shit everywhere. Just an observation. Yeah, they never get. Oh. Yeah, we're not making that version. So that's what's up. All right, cool. Well, I don't know what version we're making here, but it doesn't matter because nothing really matters. Anyone can see. Nothing really matters. To me. So it doesn't, as far as the components go, it doesn't really matter if we do the socket or the dip. Like we do the DOA socket or the dip socket. They are going to function identically. So I don't think this walkthrough being different is going to hose me. I could go. Oh wait, why don't I just pull out the old one though? That's probably the better way to go. Real quick. And I'll just keep it out so I can use it for reference. We built this a long time ago, but I was a different man then. Half feral, half insane, half drunk, half lying, half there, half dying. I was half the man I used to be. Alright, so now I gotta find out what's going on in here. Just to make sure I'm not a Doomkoff. That's what I thought. Okay, we're good. We're good. I just gotta bend them down to fit. Alright. So, by the way, this is, for anyone who was curious, I wasn't gonna pull it out, but now I have to. This is what it looks like when it's done. It's going to fit on this really sweet, sexy-ass backplane thing. And, yeah, these things aren't ridiculously sophisticated. A lot of the times they're just using relays for switches and stuff to go between the different IOs and, or the different points within the circuit. And it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty simple. This is, we were just talking about the inductor thing. So this is a handmade inductor. It's sealed in epoxy. This one's soldered down, so I can't pull it out. But we'll have one in here. But you can't. There's nothing you can do. All right. I'm just going to leave that in there for now. Let me see if I can get our jams back. Let's see. There we go. And now we're listening to the Killer Bee Rayleigh T. Which doesn't make sense. Oh, wait. I should have just copied and pasted. Boom. That'd make a great song there. Possibly. But it's illegal in 4 states. Oh, whoa! Look at that. Speaking of illegal, we got I love All right. Set a timer for 5 minutes. Alright, there we go. Alright, it'll work. I had my hoe. Alright. Alright, and a hey, aha. Alright, hey. Hold up. No. Alright. Alright. Yeah. Right then. We're home. Yeah, yeah. I like that. I don't know. Oh. Alright. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not coming. Uh-huh. 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 Alright. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Come on. Ah, no, bitch. Alright. Hey, and uh, Alright, I don't know. No, no, no. No. Alright. We got home, honey. Okay. I'm a high. Alright, and then I'm gonna put my helmet. Alright. And then... I'll let this cool out. Well... No. Oh, check. No. Hold on, I have another here. Mud water. Mud water. Alright. Alright. And a little bit of here. Alright. Alright. Timer's over. Hopefully that was and everything you ever. Let me add just a little bit of sugar here. I had to clean up the coffee mug. It's part of the arrangements I have with the coffee and the mug. It was, yeah, I understand. I understand. So, all right, let's turn that around and make it sexy. Sexy. All right, let me turn the sexy solder sucker 9000 on, and we'll just slowly creep up. There it is. That's why I do this. That and the access to hallucinogenic mushrooms. Speaking of which, do I have any? Oh, that guy hasn't called me back. Okay. Just reflow these really quick. Actually, let me put a little bit of... Perfect. Better than factory. Look at that. A mother would be proud of that. Maybe even a father. Maybe even a father, Mr. Mom. Michael Keaton. Uh-oh. Am I not counting right? Let me see. Oh, no, I can't count. That's good. Okay. I thought they didn't... I thought they shorted us one. And that sucks because these these guys are not cheap. Well, I've tried to buy them, but they're like... They're something stupid like 80 cents. Which, yeah, that doesn't sound like a lot. But you have to understand, I'm going to buy like 100 of them. And I'm not spending 80 bucks on these. That's not why I'm on this planet. That's not why love lifted us up where we belong.
I don't think I've ever loaded up the dubstep
Nice. I like how the solder's just flowing in here. It's making me wet. Moist. No! I knew that was going to happen too. I played with fire and this is what I get. A fire sandwich. Ah, the humility. Look at that. I even got it down there. I am a world-class idiot. Thankfully, I have the technology to remove it. But unfortunately, there is no technology that exists currently to remove the shame. The immense shame that I feel. There's nothing. Dude, it's like, I'm looking at it from back here. It just looks like a big fucking ball. Oh my god, this is bad. We're just going to suck it all off. And then we're going to remove the solder. All right. I think we were successful. That looks pretty clean. Actually, what's up with this guy?
No, there has to be a way to bounce tracks.
Oh yeah, look at that. I got a little shit in there too. What is wrong with me? Well, I guess that's a hard question to answer, and I shouldn't expect anyone to be able to answer that one without being insulting. All right, that's like do a little touch-up work here. Here, let me do it down here first. Whoa.
Never say never, never say never, never say never, never say never, never say never.
Ah, shit. I left that window open. I left a window open. And that window became alive. And it frightened me. And now I fear everything. I don't think we did these guys yet. Let's hook these dudes up. Alright, these are all looking good. Let's do these last two here. And then we'll put a little bit of goo, 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 goo. Lovely goo that flows today. All right. Just like MC Hammer.
He's not seeing pretty visions.
We too are too legit to quit. That was a lot of flux, so I'm gonna do a little triage cleaning here just to save myself a mess later. Hey, Kelton! Just like MC Hammer's monster. Wasn't called MC Hammer, that was the name. It was just like Frankenstein. They didn't call the monster. Oh man, where's my... How you doing, mate? Good to see ya. Alright. I think I got all that globbity gloop out of there for now. Now I challenge only the finest Chippendale dancers to a dance-off! Pants-off! No, wait. I'm sorry, that was a dream I had last night. Alright, so... And this rude boy says you should put your resistors in, and it doesn't really tell me what these values are, I don't think. Yeah, where's the walkthrough for this? There should be like a... So there's one for the 500. So there's this, which... But I want the one for the... For this build. But I don't know where the hell it is. Oh well. I didn't need to know anything. Knowledge is for suckers. And I am no sucker. Sucker MC maybe, but I ain't no sucker. Sucker. So what I'll do is, I'm just going to do the resistors here. We'll just pull these guys out and just kind of use our buddy process of elimination. You know that guy. He's hilarious. Real soul sucker, but still funny. You can't hate a man for his art. Just like you can't eat just one Pringles. Oh. All right. Feeling better. Hey, Proton, how you doing, mate? Good to see ya. Was that Guten? Is that pronounced Guten Morgen? Am I saying that right? Guten Morgen? I have the German Guten Morgen, but I don't know. I don't really have like the Finnish version of it. I feel like I'm close though. Like I'm giving the old college try, and I dropped out of high school, so that means a lot. That means I actually went back to try. I still failed though. Failed pretty bad. It's Dutch. I see. Well, Dutch and German have a lot of phonetical overlaps, in my opinion. At least in my observations. I know I'm treading on dangerous territory, comparing languages. Last man who did that was eaten alive by the citizens of that culture. You could still hear the hollow sounds of his bones cracking in the wind as they yell, "Shut the fuck up, that's not how we talk." Oh, man. All right. So what we got here is some resistors. I've got lots of resistors, a little bit less resistors, and then more resistors. And then I've got, these look like diodes. These are not resistors, so that was really easy. And, you know, let's do the mass ones first, because in my experience, it's easier to do the large numbers first, because it takes a lot less time to whittle it down to find the little numbers, guys. So let's do that. Let's see what we got on here. We got 10K, a fantastic value. Oh my God, my shoulder itches. Oh, so in Finnish, it's Hivya Huminta. I'm sure I'm fucking up all the phonetics on that. I know it. I know it, but hey, again, college try for a high school dropout. That's got to mean something, somebody, somewhere. Somewhere, please. All right. We got these 10 Ks. Now, I don't want to get him confused with the 10 ohms, because I will be beaten with a 10 ohm stick. Stick. I mean, I'll be beaten with a 10 ohm. Almost said it again. Ah. Okay, so let's do this. There's one up here. I'm just going to go down the line. And there's one here. There's one here. Oh, so I've been bringing it up here and there. I just want to share with you guys, because I'm super happy. I'm super excited. In fact, let me double check. Have I gotten a reply back on that? Doesn't look like it. But it may be a day or two. I have no idea what the turnaround is. So I reached out. So I've been, I want to do repairs. So I reached out to a friend of mine's who works at Walter Warehouse, which is the Walter camp for Burning Man. And oh shit, there's that solder there I gotta clean out. They have when they're not doing Burning Man, they have a venue here, and they do a lot of other stuff, parties and events, and so I have friends that work there. So I reached out to one of my buddies and asked him, and he said, it's funny, we were actually talking about reaching out to you to see if you could do some repairs for us. And I'm like, synchronicity, baby. And then we sang Synchronicity by the Police. It took about 5 minutes. And then afterwards, I contacted the other guy who actually is in charge of he's a technical director there. And I told him, like, hey man, I want to help you guys out. I want to work. I'd like to repair some stuff. I have some pretty decent rates, and I'm going to do repairs that are skilled repairs. I'm going to leave, anything that I think I could show you, teach you pretty easily. I'm going to show you how to do it. So I told him I'd be more than happy to teach any of my secrets, any of the secrets. But I don't know if that's the right word, but I said, like, I'm not gatekeeping any of these skills. So if I think I can show you how to do something, I'm just going to show you. If I find out, oh, this thing breaks in all these deals, I'll just show you how to repair it. Because I told him I'm not interested in doing the same thing 150,000 times. I'm more into the hunt. I like looking for problems and solving those. Well, I think it was Robert, the great Robert Van Winkle, who once said, "Yo, if you got a problem, I'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it." Few people have uttered such great poetic words as the great Robert Van Winkle. And I think that's one of the most poignant moments in his career. And until he started getting into doing like house flip TV shows. Now he does like construction and flips houses. Cuz that makes sense, rap, house flipping. Totally qualified when you think about it out loud and you don't say it to anybody. You're like, "Oh yeah, that's of course that's what you do." You get out of the rap game and get into the house flipping game. And you do a reality TV show about it. And later you get in trouble for stealing an HVAC unit from a neighboring construction site to put in your own site. Because those things cost like thousands and thousands of dollars. And if anything that the rap game has taught you is that doesn't mean crap. And yeah, full circle, man. It's fucking magic. Oh shit, we got a dance party. How can that be? How? How is that a thing? Romans, countrymen, lend me your beer. Give me a beer. Ice, ice, BB. Oh, yeah. Okay, I can actually bring it in. I figured out a way to put it back in, but I have to mask him. So, I'll tell you what. Don't let me forget. Let me get to a better breaking point, and we'll crack in, we'll pull Meatwad up, and we'll mask, because we have to, the way the screen does it, it doesn't fill the whole screen, so when you green screen him, there's like a big border. And so I have to mask that border out and then recenter him. But I can save it, and then we never have to do it again. And he'll just be like 2 button clicks and we're done. I could even make him like a macro, because it's way easier now. I thought I was going to have to rekey the screen, and there's no easy way to do that. There's not like a color wheel or like HTML, or there's nothing like that. So I was like, oh fuck, what am I gonna do? And then I forgot I have 4 fucking keys, so I just put them on key number 2, and yeah, it'll happen. Just gotta. Well, it's not OBS. It's the switch that I got, my new switcher, and the thing is, before I basically had to like or not. I don't know. I had to like basically reset the preset inside of the ATEM, my video switcher, to get a different key color for the wrap, and it was just really clunky and really annoying. And the new one removes that, but I have to do the setup. I have to do the legwork to get it in there, and I've been lazy about that. But no more. If like I said, if we can get to a good spot, I'll definitely put it in and do stuff. Really cool stuff. Stuff that no one has ever stuffed about in the history of stuffing. Some people say too much stuff. Others say, what the stuff? I say, man, that coffee tastes burnt. How did I burn the coffee? I don't know. I'm fucking mad. Sad Sid. But you know what breaks sadness? What removes it? What makes it uniformly impossible to have? This jam. that's how we do it on Sid Heresy Channel. A channel name, no one really knows where it came from. Old legend has it, it's an ancient Sumerian word for Sidir Seo, which means, can I have another bucket, please? Entomologists and scientists have been studying the name for hours, and they're no closer to coming to the truth than Dr. Ruth. Dr. Ruth Brothers. Fantastic. Miss her every day. Ooh. You know you're getting... I get that scratchy sound. I'm like a little doggy. That's good. That's good news. It means I can have pumpkins again. Pumpkins from Jesus. Your mat is different. Isn't that what makes it cool? Yeah, Casey, I got a new mat like a couple of months ago, I want to say. Or no, it was like at the beginning of June. So it was like only a month ago. Yeah, we were actually, somebody was asking about it. Let me see if I still have the page up. I do not. But I can tell you what the page looked like and describe it in incredible detail. It had a white background with words scrawled across it, mostly in English, some Persian. No, what am I doing? Oh yeah, so the name of the company is called American Haptic. They are they're a U.S. company. These guys they really focus on their keyboard, their like keyboard thing. But yeah, they make all these mats. I have the dipped one here, and I went with their preset. But you can really just make whatever you want. You have all these different colors here, and you can just pick the two that it swirls it with, and they'll send it out to you. They also make glow-in-the-dark ones. I don't know why. They have these pastel colors. I also bought one of these smaller mats for my pinball toolbox. That way I can just lay that down. I don't have to worry about a surface or anything. I'm actually thinking about getting another one of these little mats here, these silicone mats, and using that as like a mechanic drop, like, you know, a little rollout, so you could just put it down, and now you don't have to worry about fucking with the finish or anything on the car. But instead of a car, it'll be a pinball machine or a space shuttle, something like that. But they're very, very expensive. However, they're very high quality, and I don't advocate going out and getting these because it's just so dumb how pricey they are. But if you really, really love soldering and you really, really want to treat yourself to a nice little there you go. There's where you go and do it. Barney, thank you for that dab. I think that's a fantabulous idea. Dab bless you. Dab bless you. Let me see how, well, I'm just going to heat it up. I'll do a pre-dab to check the dab residuals. I think it means it's all reverse engineered alien technology. It's possible. Could be Allen technology too. All right. Good enough, right? For public servants. of the world. All right, so that dab is done. Thank you again for the dab. Appreciate it, mate. Barney of the Rebel. A true blue ledge. Hmm. You know what? Let me grab my little coffee thermos here. And that'll... You know what? Actually, I need to go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Here, hold up. Ha! I'll be right back.
We all have a butt towel. Realize we're like 40 minutes into this thing. I haven't even touched.
Brand new!
All right. Just gonna grab my carafe here. Man, doesn't feel like it's hot. All right. Wait a minute. What is that? Oh, scheisse. 999. Okay. Hey! Mentally toxic. Ah, oh, I fucked it up. God damn it. Can we do it over again? Here. Hey, mentally toxic coming in with that follow. Whoa. Coming in with that follow. Thank you so much. You know that it's not that big of a deal, really, but I take it that way. Thank you. What the hell are we doing? Oh yeah, we're gonna do the thing with the coffee. I'm gonna put coffee inside this container. Here. Oh, the lock was engaged. Ah, you son of a bitch, you dripped! You dripped, you... Mother never loved you. Oh, well, it's cool. I have napkin technology. Alright, that's okay. I've had better. And that was me that made it. Let's go. I like the vibes. You look like Strager's brother. Oh my god, you're the second person to do that. Like, we went and raided them and everything, too. And I follow them now. I was not aware of their channel until someone came in and said I said the same thing. Like, they're like, you don't know them? And I'm like, I looked up and I pulled the channel up, and I was not aware of their channel or anything, and I pull it up and I'm like, no, I don't. I've never met that man in my life. Never met that. I don't think they've ever met me. I don't even think we live in the same city. I see what you're saying, though. We could be brothers from another mother. Or sisters from another mister. Wait, no, we couldn't be that. Well, I guess we could. But that would be a long traveling road, and I don't think we went that way. I think we took the shortcut. Yes, the shortcut. Beautiful shortcut. I can smell the pies cooking in the window. Old Miss Johnson. pie cooker extraordinaire. You know, I used to have long hair like that too. When I think about it, I've had like long hair a few times. Last time I had dreadlocks. We haven't showed that picture in a while. Let's do it. Now, I keep forgetting. So there's another person in this photo, and it's an old ex-girlfriend kind of thing. And I'm still friends with her and stuff, but in a very passive-y sort of way. So I haven't asked her permission to put the photo on the internet, so I always want to block her out until I can remember to ask her, which is never going to happen. How am I ever going to remember? But, da, da, da. Look at that little mug there. Little pizza-faced fucknut. That was my nickname before I got the name Sid. Pizza-faced fucknut. But you can see I had, like, some pretty wild dreads. I didn't really brush my hair for, like, my teen years. That photo is incidentally my prom, when I was going to prom, and that tuxedo that I'm wearing is actually her friend's brother, her 12-year-old brother, 13-year-old brother, because you know, I'm tiny, I'm not a very big guy, so I was wearing a child's tux for my one and only time that I went to the prom. Pretty embarrassing. All right. Now we got all that fun stuff out of the way. Let's get back to doing fun stuff that will ruin the day. Now, let's get some more soldering done on this guy. I'd like to see what we can do to it. Oh, ho. Let me check on my... Nice. Still got over an hour of recording time left on Record Masters 9000. Let's go with our next level of resistors here. I got these two pairs of trees, man. Yeah, man. I'm gonna measure that. Yeah, I can't stress this enough. Just measure components. Like, I have people bugging me, like, ever since I can remember, going, hey man, I'm colorblind. I can't read these. What are these color bands? I don't know. I blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, what does your meter say when you measure it? You're putting it in a thing, right? You're not troubleshooting a busted board, right? No, I'm just building a kit. Then use your meter. Don't look at the colors. That's when you can't use the meter. That's what they're for. All the other times, just use your meter. It's so cool. It tells you the value exactly. And then you can use that data to save yourself time to enjoy some delicious coffee that you kind of burnt because you didn't give like the water like 1 minute, to, like 30 seconds to cool a little bit. That's what I did. I fucking burnt it. Ah! What did that say? It's at 33... I think it's at 33 ohms. And guess what we need inside this rude boy? Some 33 ohms. One more time. I just want to make sure I didn't accidentally lose this. Okay. Tell you, too. Coffee makes me feel good. Inside. Makes me happy. I don't know what it is. Could be the drugs that I took with it. With the coffee. I use the coffee to wash the drugs down. You know what? That's probably what I'm feeling. Is drugs. I love coffee. I love the way it makes me feel. Oh, really? What is it, the caffeine? Nah, it's probably the pills I took with the coffee. I used the coffee to wash it down. Oh. That's probably the drugs. You know what? You're probably right. And probably coffee has very little to do with it other than being the harbinger of the drugs into my system. Man, life just never stops, does it? So, I'd like to figure out how this works, because this has two 24-volt rails that our system doesn't support, and nothing I can find supports this 24 volt, and that's for these op amps. So I'm very curious where the power's coming from if these 24 volts aren't available, because as I'm looking at this board, I'm not seeing where else it would pull the power. Actually, let's see. So, is it? So there's something interrupting it, so I guess it's not 1-to-1. I thought it looked like it was, though, but I guess that's a ground plane that it's sitting on. So this goes through. Oh, so it goes through these two resistors. Okay. So these, and they're the load resistors, probably. Oh, no, they're diodes. Never mind. They're not even resistors. And still, there's something else in between this. They still don't go to the dude. So one jumps over to this other diode. Maybe that's how it works. Oh. Oh. So I think the 24 volts, this is a supply. I don't think this is a receive. I think the 24 is the 48 half down. I don't have an easy way to check that without powering it up, but we do have a little power card. We can do that, but I think that's what's going on here. I think that the 48 comes in, and it's a plus 48. There's a little voltage, there's a rectifier here, and then it taps there, and then dumps it down with this these Zener's diodes. That's what's happening. There we go. Wow. Okay. Mystery solved. Now let's go get some cheeseburgers. Oh, I wish. I wish you could just solve mysteries and get fed in cheeseburgers. I would open up my own private eye agency. Sid, pay me in burgers. I get fat within a week, but I'd save a lot of kids. 5K? Is that even a thing? Of course it is. Oh, man. Man, I'm in really good spirits again. Must be the coffee. Must be all the pills I put in there. No, I don't know, guys. I'm just really happy. I'm really happy you guys have been with me, too, on all this. You guys have been instrumental in helping me become better at doing this dumb stuff. And I always thank you guys for it. And I'm just so excited about, hopefully, well, it's not a hopeful if this will turn out. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take for it to become fruitful. But yeah, I just I want to do repair. I think I'm there. I think I'm there to do. I think I'm capable of successfully repairing stuff and doing a good job, troubleshooting, all that stuff. I think I'm there professionally. I still have a lot more to go, but I hope I never reach the end. That's when I get bored. Anytime, any job where I felt like I've learned everything I can. You know, I'm not saying I've learned everything. It's just everything I can, everything I give a crap about. And once there's nothing more for me, I just am like, meh. What's over here? What's that? That over there. And I think it's just because I don't know. I just have a shitty attention span or something. But oh man, repairing stuff is going to be so much fun to do on here because one, it's going to be AV equipment, you know, which is going to be unique. I think that's going to be really good content out there in the void, in the interwebs, because there's not a lot of people doing any content that comes close to that. You know, you think about people like Northridge Fix, Lewis Rossman, Steve Stivs. You know, there's some other people I'm forgetting, but there's quite a few YouTubers and content creators out there that are repairing their stuff, the stuff that you normally see. And with Northridge, you know, it's a lot of computers. Sometimes you get the Mini Max tuners, you get key fobs, you get some pretty unique items. And I like that. I enjoy that content quite a bit because it's like, oh yeah, how do you fucking fix a key fob? What the fuck? I didn't even, you know, I've had those things break a million times. What do you do? You know, how fixable are these things? So I like that. And if we can produce content for, you know, lighting gear, synthesizers, you know, stuff that the rest of us are working on, I think it's fruitful. I think it's worthwhile. So, and we should be able to make enough money to keep the lights on and buy plenty of more beer and plenty more beer and maybe some drugs. But no promises. No, I promise. I will definitely spend it on drugs. That's actually, I have a special budget for such a thing. I have budget in my mind. If I put it down on paper, then everyone would know my secrets. Budgeting secrets. We had someone in yesterday that's another builder. I think they said they were in EE actually, and they were pretty critical of JLM. And at first I was kind of like, hey, chill out. But you know, I'm always I thought about it. I'm like, you know, what input, what insight do they have? And I don't know. Their criticisms I couldn't agree with on the build. Honestly, I mean they don't like ribbon cables. I'm not I don't agree with that. I don't have a problem with ribbon cables. But I can see how those could be a little dumb and annoying for some people. But they did turn me to a very interesting thing I wasn't aware of, that other company that does DIY 500 series, because I think that's the only way I'm ever going to afford this stuff. We looked at that one module that was about $450 for the kit. And if you want to know what it would cost built, you basically just double that number. Like, they are almost always halving the price for the DIY version. And that's why they're so outrageously expensive, too, because you're like, wow, this kit is $380? Well, because the finished version is $700. Oh. Guess I'll get the 50% off. And to my knowledge, there isn't a lot of stuff up on GitHub for this. There's not a lot of like DIY, but I've been thinking about looking around a little harder. I don't think I've done like some real heavy duty snooping, but I would be down to do that. These board prefabs are a little bit more expensive than what I'm used to, because I think these are thicker boards. I can't remember. I think these are 5 mil boards. No. They're 1.5. So maybe not. Maybe these aren't that heavy duty. Let's see. Oh, this is one. Yeah, these are 1.5. I think they're all 1.5s. So never mind. I thought they were thicker. The edge connectors and the plating is what's expensive, but I'll get over that when I have a 500 series module for peanuts. Also, too, I mentioned this filter that I found out. The client who's got me all into this, he pointed me to this filter, and King Tubby, the producer, he used to use that for his dub mixes. And in the video, I'm watching this, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. Actually, can't we? I think we can actually. Let me see here. I might be able to pull it up. No. Yeah, no. Can't remember where I put it. There it is. All right. So it's this thing. I don't want to buy the actual. I don't know how much this thing costs, but it's probably out of my price range. So I was trying to see if there was any way to DIY this, but nah. Because you have to. I don't know. I got to find out how this is wired. Maybe I can. But do they have? Oh, I thought this had a video of it being used. Maybe this is it. Here, let me kill this jam real quick. Oh. Can't really hear it. Let me turn it up. So what you'll do is you'll run that into a spring tank, and you just go. I thought there, like, the client sent me a video of that. Let me see. Maybe I can find it really quick, because he did text it, and I could pull it up on my texting device here. So I'm like, I really want to look into this. Yeah, so it was on Instagram. So let's do that. Is there any way to make this bigger? Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. All right. Bump. Here, scooch me over so you can see the magic. So he sent me this video, and I was like, okay, I must have this. I love that step. It's musical. Or it sounds chromatic to me. So anyways, that's what I want for my birthday. And I will accept nothing less. Well, okay. I actually will accept a lot less. kidding. Oh wait, let me turn the jams back to non-heavy jam level. All right, so yeah, there you go. All right. Let's have a little coffee. In this super hot room. All right, this should be 100K. It is 100K. Good Lord. Good God. Huh. You know, mentally, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but so glad that people are saying I look like someone that I'm like, okay, cool, as long as it's not Hitler. We have a lot of people come in and troll, and they'll say that, and I'm like, you sure about that? You sure about that? What is it, the glasses? The mustache? The blonde hair? What is it exactly? You know. Anyways, you can tell I love the humor of it all. You sure about that? Ah, God, it looks good. Yeah, I know. And I didn't do anything. I haven't changed, like, the words or anything, you know? Like you can have, whitelisted words and whatever, but... And I think we... I don't remember. I don't know. Either way, yeah, I don't miss it. Oh shit. I have like all this smoke and no smoke suction. Gay Hitler joke. Yes, this was the master race, but first I must go to the party. DJ Redrum is coming. I must listen to him. I have taken all this ketamine and I am ready for it. Yeah. Actually, that could be a really good sketch. I think if you got the right people working together to write it, you could have like a story where the Nazis captured the genetics of Hitler, and they're like, we're gonna bring him back when the technology's there, and the technology came and they brought him back, but he came back super gay, unable to reconcile this. The Nazis bailed on the project and gave us Gay Hitler. Now, where you could go further with that, I don't know, but that's what I'm talking about. You got to assemble some good writing here, some funny people. But I think you could do it. I think it'd be funny. Twitch banned all the 12-year-olds. Zing! Zing! They put the Kappa thing up, the Copa thing or whatever, Copa Kappa, and it says I can't. It asked me if I'm over 13, and I'm not. So, yes, no. I have to click no. That's the rules. Give us some money, Lebowski. Or we cut off your Johnson. My what? Your Johnson! We are nihilists, Lebowski. We care about nothing. Nice marmot. Also, dude, keeping an endangered species like that, not only is it unethical, I believe it's against California law. They're fucking nihilists, man. They don't care. Still, they gotta have a little bit of respect. They're gonna cut off that poor girl's toe, Walter. Yeah, that's not a real toe. You want a toe, dude? I can get you a toe. What time is it? 3 o'clock? I can get you a toe by 5. You need a toe, dude. I can get you a toe. Don't worry about that. I love Walter. You need a toe, dude. I can get you a toe. Some of the best dialogue ever. Ah, I put it in the hole. Damn it, there's no... I thought there was goo here. What color nail polish do you want? Yeah, that's right. You're not a golfer. I am the Eggman. I am the Walrus. Shut the fuck up, Tony! We're talking about drawing a line in the sand, man. Is that board holder any good? It is my favorite board holder. For through-hole stuff, this thing is a champion. I have that linked as well on the site if you want to use that, but you can find these, you'll see them anywhere, and I believe they're all the same. It's just a different brand. So, you know, pick them up wherever. Yeah, this side slides. This has a little spring loaded in so it can hold it. You can push in to pull it out. I have a very expensive pan of ice that I bought a long time ago. I hate it, and I just use it to hold wires and tape on. This thing is an absolute beast. I've hit it with hot air multiple times. It has not wilted. It is just... And this is plastic, too. This part's metal, that part's metal. But this is plastic, and I mean, I've never hit it with direct heat, but I expected when I first used it for it to kind of sink in. Nah, nah. And it's just nice. It's not very bulky. It's very easy to move around. I really, really like it. And I don't like board holders either, so that's another endorsement. I don't really care for most board holders out there. But, yeah. Now, I do have a different one for SMD work that I recommend. But for through hole, yeah. I don't even know where my SMD board is holder right now. I don't see it. Where the hell? Oh, there it is. So I have this other board holder that's really good for, but this is just for SMD work. You can move the little kitty cats. You can move the little kitty cats around, and then these slide in. It's pretty dirty, though. I gotta clean this. So these slide in, and they're spring-loaded. So once you put the board in here, actually I could demonstrate with this. So here's a board. I'll put like that. Boom. It's in there really, really good. These are all heat resistant, so they're not going to take heat away. So if you hit it with like an iron, if you're hitting it with hot air, it's not going to absorb the heat or anything like that from your board. It's not too. I think this is like 40, 50 bucks from Northridge, but if you're doing a lot of SMD stuff, I think it's worth it. But you could also get this and still be able to do SMD just fine. It's just, I like that board because it's nice and heavy, and you can, it's not going to go anywhere on the table. It's, I don't know, you just feel a little bit more confident with it. But you can also get one other board holder I have is this guy. This is from Northridge. It's just magnets, but you can lay it out to do odd-shaped boards, which I don't have too many of those, but when I do, that thing does all right. The only part that sucks is it is magnetic, so if you have any components when you're soldering, I've had it fly off and hit the magnet because I'm like, oh yeah, that shit's ferrous. Yeah, here, we'll go one more time. I hate to, I feel like such a sellout, but I'm honestly just trying to make things easier and helpful. So there's that board holder from him. Here's that board holder. Let me see what this one says. How much this is. So yeah, it's not cheap at all. It's 68 bucks. So you gotta want it. And then that one that I'm using right now, it should be, where is it? Oh shit, I might have to put it back up in here. I thought, oh, there it is. So you got that one too. So, anyways, I'm back out of that. Oh wait, how much was that? I forgot to look. Derp. Yeah, 18 bucks. So, yeah, this is a little hot air station I have. It's like 40 bucks. This is the multimeter that I'm using. It's 18 bucks. This caliper is great. It's 13 bucks. This component tester I'm using, it's 30 bucks. Most of the stuff is pretty I'm trying to go for the cheap, but not too cheap. I got this recently. I love this thing. It's my boy. Yeah, I love Pelican cases too. I usually buy those. Yeah. Anyways. Save Ferris. Ferris. Ferris Materials, you're my hero. Ferris Metals, you're my hero. Oh, hey, I forgot to solder some parts. That's embarrassing. Has this ever happened to you? You go to remove some leads and you discover you forgot to solder some parts in. Don't worry. There's a pill to fix that. It's called cyanide. And you can get it from your doctor. These cyanide caplets are one use only, and your problem is gone. Do I need a prescription? No, not with cyanide. You could simply just go to your doctor and request it, or go to the local street corner and ask the local crackhead, hey, you got any cyanide on you? And they'll go, yep, 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 yep. After they chase you around the block for 15 minutes, get your heart rate up, take the cyanide capsule immediately. Apply directly to the brain. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this. This is terrible. What's this? All right, we gotta remove that solder there, because that's not what I'm about. Even though we're not using that socket, I still gotta remove it for justice. Oh man, there's still solder on my fucking iron. Just get the hell off, bastard. Ah, damn it, it went to the other side. I knew it would do this shit. Don't worry. We've got an elite team of component specialists ready to track this son of a bitch down and give him 4 shots of Jägermeister. Right in the gut! Dun dun dun! Oh, wait. Dun dun dun! There we go. That's better. You guys seen 50 First Dates? Is it any good? I don't know. I like what's her name in it when she was in Firestarter and E.T. Alright, so this is what we call damn it, this sucks scenario. Alright, I'm going to put a little bit of goo in here. I'm going to mix it up. A little alchemy here, a little magic, a little space magic. Space magic. Now, I don't know if I have enough on this. Well, I feel like it's really just not being utilized, so let's give it one more try. Uh-huh. The Sausage King. The Solder King of Chicago. What are you doing, man? Or no. Peterson! Mind your P's and Q's. All right, I don't really care. It just feels like it's personal now. Oh shit, I keep forgetting to solder stuff. All right. So, what I'm going to do is never talk about this again and pretend like it never happened. You are going to do the same if you know what's good for you. And of course you do. You're so smart. So smart. And pretty. Alright, I gotta buy more wick. I'm almost out. I got like so little left. I'm just like dying. Axe Deathra. How you doing, mate? Good to see ya. We just did some Ferris Bueller references. It was good. And before that, we did The Big Lebowski. So it's been pop culture reference time on the channel, and I'm okay with that. God damn you! Look at this thing. It hates me. What the fuck? I've never had this much trouble. Nah, that's not true. I had this much trouble like 5 seconds ago. It was in the bathroom! Alright, I have no idea anymore, so I'm going to go with Plan G. Plan G involves me soldering this. Oops, that's not solder, that's tweezers. Second time I've done that today. Sounds like a good time. Can't complain. Could be a worse time, you know? Alright. So, wait. Is there supposed to be solder in that hole? I don't think so. God damn, dude. Alright, stand by. I gotta clean this up. Alright, I think that one's clear. So, I'm going to take one of these leads, and stab it into that hole and heat it up and be over it. I don't know if this is going to work so well with my flesh. So. There we go. And then let's grab the other end of this. Didn't really work. I'm over carrying anymore. Carrying seems unimportant to me. Is that a... Oh, I think it's a light. Let me see. Oh. I think it's supposed to be that way. It is. All right. All right, this area is awful. Let's never talk about it again. Only in song. All right, so that was all those parts. Now we can do some diode action there. I like that. We've got 4 1N4007s, and then 2 of those 33 Zeners, which are these kids here. Fantastical, I know. Magical? Maybe. So Coplex, I did do the whole add solder to remove solder, counterintuitive solder techniques, but it wasn't working. And I just, you know what? I'm wasting time. I don't have that much solder wick left. I have some bigger wick. Maybe I could try that. It's like, it's a little thick. Like my women. No, I'm kidding. I'm married. But, I don't know. It's pretty porous, so I don't know if it's going to work very well as a, to wick this little area. But it's going to be covered up. Like, you're never even going to see it. It's just a matter of pride at this point. And my pride is not economically feasible. Anyways. Yeah, well, and to remark on that, so the trick is you add solder to remove solder. And what happens is, like, you know, in order for it to work, the solder's like way down in there. And you need it to travel up just a few, you know, tenths of a millimeter to jump onto the wick, and then it flows and flies off because the wick is hotter and solder loves hot. It's something we both have in common. So, if it can't make that jump, and you can't accomplish it by adding flux or doing a little dance, drinking a little water, then the only option you have left is to add solder to remove solder. And it drives doctors crazy. Doctors hate it! Hey, DJ Dowie. Oh, yeah, mate. We've been listening to your jams. We're listening to Killer B right now. If you got a second, you could throw Killer B another shout out for us. That'd be super cool. That's our jams that we're listening to. We were listening to your stuff earlier, soothing the beast that is inside our mind. That was a great jam, by the way. I knew I wasn't going to be able to catch it because I know we were streaming, so I did the next best thing. Enjoyed it while I was streaming. It's how I do a lot of stuff. Like, I'm hungry, but I also want to have sex. So I do the both at the same time, like George did in that episode of Seinfeld. But I'm a little smarter, and I break it up into smaller pieces so that I don't become a sick monster like George Costanza. But, you know, no promises. Wait, what? Oh, of course, Doey. Of course. Easy enough. I just, and I like the fact that I knew about this, and I'm like, oh, cool. We can play that and have something else other than the usual jams that we always play. Oh, my God. I gotta get new ear pads for these. These ones that I have are done. They're done, son. Get your shit and get out of here. Oh, hey. I just showed this earlier. I want to show you because you were... So, So, here, I'm going to mute this really quick. So, check this out. So, you know the, Doey, that filter. You might have watched the video already, but I really, really want this because it's just so badass. I love that stepping. I swear, it must be chromatic or something. I need this in my life. This will help me with so many things. Love, life, women. Well, I'm okay with that. I have my wife. Her name is Lemon. Lemon the women. Lemon women. She doesn't like that, though. She doesn't think it's lemon squeezy. I'm kidding. I'm just making shit up. Now words are coming out of my mouth that aren't real. Anyways. Every first Wednesday of the month? Oh, now I know. Well, I got two things on. Well, you know what? You're right. My glasses temple. You're right. Hey, oddball. Yeah, the MS-20 filters are definitely worth it. If you can breadboard one or make like a little clone. I have like 2 MS-20 filters that are on boards. I never built a panel or anything for them. And because my buddy and I think we were trying to build like a stereo one or something. But for a million reasons, we just didn't bother with wearing. I'm going to take this out for a second. This side's just killing me. I think it's pulling on my ear weird. Give it a little break. Oh, that feels good, actually. I have a Korg. Let me take a quick little break here. I'm just going to stop the records real quick and give my ear just 2 minutes. Ah. Oh my God, that feels better. Anyways, I have a Korg Monotron that has one built into, so much fun. Oh yeah, the Monotron, the little stylophone, right? That's what you're talking about, the Korg stylophone that has the delay. I think it's a 29. I think it's a 2399 or whatever. I can't remember the exact delay circuit, but what makes that thing really sick is how the regen goes through the filter. Like the regen is sent through the filter, which you don't see that, and you don't really get that option very often. And to patch that isn't possible in a lot of filters. They don't output the regen circuit into an I/O. So the fact that that's built into it, baked into it, makes it pretty neat. That's what the modules to me. Yeah, that's true. Do you have an Amazon affiliate link with listings for tools and such? Oh yeah, that's what we were going to, mate. My bad. Let me. I don't think I did a good job of explaining that. So, if you go to, well, here I'll put the link. So if you go to sidheresy.diy.com, you'll go to where the fuck did I close that page? I probably did because I'm half mad. No wait, there it is. There's an S. So you go to if you go to sidheresy DIY, you go up there and we've got the swag stuff up at the top. But if you go to links and referrals, that's all my Amazon affiliate links. If you want to use them now, I tell people every time, like, use these if you want. Don't feel obligated. If it's not in stock and you found it from another supplier, you found another way and you can get it, just do that. Don't worry about me. It made sense for me to organize everything into one spot. Affiliate links help out the channel, but I don't expect. And some people they don't use Amazon at all. And some people they're outside of the United States. These links aren't very practical for them to use. And same with Northridge Fix. If you're outside of the U.S., the cost for shipping makes it a little bit impractical. But if you hunt around, you can find on like AliExpress and so forth exactly what he got, and you could just get it from there, get it shipped to you in Europe or whatnot, and probably a lot easier than buying it directly from him. So feel free to use this for research to buy the tool that's going to be the best deal for you. I'm not picky on that at all. Not picky. It's just like I said, it's just practical. Made more sense to do it that way. I felt like I was giving advertisements for these companies, and I don't mind. Like I don't mind Northridge advertising, but now he has an affiliate program, so when people buy something through there, I get a little bit of cheddar, like a little bit of like I think it's 5% too, so it's a pretty good chunk. I think Amazon it's 3%, but you know, yeah, the Monotron Duo. The Monotron Duo. Okay. Look into the. I've looked into the hack for that. I was gonna change it, but there's like, I don't know. It's a little bit of work. I'm going to buy that holder and some other things. Either way, might as well help out. Yeah, absolutely, mate. If it works for you, nail it. Go for it. But if it doesn't work for you, if it's impractical or it's too expensive, you found it somewhere else, go that route. It doesn't hurt my feelings at all. I'm not doing any of this to try to make a bunch of money off of Amazon Prime or anything like that. And you don't. But if it helps everybody out, cool. Cool, man. No, the Monotron isn't MIDI. Here, let me see here. Korg Monotron. Yeah. So I have this. Mrs. Heresy. It's one of the few nailed it out of the park gifts. Ooh, 6 easy payments. Can you think about that? Can you divide $50 into 6 monthly payments? Oh, this is new. This is the Duo. So I had this guy. So this is the one I have. And this is what I was talking about. It has the, so that cutoff has the filter regen in that. So it's, I love it. Uh-oh. No worries, Oddball. You're good. Yeah, yeah. So I have this. I haven't tried the Duo or anything like that. Um, oh wait, that's the same thing. So this is the Duo, and what is this again? This is a, is it the same thing? Oh. No, it doesn't. Okay, it doesn't have VC and CVN. Ah, so the filter. Oh, that's cool. Shit, I might have to get this. I really love playing with these gadgets. I don't know how musical they are for other people to listen to, but as far as like having fun playing it yourself, they're great. I think they're akin to like finger pianos or something, like the little bing boom boom. Like, yeah, you probably don't want to write an album with one of those and try to sell it to people, but if you're just fuxing around and playing on your little finger piano, life's okay. You can start the day a little bit better. Yeah, and I love that there's a stylophone in these. The stylophone part, honestly, like that's a big selling point for me. I think stylophones are really fun. They're really stupid and hokey, but you definitely don't want to spend money on just a stylophone. So with all that delay and effects action, no, it's a pretty cool instrument. Still, you don't want to write an album with it. It's a Korg. Simon the Magpie. Hmm. Oh, Simon. All right. Let me get a dab in here, and then we'll get back to work. What time is it? I didn't even look at how far we are into the stream. Oh, we're actually like 6.5 hours. uh, all right. Oh, man. So my chair is like falling apart. Like the upholstery is just ripping off and exposing the inside. I'm like starting to think I might have to buy a new one. Mrs. Heresy offered to buy me a new chair around Christmas, but I didn't really want to fuck with it. Eh, that's good enough. Oh, thank you, Dowie. You're doing the Lord's work. All right, well, let's at least finish off this part today, and then tomorrow we could do the rest of the assembly. We still have quite a bit left on here, so probably worth it. No diggity. You know what? Speaking of no diggity, I think I want one more dab. I don't feel like that dab really satisfied me dabully. An emotional dab. In fact, I'm going to do a quick little dab clean and dab I don't know. Gotta let it soak. Let's soak a little alcohol in the little chamber of secrets. Oh man, let me cut up some more of these guys. Man, these clean room wipes, best investment ever. By the way, oh, excuse me, burped. Oh, should I was it code? Yeah, by the way, code. So, I recommend picking up some of these clean room wipes if you're looking for, if you don't already have something like that. This stuff is 100 times better than any paper towel. Oh! Whoa!
Steve for a gifted
Whoa!
tier 1 sub to
Whoa! Axe Death are gifting that tier 1 love to Ekin. Aw, you're too cool. Thank you so very much, mate. Thank you for the gifted sub. Don't vape that? Yeah, I don't plan to. So what I do is I'll take one of these guys and I'll fold it up. Not once, but twice. Just twice. Well, thrice. Look at that. Third. And then I'll roll it up into a little doohickey here. And then I just plunge it into the hole. Work it back and forth. Look it deep in the eye. Pull it out. Significantly cleaner. Add a little bit more of that love. Do it again.
Do it again. And then, one more time for the people.
Mass fireworks. Is that a thing? Shout out to your Twitch. Oh yeah, no worries, mate. Thank you again for the gift, mate. That's awesome. So appreciated. Hey, Speedy. My friend who works at a recycling center sent me 2 audio mixers. They do not work. Was wondering. Hold up. This guy's like, won't get out of here, this little crud monkey. There we go. And then I'm going to put this guy on the lowest setting that it has and do a quick burn off of anything that's left over. And then we'll put some freshie in here. And let me read your question here, Speedy. 2 audio mixers that do not work. Was wondering the heck I could make with the boards if anything can be made out of them. So there's a couple audio mixers, like a couple Mackies or something like that, like a little 6-channel mixers. So those are a little bit tricky. When you say they don't work, I'm assuming they don't come on, like nothing happens. Honestly, if they don't power on, that's probably the best news, because you could possibly repair the power supply or replace the power supply and be able to bring it back to life. If it comes on but it doesn't pass signal, that's probably worse, because there's something failing in there and you'd have to troubleshoot and figure out what it is. It's not insurmountable. There's a bunch of tricks and things you can do to kind of help it, but it could be a hole that you never end up coming out of. It may just be in pieces and you may be able to never fix it. So that's something to consider with it. As far as like any usefulness of non-functioning mixers, not really, except for parts. Like if you found one of those mixers and it needed a new this or a new that or a busted this, you could pull that off of the broken one, harvest that part and put it on. But that's kind of their value at that point. If they're not going to be something worth repairing. Yeah, I think so too, Oddball. Usually it's a power issue. Could be made out of those two mixers. Yeah, and also the power supplies, now they can be dangerous. You got to be careful, of course, but sometimes you can especially for power supplies on mass-produced mixers like Mackeys and shit, you can usually find a working power supply. Now, I don't know what the price is going to be, but it may be worth it just to have a working one to do comparison between. So if you had a functioning one and a non-functioning one, you could trace. You'd have the proper voltages. You know what to expect. Some of those boards too, they actually list the voltages on there, so you may not even need it. But yeah, power supply, while it is something you want to be careful with because you are dealing with mains, if you're careful and you're confident, and you can probe around on the supply line for the DC side and start finding out what's wrong. Like, oh wait, there's no 16 volts, or I'm only getting positive 16. I'm not getting negative 16. Ah, that's not good. And you can go in and troubleshoot it, or at the very least troubleshoot it, but possibly even repair it, depending on what it is. Most of those components that fail are very off the shelf for power supply. And even if you can't find the exact ABC123 model, you can usually just get really fucking close. You can find the new version of it, same one, more current, something like that. Usually there's, as long as you kind of exceed the expectation of the spec and you're not like bottlenecking it at all, you can usually just replace it with anything. It's a power supply, and they're the most critical part, but they're also probably the more easier things to fix because you're not locked in. It's like, oh, I have to get this exact value of caps. Nah. Get as close as you can. Doesn't matter. If the caps failed and you pull it out and the power supply comes alive and you want to put a cap back in there, but you can't find that exact value, just put in something. Doesn't matter. It's power supply. It's all these things that are in there. All those components are basically to clean it up and to make it as best of a power that the best power that it can be. So if you replace it, you replace parts, or you don't replace it, the thing's going to come alive. It's still going to work. You might get some anomalies at the worst, but even then, I don't know. It's all fixable. I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself. I'm going in circles. It's pretty cool, though. I'm doing donuts in my brain. Fuck you, coppers! Oh, wait. Sorry. I'm back. Yeah, it's a 9-volt AC that it takes. Oh! So, yeah, if it does 9 VAC and then there's a rectifier that dumps everything down to DC, then you can totally be safe working in there. You don't really have to worry about getting zapped. I mean, you want to be careful. You don't want to, lick it or anything, but if you're dealing at 9 volts AC, that's nothing like the danger that you would face with 120 mains coming in or something like that. You still want to be careful, but it's not. You're probably not going to die from it. The fatality rate is very low with 9-volt AC. That could be true. You're right, Oddball. If the power supply that you're plugging in, if it's like a little brick or a wall wart supply, and it's only doing 300 milliamps or 350 milliamps, mixers require quite a bit of power. They're kind of hungry because they're just filled with op amps, and so it may be an issue where you may need to, if it's 300 milliamps and it's just maxed out and and the voltage will drop and the machine won't come on, because when it can't when it's giving 9 volts and it says I need a whole amp and it can only do 300, the voltage of 9 goes down, and then now it's giving you 4 volts, 5 volts, and then it won't operate correctly. But if you get a brick that provides something like an amp, we'll say, and that's what it's looking for, then everything comes live, 9 volts stays steady, everything's hunky-dory, and then you can get your yayas out. Or on? I never could figure that one out. It's always so complicated. The yayas. There you go, Nataraj. There we're talking. Fix it and make some, put some filters on that. Feed it back into itself. Become Mixer Mersbo. It's okay. You can call yourself Mixer Mersbo. It's not rude. Mersbo's a cool guy. He's got pet chickens. That's right. He keeps pet cocks. Hey, thank you so much, Joey, for, yeah, we got Beowulf music in the hizzy, in our jams. If you're not familiar with Beowulf, have you never heard of this artist before, do yourself a favor, click on that link. They'll pop up, do them a follow. Hey, you want to hang out in their chat, mute me, mute them, whatever. Still got the jams alive. Still got the jams. But feel free to it. Again, you know me, guys. I'm all about just you guys being happy and us having a good time. Everything else is secondary. Killer Bee rated over. Correct. I remember that. Yeah, we were listening to Killer Bee before. We threw some links up, I believe, earlier. That's another fantastic artist. I think that's a great thing. Like, we have these raid trains and so forth on Twitch, and it's such a wonderful way to find artists. And I love the fact that, you know, for the most part, as far as, I don't know, I shouldn't ask, but I don't see any problems with it. Being able to listen to these other artists and play their music, let you guys know about it, let you guys know how to follow and get more of their fantastic stuff. I love that. I just love the fact that we can share all this goodness on here. On them internets. Have a good old time. Sharing. It's so much easier than like the olden days where I had to make you a mixtape. And I had to spend hours on it. Hours. Even though it was a 45 per side tape. That's a 1.5 hour there. That's a 90-minute. Because you got to figure about it. You can't just do 90 minutes worth of music. You got to think about that 45. And you got a buffer. You got that tape deal. Remember that shit? God damn, I hate that. Fuck, I'm glad that's gone. I'm glad your mixer's modded. Yeah, that's true. Well, we'll keep them until I check out properly, and I will sort the thrift store and try to find a higher amperage adapter. Yes, Speedy, feel free to hit us up, or whatever. We do. We have a Discord, so if you want to show off, or if you need some second pair of eyes, some, you know, whatever. Our Discord is definitely an excellent place for that if that's your thing. I'd love to find out. I'd love to keep abreast, actually, of this mixer story that you're talking about. I'd like to get more info on it. So feel free to come by in the channel, too, to if none of those things work. You know, maybe, I don't know, tag me or something. Whatever. That's not an option. You don't want to do that. That's fine. Come by and tell me next time you're here. That'd be great. Oh, my God. Mr. Chompers. What's that? Cocaine Ducks. Are you talking about Ikater? You love Ikater. He's such a big Ikater fan. German hardcore. Mr. Handsome here. Mr. Chompers, I don't know if you know, but he has tiny arms and tiny legs because God. No, God doesn't hate him. God loves him. He goes, we're together, aren't we, little buddy? You're together, aren't you? Mr. Handsome. Look at his hate. Look at that. Look at his disdain. He's like, oh, if only I could destroy you. But then who would feed me? I would die. Because these bugs won't hop into my mouth. All right, buddy. Thank you so much for coming on camera. We always love to see you. You're a fucking hilarious guy. He's going to be at the Laugh Factory on the 15th. Go and see him there at Chuckles on the 23rd. He's going to be in Vegas. Where are you at? You're at the... Are you at the MGM? He's at the MGM. Go see him at the MGM Grand. Chompers, The Night of 1,000 Laughs. An incredible comedy routine. And it's not just jokes, you know? It's about what's in here. He really explores the whole life cycle. Not just what it's like to be a cat, but what it's like to be a cat that no one ever feeds. And your struggle. As every day you think you're going to die, and yet every day you live. It's a harrowing tale, old as time. All right, there's like Chomper's fur fell into this bowl, and that's no good. All right, let's feed the bowl. Do I have any more? Oh, scheisse. We might have to get a freshie. Yeah. Oh, wait. Ah! I was going to say, I thought I had a little bit more left. Chompers, your hair gets on everything, bro. Have you ever thought about being one of those hairless cats? I looked into one of those. I didn't like them at first, but then I saw some videos of them playing, and I was like, all right, those cats are kind of cool. Maybe I could have one someday. And then I looked into the upkeep for them, and I'm like, nah, this is a terrible idea. It wouldn't be so bad because they do like warm weather, so the fact that we keep this house pretty warm year-round would probably make them very happy. But you have to like give them baths, like I think like twice a week. And I really don't want to give a cat a bath. I don't really want that to be part of my new life, you know, or my old life, or any life. Bathing a cat twice a week. You know, I'm going to clean this off, too. It looks dirty. Well, it is dirty, but I think I got chomp fur on here. So, do this really fast. Oh, man. This is really dirty. I really got to clean the whole thing. This thing is probably really nasty inside. Nasty. All right. That's pretty cleanish. Let me clean this. Yeah, turn on the back of the audio mixer above. A hairless tortie. There you go. That would be funny. All right. We gotta let this evap for a second. Cleopatra liked the hairless cats? I didn't know that. Well, it's pretty hot there, so that would make sense. You had to do some module surgery? I think I might have caught in. I think that's when we came in. Because you were, like, not jamming. You were working. Paralleling LEDs does not work when there's a Vactrol. Yeah. Yeah. The Vactrol needs to be, like, all dedicated and not really share anything. Because it will affect the The light brightness and the voltage and all that good stuff, all the things that matter, will be changed and irreparably turned into a penguin. Penguin damage, coming this holiday season, starring Daniel Day-Lewis as the Penguin Man. I don't know if I put enough dab juice in here. Oh well, we'll just risk it. We could put a fresh, you know what, let's put some fresh in. We've earned it. I'll use this shorty one. So this is, what is this guy called? This is Georgia Pie. And it calls it indica butter. I don't know why it calls it indica butter. But whatever. It's just butter. I mean, I guess the strain is indica, but who cares? Not this guy. Oh, yeah, it looks good. They're here. You know, it's such a shame that it tastes so bad. I think that's the true... That's the great sadness. It's like when you think grapes are going to taste like grape-flavored things, and then you find out that isn't a real thing. There are no grapes that taste like grape flavor, and if there were, they were destroyed and mined 1,000 years ago. All right, I'm gonna just scrape the rest of this off. Call it a day. Now we have a successful dab with our new dab flavor, Georgia Pie. Georgia Pie, 83.09% total cannabinoid, 73.07 THC, 0.0000 CBD. Don't know why it had so many extra zeros in there. Is it trying to rub it in or something? All right. Put my coffee away. I'm pretty much done with that. I want to have a short-haired blue Russian cat. They have a nice blue-gray fur. My friend, a friend of mine, they recently acquired one about a couple of years ago, a Russian blue, and that cat. Now the cat's really a wonderful cat, but here's the thing that makes that cat, that particular breed, really dope. They have no undercoat. They don't shed. They don't make a mess. I mean, you still got to groom them and brush them and stuff, but the amount of cleaning that's involved, greatly reduced. You know what that also means? Fur balls, bye-bye. I think they've said, like, oh yeah, he still pukes every now and then, but for the most part, they're like, oh my god, it's like the cleanest cat I've ever had in my life. And they got the cat from someone who passed away, and they had to rehome the cat, and they ended up with the cat, and it was a sweet little kitty too. I love that kitty. Headless Bill, how you doing, man? Hey, Sid, I got another noob question. Am I able to use a multimeter probe plugged into a bench power supply to inject voltage, or do they need to be special? No, the probes, and that's a good way to do it. If you are doing something where you're needing to apply voltage, definitely make sure you got a steady hand, because if you F up, you can either short it, and that'll short out your bench supply, and that's no bueno, or you could accidentally apply power to the wrong spot. If you're doing the injection thing, the rule of thumb is to start at the low voltage, like 1 volt, 1.1 volt. Assuming you're doing probing tests or you're doing thermal tests, something like that, low is the place you want to start, and you really don't want to creep up to anything too high, depending on what you're working on. Of course, that's for computer stuff. If you're working on like a mixer or a synthesizer, that disregard what I said. Yeah, the forward, exactly. Thank you, Kelton. Kelton with the accurate explanation of why. Ooh, lobster with the dance party. I love that. You can make great flavor out of latex gloves. Ugh. Ugh. I hate that. Love your brain, man. Oh, well, thank you. Love your brain too? Is that weird? I don't know. How does that? I don't know the proper response to that compliment. Thank you. That's what I got. That's all I got for you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Grazie Hafna. That's Maltese for thank you very much. Appreciate your knowledge. No problem. Headless, I'm just glad I'm fucking useful to you guys. To be honest, I never thought I'd ever be very useful with any of this stuff, and every day people come in and they ask a question, or they pick chat's brain, pick my brain, whatever. And every time that happens, I'm like, all right, I have usefulness. I can actually help people. I can't, and I kind of like that about the channel. Like, I think that's one of my strengths here is I know about this stuff, but I'm not like trying to prove anything to anybody. Like, you know the type. There's people out there. And I've used that to my advantage. Like when I first got into audio, I would say this to people. I was like, yeah, you know, you're going to work with a lot of people who are really, really smart. And they love to talk about how fucking smart they are. And instead of being annoyed as hell, that they're like, yeah, dude, that's great. You worked with someone. Who cares? Use that. Like, go, well, let me pour some gas into the smart man, smart gal, and see what pops out. Usually it's a dude, to be honest. I haven't ran into too many female sound engineers who had a big cocky head. Or it's usually a dude thing, I think about it. Anyways, you use those people to your knowledge, but here on Twitch and everything, that kind of attitude can be pretty abrasive. And since I'm an idiot, and I just figured this stuff out like a few weeks ago, a few months ago, a few years ago, that humbleness I think helps keeps things on a level playing field. You know, everybody comes in and we're all just learning this on our own. You know, if someone criticizes how I'm doing something, yeah, maybe I might be like, hey, what are you talking about? But I try to remember that we're all just trying to figure this shit out. Hell, they may be right. They may be wrong. Let's figure it out together. Anyways, I say anyways a lot. I use that as a segue. But my segue doesn't jump me off the side of a building. My Segway has no wheels. Did you see like a little thing zoom by? Maybe that was a bug. That was trippy. I saw something move and I was like, oh man, I'm hallucinating again. Man, that acid I bought is really, really, that's $5. It's really bang for your buck. 20 years later, I'm still seeing shit. Thank you, dealer. You really know how to get the economy price in. All right, dab it. Let's heat it up. Oh, wait, it's on. Oh, hold up. I want to put it on green mode first. I don't know if it's... Yeah, it doesn't really show up because it's chroma key. Well, you can kind of see there. There it is. Green mode. That's the lowest temperature setting. There are more. Far more. You know, actually, I was just getting back to what we were saying. I was just thinking about that. Like a few days ago, we had somebody come in, and they're really into what we were doing, but someone told them, in my opinion, slightly inaccurate information. And it's not just my opinion; it's kind of general consensus. And it was that unleaded solder is superior to leaded solder, which I don't know where this propaganda is coming from. But the person who told them that, they mentioned their name like I'm supposed to know who they are. And, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but I didn't know who this person was. And I'm like, well, whoever thinks that that's a really good solder, I need some receipts. Because in my experience, and from all the research that I've done, thanks to chat, and from just looking around and talking to people that do this, everyone has said opposite. So, this is a black and white issue, too. And I keep finding that, personally, that, yeah, lead is the way to go. In fact, I'm kind of... Oh, yeah, we did re-lead it. Yeah, I leaded... Sorry, I'm doing 5 things at once. I apologize, guys. I'm all over the place. So I had we had a microphone that we repaired. It was a wireless microphone. The power switch was broke. And when we got in there, we noticed that the solder joints had cracked. And it was like a solid breakaway. And I thought the component had broken. But I was like, well, let's see if we can save this. So I threw some flux in. I threw some leaded solder. And we reflowed all those parts. And it fixed it. And that was an example of like, oh, weird. That solder just cracked right fucking off. That doesn't happen. Huh. Oh, well. And then I was talking earlier about I'm trying to get a new client for repair work, and I was talking to him, and he mentioned to me that he recently fixed a DJ mixer, and it turned out it was just cold solder joints, and he ended up just reflowing it. And I told him, I was like, yeah, man, honestly, going in there and reflowing with with leaded solder, it's probably going to be more quality. It's going to give you more quality of life on that gear, because that unleaded stuff, it cracked. And it's a fader, and it's a DJ fader. I mean, what gets more abuse than a fader on a DJ console? Those things are slammed around like they're made of stone? No, they're not made of stone. They're made of copper and broken dreams. Mostly copper, though. Not a lot of dreaming. Anyways, I'm rambling. I did it again. Yeah, you know what? Poor wave soldering. Exactly. So, I really don't know my point. I kind of went all over there for a minute. I apologize, guys. Sometimes I don't know what I'm doing. Every other time, it's me. All right, let's get the rest of this guy done. Let's get this recording finished up. We'll finish up this guy, and then in the night with a beautiful dance. I'm thinking Dirty Dancing, huh? Nobody put Babe in a corner, right? Nobody puts Babe in a corner. You know what's really messed up? So when I grew up, my sister used to watch that movie all the time. It wasn't until I was much older that I was like, he's like in his 40s, and that girl's supposed to be like 15 or 16. I'm pretty sure she couldn't drive. That was like in the narration in the beginning. And he does. So, what was that story about? It kind of seems like a really creepy story now, where someone like took advantage of their position and power and a young girl's inability to, classic young girl's problem with their parents, and used it for, dancing. Yeah. Let that unpack for a minute. That movie is fucking disgusting now. Wave soldering is fascinating, though. I love wave soldering. I could watch it all day, right? There's a story about Uncle Johnny. He's in a horny, and I have a driver's license. Yeah. Now I kind of want to watch Dirty Dancing and do a commentary about what a fucking sick movie it is. I'm not 100%. I might be wrong. I may be remembering it incorrectly, but I'm pretty sure Patrick Swayze's character was at least 20 years older in the story than the 15-year-old. Yeah, that's gross. That's gross. Gross movie. Could be some comic fodder, though. Yeah, that was the other thing. It was ripping off Footloose, I felt like. Man, I don't remember the entire backstory to Footloose. I hope it doesn't have anything to do with trying to hook up with teenage girls. All my movies are going to be ruined, aren't they? It's all my favorite. Did you see that? Did you see that? It ate it. It ate the solder. It was hungry. Like a hippo. Oh, scheisse. Oh, damn it. I forgot to record. Well, we're going to do a fake record. We're going to do a pretend. You know what? Actually, I wanted to put a little bit more solder on this guy, so winner, winner. Oh, I know. Well, there's a comedian, I can't remember his name, but he does a great thing about, like, oh man, what was it, a Bruce Springsteen song or something, where it's like, hey, little girl, is your daddy home? No one in the studio was like, hey, Bruce, what's this song about exactly? It's a little, what's it about? I mean, you're right out of you're asking the girl if her daddy's home. Aren't you like 40 now? Anyways, I'm ripping off this joke. I'm a comedian. I can't remember his name right now. He's real popular though on them comedy things. He does a whole bit about it where he's like, "This is pretty gross." Nobody stopped him and was like, "Hey, Bruce, maybe we change the song to something that's not so gross." What cracks me up about that is people get upset and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, oh, this is bad that people, like, you can't do these jokes or you can't say these things. And I'm like, do you really want to say those things? You really want to do those things? That's weird. Okay. Well, I guess, yeah, you can't do it anymore. Sorry. Anyways. There's a good price mini brute. Oh, you should get it. Aquafunkalicious Booty. What up? Oh, I'm not going to talk you out of it. I'm going to do the opposite. Oh, okay, so Screen Rant claims Johnny was 25 and she was 17, 18. So, and it's supposed to take place in like the 50s. So it's possible. You know what? It's the other way around, though. A lot of places, like a lot of states, they would allow women to get their license and stuff like that first. Like in Oklahoma, when my parents were in college, when a girl turned 18, she could legally buy alcohol and beer. So my dad was like, yeah, so when a girl turned 18 back then, she immediately became the most popular woman in town. Everyone wanted to hang out with her because now she's 18. I was like, oh, wow, what a weird power dynamic. He goes, yeah, it was interesting. But then, of course, it eventually leveled out to 21. But I wonder if maybe that's the explanation. I don't know. It's still gross, man. Yeah, he was still way too old. And, yeah. Yeah. TV shows are weird. Oh, shit! Lobster Chung! I forgot your dance party. Oh, shit. My bad, my bad, my bad. All right. We got the resistors done. That took 2.5 hours, 4 hours. That's not so bad. That was only 16 components. We should be able to get this all done in the next 2, maybe 3 months. I'm shooting optimistic, but it's probably gonna be a little bit longer. We could be meaning years instead of months. Could be years or nunts or pumps. Pumps. I think there's something wrong with my tongue because I finished that coffee and all I want to do is drink more liquids. Is that something like I mean I want something more. I don't want more coffee. I'm done with the coffee. And now I'm like, oh, I could drink Dr. Pepper. Oh, I've got beer. And I'm like, man, what is wrong with me? All I want to do is drink liquids. I'm a sick, sick man. There is no hope. Speaking of hope, I hope you all are having a wonderful day today. Wait a minute. Oh, my Sharona. There you go. Caffeine is a diuretic, so it makes... Yeah, but I mean... It's like, you know, I have water. I feel nothing. Nothing. But I could literally do Dr. Pepper or beer, and I'd definitely be happier. I don't know what that all means. I don't know if it means anything at all. I don't know if there's any way to derive meaning from it. I do know that I got 2 dance parties I got to do. That's insane, right? That's madness. Mass madness and mayhem, maybe. Michael? Miller? Manuel? Manuel? Name of my old car. Can't go wrong with beer. Yeah, I know. Oh, get this, guys. So I think it was last night. So I had like 3 or 4 PBRs left. And I was like, man, I kind of want... I'd had a couple, and I was like, man, I kind of want to have some more. And we ordered some food, and DoorDash, you can tack on a delivery. And I've done it a few times, and it's actually worked out pretty well. So I was like, all right. Oh, hey, here's a couple of tall boys. I'll go ahead, and I bought 4 tall boys, and it cost $10. And I was like, it's kind of steep, but you know what? You only YOLO once. Well, when it finally got delivered, the guy brought a 6-pack of bottles. And he's like, I'm sorry, dude. And I was like, it's cool, man. You're just the delivery. You're just the messenger. It's not, you didn't do this. And he's like, is it okay? And I'm like, honestly, it's a fucking annoying. But I go, but again, it's not your problem. This guy didn't call me, and he thinks 6 12-ounce bottles for $6.99 is the same as $10 worth of canned PBR. Now, granted, it was slightly more liquid, so there's that, but I don't like bottled PBR. It's tastes weird. This one's not too bad. I drank one, and it didn't taste too bad. Like, I guess they kept it cold. But if that stuff goes warm for a second, it gets super skunky, and it just, I can't. Bleh. Like, if anyone ever said they hated PBR, and that's probably what their experience was. Like, oh yeah, you don't want it in the bottle, man. You want to do it in a can. Can's the PBR way. You want to do the Pabst Blue Ribbon in a can, not a bottle, because guarantees freshness. Guarantees that watery flavor that only PBR can really deliver anymore. What's your dab machine? It's a I always forget the fucking thing. Oh, it doesn't say. It's a Puffco Peak Pro. The company is Puffco, and the Peak Pro is the one. They have the Peak, and then they have the Pro, and I think they have a new one out, maybe. They have like a jazzed up one. But the Puff Pro is what I was told by multiple people. The Peak Pro is what you want to get, and I got the 360 chamber, and then that ball capper. Those two together really makes it a much nicer for dabs. It's pretty close to like a banger. I mean, that's probably the greatest way to do a dab, but it's also the most wasteful and pain in the ass way to do them. So this is the next best thing. All right, let me think. What's a good song? We've actually had quite a few dance parties today. Thank you so much, guys. I'm so glad you do it. It keeps me in shape, and it keeps me in a shape that's a little less round, more of a stick shape. I said stick, not, you know what? I told myself I wasn't going to do that. Okay. Let's see. We've done the top row. So we have the bottom row here. We got these three. So this is the three. These are our three, and then we got three more. I need to get some more made. I was thinking about it. I got to find some time to build some more jams. I could fill them in here. I could actually create a whole page of jams. But that day is not today. But yeah, I got like a drum and bass. I got another EDM, and then I got kind of this like trip hop hip hop vibe. I don't know which one I feel like. My heart says the EDM one, because I just love those. I don't know why. I don't like a lot of that shit. So the fact that I found like 3 or 4 songs that I'm like, this is actually all right. I like the bass line. This one's kind of fun. I like what it's doing there. Goes into it. My youth was spent in the relentless pursuit of ice-cold PBR in 16-ounce cans. Silos, we called them. In Wisconsin. I call them the Tall Boy. But yes, the quest is the same. The reward's the same. And the tribulations, just as bad. Some say worst. Some say worser. Others say worserino. I got bored and quit listening to them. All right, speaking of getting bored. All right, I'm just going to go with what my heart told me, and that was more Unsta, unsta, unsta. Oh yeah, that's how we do it here. Some do it differently. They are dodos, as we call them. Dodo poopy heads. I believe there are two. There's another dance. Is that correct? Looking at the roster. Bob, can we pull that up? Yeah, there's another dance party. Let's take it back a little bit. We're gonna get a little bit chill. Let's check it down a little bit. All right? Oh, yeah, we go. The slow jams always get me right in the feels. Right in the feels. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just an old-fashioned moron. But wait, what were we talking? I forgot what I was talking about. Thank you so much for the dance party. The dance party of dreams. The dance party of love. Oh, we got a sing mode synthwave. Let me catch my breath. You know, I should keep the sunglasses, shouldn't I? Definitely helps the synth. Look at that. I mean, are these Ray-Bans? No, they're not. They're obviously not. Are they the same Ray-Bans that were in Risky Business? No, not at all. In fact, I bought these about a year ago, so they're like a year old. Something like that. Knocked online, Bill Coleman. Trying to catch my breath and stuffing. All right. What the hell am I doing? Oh yeah, the synthwave thing. But first, we must enact a background that is worthy of the synthwave life. Here, I should keep meaning I should show you guys the goofy. Show you behind the scenes. Some BTS. Which really pisses off the K-pop band. Or people that are into the K-pop band, BTS. So, we have our jams here. We have all our stuff. So the one I'm looking for is called Sid Headroom. We're gonna click on that. Now it's not playing, and get rid of me. If I load it here and I click 8, that'll load it into the queue, and then when I hit auto or I press the cut button, it will automatically start it like so. And here I am on TV. It's great. More of that magic that no one does but me. Everyone does this on OBS, and it's a click and it's very easy. I don't know why I'm doing it this way. Oh yeah, because it suits my hectic lifestyle. New dance party. Hi, Sid, how's it going? What fixed on the desk? New video processor. It looks nice. Thank you very much, man. It's doing a great job. Check us out. Check us out. We got the super source here. So you got your what you're working on here. So we're doing this guy, but you got that little deal, and I can do 3 more pips, including me here as well. It's super great. It's a super source. And then on top of that, I have 3 more keyers. So I could, I believe, add more cameras. So I think I can have all 8 cameras in one shot if I wanted to. I don't know. I haven't tried. It seems crazy. But the super source is pretty cool, and you can build like different ones and different layouts. And I don't know. It's great. The hallmark of this whole thing is oh wait, go back to is this part over here. ISO records. So what it'll do is it says ISO record all inputs. So every camera feed gets a video file. Every camera feed is striped with time code. And then all the audio channels are also, aside from being embedded into the video, they're all separated as well. So you have all the audio channels in their own little folder, and then you still have the program, which is the main output of the whole stream, as a file as well. So it's super nice if you're wanting to do YouTube content, because then we can do our builds on the stream, and I can take that raw video file. It won't have this down here. It won't have the alerts. anything like that. I can take all that raw file, video footage, and then be able to edit it down to like useful content, and not have to work around all these little like,
Holy shit, that's so no way.
And I've done some works already so far with the last build we did, the the graphic EQ, and it was like working with butter. Oh, it's so nice. Can't stress how awesome it is, because it's against the law. All right. Speaking of law-abiding, well, people abiding on the law. Oh, that's right. I gotta take the jam. So I gotta stop the music here. This is all coming from the same. Oh yeah, I gotta do the max headroom, head whips and stuff to really bring it home that I am virtual Sid. All right, where's our synthwave jams? There it is. Ooh, synthuous. Synthuous? One more time. All right. I think this is our jam. I'm going to put it in random mode. I'm going to turn it down just the tiniest bit. I just pooped myself there. Chef's choice. Like, it's my choice, or literally I have to... That's the deal. Because I'm just going to say chef's choice over and over. Oh, good. Okay, good. Because I didn't have anything for that. Hold on a minute. I hadn't thought that far ahead. What's going on up in here? I never know. I feel like we've done sufficient material about the importance of a cool-looking mustache. So I feel like, if we go into that topic anymore, I'm just going to be repeating myself. What else could there be? Soldering. Now we could do that. I don't know if we've really dragged that topic out enough. I mean, we've gone really far, but I feel like we could go further, So that we'll put that one on the table. Put a pin in that one. What else here? We have been doing a lot of Series 500. I really don't know. Wait a minute. Yes. Yes. That's what it'll be. We'll do it about Series 500 shit. Oh, wait. What's this? Oh, fuck. I forgot to... All right. Oh, yeah, I forgot what that happened. All right. Series 500. I can do that. Want my mixes to sound the best. I find that something isn't quite right. The VSTs don't look good to me anymore. There's just no soul in them. round the clock. I want to find my mixes. Series 500, or is it called 500 series? I forget every time. No, 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 no. I make my mixes stick. Turn my vocals into some sweet shit that I want you to listen to. I wrote this song just for you. I think that you would like it if you turn up the volume. Magical channel strip of magic. I'll compress that bass line until it goes down, down, down. And you hear it in your hand and your mind. Oh, all the time I find that this bass line just gets so sick. Don't forget. All right, that was good. But that's not it. That's not where we're gonna leave it, guys. That's what assholes do. All right, we're not assholes. Not yet. It's a good one. I like this one. I got nothing. Slams though, right? Oh wait, I forget. It has a dumb center break. I don't rely on your waves pack. No, no. I'm not gonna expect that you have that thing that I need from me. I'm not not gonna live in SSL hell. No. Gonna bring my own channel strip. I'm gonna bring my own channel strip. Oh, I forgot about it. Not talking about. Ah. Gonna have my own channel strip. Look at my wonderful effects. This one can go so low. What will they think of next? My wallet cries at night when it sees what I've done today. It says, please, 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 stop buying those things. God damn it, why do you need two of everything? I say it's not an addiction, no, no. It's more of a predation that I shall need this to make it sound so fucking fat. So fucking fat. So fucking fat. Listen to that bass line hit. Listen to that fucking kick. It was so much better than it was before. Or has it ever been? All right. I feel like right at the tail end, all that ketamine I took earlier kicked in and the soul came to me. So, if anything, that's a warning to all you kids out there. Don't ever, ever take time-release ketamine. It only prolongs the good part. No, use instant action cataketamine. Good for animals and people. Cataketamine is one of the top ketamines without time-release capsules, because that's for babies. And you ain't no baby. Hell no. You punched two dragons in your own mind and won the overall war of the eternal mind wars. You're a captain of your own ego and your id. Meanwhile, what will those dragons say? Think about that. Oh, Jesus, they're dirtier now. What the hell happened? Okay, this is good. All right, I'm going to shrink back down to normal size. Okay, that was terrifying. It was dark. There was nothing where I was. Oh, scheisse. I'm telling you. Next week will be the second week of the month. Big stuff. Second weekers. First weekers, you know, it's about over, isn't it? All right. Two things. One, go start real. Two, I gotta go to the restroom. Three, see number two. Wait, no, it's not a number two, it's a number one, but I put it item two. But item one, no. How'd I do this? Okay, I forgot what item one even was now. But item two is definitely not a number two, it's a number one. But I need to get, oh, that's right. I think item one had something to do with getting a haircut. I need to get a haircut. This thing is looking shaggy. Look at that. Ugh. But I was thinking, you know, I don't really have to look nice right now, you know, this very minute. So, oh, Jesus Christ, what happened to that? It's gone. That. Oh, okay. I was absolutely terrified. What'd you do? Make it teeny tiny? The hell's going on there? I can't even tell the shape. Here, let me give us a black background here. Oh. I see what you did there. That could work. That could work. I feel like I gotta make it a little bit bigger in the thing. Let me adjust its size.
I'm a Mario.
There we go. Just a tweak, like a 20% increase there. Here, I could dig with it. Oh, no worries, mate. Thank you so much, mate. I love it. You did that, honestly. I think it looks cool. I'm cool with it. You know what's weird though? See those guys? Like, man, I don't know if it's probably so small. Maybe I can let me cut back to the no screen here and I'll do this. So look at these. They look like little 8-balls or something, and they look alive. They look terrifying, actually. I see them, they drop in and they look around. I'm sorry. I still love you all. Oh, there they come. Okay, good. Yeah, look at that. They look like little 8-balls with stars. They star balls. You made it a little taller. Oops. I can dig it. I think we're around this size. Oh, you know what? I can just Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Oh wait, I think that was the size. There we go. I think that works. Maybe your resize didn't work. Oh, those are cheers. That's crazy. That they're alive. All right. Still blasted music. Silly man I am. Oh. All right. What are we doing now? What's next on the list of things to do that don't involve eating disgusting things? Okay, we did the sing mode synthwave. We got a hydrate. We got a hydrate here from Knocked Online. Donka. All right, and now we've got a dab. We got some fresh dab juice in here, so it's perfect for the season. So yeah, this will. You can't really see. So yeah, mine's really dirty though, so I'm almost embarrassed. But oh, I have to edit the file thingy. Okay. What'd you say? 800 by a K? Okay. It didn't do anything. Let me see if I can. Let me refresh. That looks a little better, right? I can't tell anymore. Oh shit, I forgot to do the thing. Alright, now I gotta do it again. Oh wait, I forgot. We weren't listening to this shit. We were listening to the sweet jams of Beowulf music. Oh, well, whatever. It's good enough. So that's 2 dabs. Double dab. Is that another dance party? Oh my god, it is. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna burn a lot of calories. I tell you guys I lost like 5 pounds. That's like 1 billion pounds for me. Well, it's quite a bit because I'm like pretty small. So, I set out to do it, and 9.5 months later, I was able to lose 5 pounds. Doctors are suspicious of my methods, but I had nothing to conclude to that. All right, Axe Deathra. Hope you're still in chat here, mate. I'm sorry this took so long to accommodate. I'm actually really confused. I'm like, man, did I do that? But I don't think I did. I don't think I did. So I feel we've kind of done every jam on the list, I believe. Yeah, we've done every... Oh, you know what? We haven't done the jungle song. That's right. There we go. Okay, well, there's... We'll do that. Easy as pie. Oh, damn it. Accidentally, launched Logic Audio. There we go. Now I unlaunched it. You just, oh, well, perfect. There you go. There you go. Synchronicity. Oh. Alright. I have to... I could just do that, can't I? Alright, we got that. Here we go! this party is alive inside of us all. Let's all keep it alive inside. All right. All that dancing has got the old heart rate up. Look at that, 139. That's respectable. That's remarkable. It's not edible though. I checked. Oh, that was good, mate. Good. I gotta go to the restroom. Remember that? Those points I had earlier? Alright, let me do that real quick. And then we will... I don't know. We'll do stuff. Do stuffs and things. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Let's fucking go! I didn't have anything more. I like to swear. I like to swear for really no particular reason. I think I grew up in a household where, you know, they weren't really big into that, and so, you know, of course it drives you to want to be more into that. In a second, let me just realized I have all this shit on my table. I had to feed Chompers there, guys. I came out of the bathroom and he's like just demanding over and over and over, and I'm like, all right, buddy. Clearly, you haven't eaten in over 5 hours. You might. We don't really want to push those numbers too far. All right. So how? Okay, so all right, we're in ads. Let me wait for the ads to end. Oh, stupid ads. If I get rid of them, I would. I would use something else. Instead of ads, I would use subtraction. Subs. Oh, wait. No. That doesn't, nah. That doesn't make any sense. Man, my back is burning. Might have to use the old Massager 9000 or figure out why I keep hurting my back this way. Maybe I need to lower my chair. Oh wait, it's not gonna let me do it. Alright, I'll fuck with that later. I'll find my fix for that in the future. Get what horologist does and get within 2 bench. So the reason oh Jesus Christ, the reason I don't do that is because oh, Jesus. There we go. So when you're soldering, the solder, the flux in there will splatter out. And I've burned my hands, and it's not too bad. But it stings, you know? And I really don't want this, my babe catcher, you know? That's what I'm calling my face, the babe catcher. I don't want my babe catcher to get messed up any more than it already has. All right? I mean, I've fallen down and landed on my face way more than what is healthy for anybody under any circumstance. Doctors said they're surprised my brain still works good. They were like, that neat, you brain good. Well, that's a direct quote too. Weird stuff, right? You think doctors smart, but no. Anyways, I don't really want my face splattered with that stuff. And the smoke, I try to get as far away. It's one of the reasons I like the microscope, but I really don't want to push that to people because I don't want them to feel like that's a tool they need to get into this. But it's definitely, like, if you're doing it a whole lot all the time, it's definitely something you want to consider just because of how useful it is. And, you know, honestly, you don't even have to get the same thing that I have. You can buy plenty of there's other options out there that are excellent. So, oh my God, that Dr. Pepper tastes so good. It's the last one I can have today. That doesn't taste good. Oh my goodness. What the hell time are we at? God damn it. It's supposed to be a short stream today. What happened? I'm trying to do Jerry Seinfeld.
What happened? It was supposed to be short. We got distracted. Again. Why does this happen?
No worries. We can always just do this on our next chance. Which, if you guys have ever been to this channel before, and maybe never have, maybe this is your first time here. Welcome, by the way. How you doing? Hope you're having a good time. Feel free to ask any questions. That's okay. Any questions. Except that. Don't ask that. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? No. Naturally, I didn't mean that question. But everything else is okay. Everything other than those okay. You're mentioning a lot of stuff that's really off bounds. Okay. Just use good judgment. And Jesus Christ, this thing keeps mutating over here. I'm just gonna have it fly in the air for right now. Well, actually, it's right on the edge, so it should be okay. But no one knows what that is. I'm gonna have to explain what that thing is. Hey, what happened to... Oh, that's funny. Oh, no way! So the hole is physically a real hole that they have to land into? So if it doesn't, it falls outside into oblivion? That's kind of cool. I don't know what usefulness that is, but the added sophistication of the physics in this. Look at that. Look like the turds all fitted in. Oh, whoa. Game changer. Game changer. Wow. Can we just turn this channel into this? Here, let me just get a better background here. We'll just use dead camera background here. We'll just watch this musical go on, this generational story here. Let me feed the hole here. Can't have just one person doing it. Oh, there you go. Couple of shaky heads. Oh, look how... Oh, there they come in. Boink, boink. Oh, there's some more. Oh, God. Ah, I like how they bounce around and... Wow, that turd. I like how they move around. That's cool. I'm into that. Here, we can do a much better background. What the hell? There you go. Ah, that's nicer too. Oh, hey, Doey. I want to run something past you. I was thinking the other night. Now, I had a couple of beers, so maybe it's not the greatest idea I've ever had. But we got a couple of people here. We got some other opinions, so we can kind of we can kind of source this out a little bit. But so I've been trying to think of ways to kind of do some more VPN, promote more VPN kind of lifestyle, VPN life. And I was thinking one thing that would be very easy for you and I to do is a simulcast stream in which you send me your playfield and backglass and all that good stuff. I send you the same thing, and then we shore them up in our respective video switchers and OBSs, and we have some head-to-head competitions. Like, we both play the same VPN tables, and we do, like, I don't know, we'll have to figure out, like, the best rules. We could do, like, you know, best 2 out of 3 or whatever kind of scenario, since it's head-to-head. But I don't know. I was thinking of it, you know, having like an event type thing, like doing it on like a Saturday or a Friday night, some sort of weekend night where people are kind of hanging out and just goofing around. They want something fun to watch, and I was thinking that might be kind of a cool idea. And you've had that idea as well? Oh, excellent. Okay, good. Well, if there's a lot of, I feel, hey, Panzer, hey, mate. We arrived. That's awesome. Yeah, if we can kind of work out the details on how we think would be the best way to handle, the scoring and so forth, because I think, at the end, that's what's going to be interesting to people. Keeping tabs is, seeing who has, like every win could give you a point, let's say. So, or, if you're high score or whatever, I don't know. We'll have to figure it out, but that's about the only barrier I can think of. Technically, if we used Discord or Twitch's guest program, we should be able to stream that back and forth at a fairly high quality. And I think 1080, or may not be able to do 1080 60 back and forth, but I'm willing to try, mate. I got the bandwidth here. I got bandwidth for miles. They call me the bandwidth master. Oh, wait. No, they called me the masturbator. God damn it. Anyways. Master of... or bandwidthing... I don't know. You been playing Pinball Effects on the PS4? Man, I looked up to see if I had any games on that with any tables, but I don't. And I hate their licensing on Pinball Effects because it doesn't carry from platform. Like if you bought it for Steam, I don't think you can transfer. You know what? Now I'm wondering. Maybe I might be able to. There might be a central account you log into. Whatever. You have a gig up and down. So I have a gig down, and I have it's roughly about 100 megabits up, I'd say. I've had it peak out higher, but the times that it's peaked out higher is because of I believe the thing I was sending to and receiving from was inside the exact same data center, because I shouldn't say my ISP. But my ISP is a massive giant company. It doesn't really matter anyways. But they have tons of data centers, and there's plenty of companies that use their data centers. And so, including Sony, I'm almost positive, because I've gotten transfer rates that are ridiculous. Like, I don't even bother to save game or like keep games on my consoles, because if I need to access them, they come down at, like, not exaggerating, 70 megabytes a second down the pipe. And I'm like, oh, all right, this game's like 160 gigs. I'm gonna go take a shower. I'll be back. But anyways, I'm rambling. They got rid of them over tab tables unless you bought them, your grandfathered in. Oh, yeah, I did watch it. So I don't know if you've ever played the game in real life, but that's actually, I've never had it happen, but it's very plausible to happen in the real game, because that flipper kind of launches it in the air, and you do get some air sometimes. And if you're doing multi-ball, it's very easy to get air. If you hit the ball into another one, you can do that. And in that game, when the whole time you're playing, you see that big fucking gap. And like I've always wanted to do what you did. It's so funny that it just kind of happenstance. But whenever I'm shooting, so I'm like trying to hit it up and over. I wanted to get over that fence, because there's nothing preventing you from doing that. And it's like a glitch in the game that I'm like, this is cool. I had that happen similar to but it fucked it up. Centaur. So the live Centaur, you know how the Queen's Chamber is? The ball was stuck behind one of the drop targets. So you couldn't even get it free. They power cycled it, but I don't think that fixed it, which is weird. Yeah, I didn't see any on my PS5, so I don't know. I might. I'd like to. I was looking honestly, Panzer, at looking at gaming PCs and trying to find like something cheap enough that would run pinball effects dedicated, but I could also, it would have just enough amps so I could also stream from it. But I just need like a single camera, just a PIP camera. I wouldn't really go nuts and have all this extra stuff, but as long as I could get screen captures, and that would be great. For a virtual pinball, I think screen captures are much better than trying to do the camera and fuck with the glass, distorting it and all that crap. Hey, Drums Art! I know, it's so weird that we have it, the upstream. It's bullshit. Hitting Rudy in the nice. Bad move, human. Yeah, but you'd think, and so, you know what? That's a Bally game, that's a Bally, isn't it? So, I don't know if it's different on different machines, but so when you boot them up, they do a little post. And yeah, you know what? Bally's don't. I don't know if that's true with Williams and Gottlieb and other ones, but it doesn't do a reset. But you know what? Drop targets, they don't have a way to self-trigger. So yeah, you'd have to pull the glass and hit the drop target for it to fall down. Yeah, you're right. Give you a budget. So I was I went to Newegg just to look at pre-built machines, it's not the greatest idea, but I was it'd give me at least a place to start. And I used to build PCs back in the day, so it's not too difficult. But to be honest with you, I'm not immensely familiar with all the new tech. But I did I took these pre-built machines and I just went and looked at their motherboards and then read the little data sheet on the motherboards, and I was like, okay, so I want this, I want an NVMe drive. They're really inexpensive now, and that's a dumbass speed. I want to do that over SATA. And then I was looking at, I was even looking at upgrading my current PC, but honestly, it's kind of as good as it gets. The video card I have in there is a 1070, and I looked at a lot of stuff, and the RTX, they do make an RTX that works, and it is PCI Express 3, because that's what the board's limited to. But the benefit was only 30-60%, and that price point wasn't enough for me. I was like, no, it's better to have the 1070. That's a better card, hands down, for the dollars anyways. And so I started thinking more it would be better just to keep this for streaming and keep it for that, but maybe get a little micro PC, something as small and as innocuous as I can get away with, so I can just run VPN, something with 4 heads on the back, so I can have 4 video outs and run that to oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, Doey. I got the vids for my micro. The vids board is a board that you can attach. It's an accessory that allows you to put HDMI into the little back glass. The way it's set out of the box is you can plug in an HDMI from your computer, but it'll only be the center, that main glass, which is really all you need. But I started getting more and more into messing with VPN, and I was like, it would be really cool to have my television set be the back glass, and then put the middle, the glass there as the the DMD, and most of it's the right size because it's 4:3, so that's usually the whole format. And I'm like, yeah, I could put everything in there, and that would be perfect because the TV's too far for me to look up. But that's right there, and I could look up and go, cool, my score. Oh, it says hit left flipper for this. All right. And yeah, the price went down. It used to be like 80 bucks, but now they had a sale, and even without the retail and everything, it was around like 50 bucks. So I'm like, that's more reasonable for me to pay $50 for something like that than 80 bucks. But I could stream from that. I could have all the captures happen before they hit to the device. They would happen on the computer and stream from that. So I don't know. I just think it'd be really fun. It'd be worth it. Just been really. I know I've had a little bit of pushback from people, in chat. Some people are not as interested in doing the pinball as doing pinball, and I totally understand. I totally get it. However, I feel like if we do it, a couple times a month, maybe 3 times a month, maybe 4, just do it here and there. One day out of the week at the worst kind of scenario. I don't think anybody hurts. You can go, if it's not your thing, there's other stuff out there, for sure. But, I don't know, I just love pinball so much, and I just want to get better and better at it. And, I like, you know how it is, guys. You just want to share the things you're interested in. That's the thing this day and age with the internets. Sharing what you love. And I love soldering. I love making music. And now I'm starting to get into loving pinball. So, who knows what will be next year. Socks. We'll be doing nothing but socks. I'll be really into socks next year. I said socks, by the way. I know what you thought I said. You've got a micro ITX. Gonna see if I can run it. This stuff has a 9th Gen i7 in it. Intel. Oh yeah. Do I do any? I don't have a 3D printer. I have a CNC mill, which is like the reverse of a 3D printer. You put a big chunk of stock in, and then it whittles it down to nothing. But it's broke, and I haven't been able to fix it. I honestly need to get somebody who has a mill, who can fab me the part out of ABS, because it was 3D printed, and that's why it failed. So I need it to be a hard piece. No, it's not 2D, it's 3. You have 3 axes. You can actually add a 4th axis to it. You can add a rotator axis. And those rotator axes too, the ones I've seen, they're hard set. Like you can put it at 0 degrees or 45 or 30 or whatever you need to do that angle. Baloo! Thank you so much. Mills are good, right? You know what my thing is these days? I love watching on Instagram all the fucking milling and machining channels. Have you ever gone down that road? Oh my god, it's perfect. It's just a video without any fucking music. Sometimes they put music in it. And it's just chunk, 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 glowing ember inside. Chunk, 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 chunk. And chunk, 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 glowing ember inside. And I'm like, god damn, I love that. I could watch milling all day. So I'm glad we got mill love in there. Thank you again for the bits. I appreciate that. Yeah, but I need a solid piece of ABS. I don't want printed because the printing has seams, and that's the failure point. This thing takes an enormous amount of stress, and that's why it broke. The person designed it as good as they could, but it's a failure, and it needs to be made from solid pieces, not 3D printed. But I could just zip tie it on. You got to go to bed, Doe. Hey, mate, thank you so much for hanging out. Have a good rest of the night. We'll talk more about doing some pinball loving in the future. Yeah, lathes as well. Any machining videos. Like, I like watching any of it. There's a couple I watch that are like, they have these, they're just giant fucking cutters. Like 200 millimeter, 100 millimeter cutters. And I can just... What's up? That's a big cutter, baby. What you making there? What is that? That's a big hunk of aluminum? Is that aluminum there? What is that? 6900? Yeah, it looks like it's 96, maybe 69. I don't know. I don't really care. I ain't judging. Oh! Oh, you're just gonna scrape it? Oh, yeah, look at those chunks just flying everywhere. You got a nozzle to dump some fluid. Oh, there it goes. There's that nozzle. Throwing that lube. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at it dripping. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, let's see that lube drip down. Oh, my God. Damn. Look at it. Oh. God damn. That's some sexy machining. That's how I am when I have my phone out. And that's why I can't ride any public transportation anymore. Because I say all that out loud on the bus. And believe it or not, even in Phoenix, they're like not cool with that. Titans, I don't know that one. I'll check that one out. The indexed, yes, thank you. That's it. I love those cutters. I worked on a lathe that was that big, and you had to sit on the saddle as it moved along. Jesus Christ. Stuff made here as well. Fucking jealous of the machines that kid owns. Yeah, I'm always. I got the CNC. So for the panels, I used to have an example, but. So for the panels on the modular, before it failed, I was making all my own panels. I would buy blank panels from Paya and Blasset, which Blasset's gone. Rest in peace, Blasset. And then I would have them, I'd just go in and engrave it because it was powder coated, so they were black, and you would engrave and there'd be a silver underneath. I had the paint sticks, but I kind of like the silver better than using paint. And so I'd have it engrave that, and then I'd have it cut the holes in. I'd switch out the engraver cutter to a hole puncher or hole cutter, and it would do it all. And really, I learned a ton about machining, like how to zero out things, do auto leveling. I learned about an auto leveling script and everything. And my machine was all DIY, and there was no instructions. I basically just kind of like went, well, these parts seem to make it. And there was a lot I had to kind of figure out. There wasn't like any explanation on how the limit switches worked or any of that stuff. I didn't really know. So I just kind of felt around, made a lot of mistakes, but eventually I feel fairly okay with machining. I'd like to get better, but I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, I'd love to get a laser, mate. The CNC machine I have, it does have a laser attachment. So you can get, it has a mill by default, but you can also get a 3D printing extruder for it. You can put a laser attachment onto it and do laser engraving. And I'm trying to remember. I think that's it. Oh, there is also a mod for a cooling pool. Someone built a cooling tank for it, so you basically put it all in a tray, and then they built like a little plexiglass enclosure that fits inside of it, so everything drips into it. And yeah, and then they just built little nozzle fixtures to shoot down, and they created a cooling system. And I've looked into that, but that's like I don't know. That seems a little much. You're working on 3D printing, laser cutting your own panels at the moment. I think it's variety is great for Facebook. Me too. So I'm kind of not doing the CNC. I'm not focused on it too much because I found out about how to make PCB front panels. Oops. And I've been really into here. Let me cut back to that. I've been really into doing panels. I mean, like, look at that's for an LED behind it. I really want to get into doing some more stuff like this. This looks really pretty. There's some wild stuff that you can do, so I'm kind of into that right now. But I won't lie. I think panels kind of have there's that 1970s vibe with it, and I kind of always wanted to keep that 70s 80s vibe with the panels, but I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Mobius. I mean, their system looked pretty foolproof, but I was just like, I'm not in a garage. I'm not in a shop. So, if there's a spill or a mistake, it's in like a room in my house with carpet. I don't know if I can stay married for very long with that kind of rig. I feel like I would be by myself after a bit. Or without that, one or the other, and let's not push the buttons, right? Excuse me, is this the Porno Hitler Soldering Funk channel? It is. Holy Christ. How did you fucking know? Oh, yeah. Was ist das? Ja, Mann. How did you know? That's weird. I think that's what the title. I haven't looked at the channel title right now. I don't think I can put those words in there. That would not attract the attention that I would like. There are some good misters that are a bit less mess. I'm trying to CNC my panels out of kitchen faceplates. Ooh. Kitchen faceplates. The little ones. Yeah, well, so mine, I never really got to use it very much, but my old cutter, or my old spindle went to 3,000 RPMs. That's right. It was 3,000 RPMs, and it was 100 watts. The one I upgraded it to is 12,000 RPMs, and oh man, I can't remember how many watts. I think it's 4x on the watts. I think it's like 1,200 or something. It's heavy duty. I had to get a whole different DC power supply that was like twice as big. And I really want to still use that thing because my old one worked. The problem was it took forever. Like cutting a panel was a day-long thing. Like I had to make sure my Mrs. Heresy, my wife, was at work, and I had to start the moment she headed out the door as quickly as I could, because if she got home and I was still doing it, because the last section is cutting, and I have no real easy way to pick up the chips, and they fly everywhere. So when it's doing the cutting, I just hold a shop vac on it the entire time. I have a boot to put the shop vac on as well, but either way, it's a shop vac running the entire time. Not a great way to stay happy with your significant other, unless they're into shop vacs. Unfortunately, mine is not. So the new spindle was basically going to 4x that time. So instead of taking 8 hours, I could get it done in 2, maybe even less, because I was running it very carefully at less than 3K, because the motor is a brush. It was a brush motor, and I didn't want to burn it out. I was worried about burning it out. I didn't know how much leeway I had. It still fucking works fine. But so I was a little bit worried. So I'd actually run it under 3K. I'd do it somewhere closer to like 25, 2700. And it sucked because the one it had went direct to the motor or direct to the power supply. The new spindle, it has a control board. So I can actually program the RPMs and all that, although I haven't. Yeah, actually I did calibrate it. So you can calibrate the speed to the RPMs and it keeps a consistent speed. The other one would slowly drift up, but this one, as far as I can tell, if I remember right, it was consistent with the new one. It really like leaps and bounds. Like I upgraded my cutter 100 times better, and I was like, man, this is going to be great. And then the mount that it came with shattered, and I was like, why the fuck is this 3D printed? It broke right along the seams. Why did you put the seams there? That's weird. And then I couldn't get in contact with the company anymore because COVID happened, and I don't know what's up with them. 12,000 arms. You can put an eye out with that. I tried. Well, what's crazy, it's the first spindle I've ever found that could do 12K and didn't have a coolant system. Like I found spindles that do 12, 12,000, 15, 17K, but the problem is they need an external water coolant system or a liquid and they need some sort of coolant. And again, I'm in a room. I don't have a shop. If I was in a garage or I had like a shop, it wouldn't be a big deal. I'd just go for that. But it wasn't an option. Then this spindle came along, and I'm like, no fucking way. It just is air. It's passively cooled. The shaft just has a ton of fans that blow down on it. I'm like, you know what? For the price, even if it doesn't last 2 years, I'm okay. We could. Oh, yeah. Well. But I like making it. I like being the guy. I mean, I like it when my friends hook me up with stuff they made, of course, but I mean, this is about the journey, not the destination. Fuck the destination. The destination's cool, but man, the journey is way cooler. Way, way, way cooler. Where is the destination, by the way? Destination pants pull, my love. TX7 on the house. Yeah. Ooh. We got a new artist that we raided into here. Holy crap. Oh, they're new to me. I love that name. Oh, I wonder if they would know my reference. All right. So it did work. Pook. So if anybody's a William S. Burroughs fan, or like particularly the album, I think it's Dead City Radios, where he does the whole Pook. Pook, the Destroyer. I love it. My CNC has the 3D printed head too, but I can cut wood and acrylic. Yeah. Well, mine I'll have to take some pictures. I've been unburying it, and I'll post up in the Discord, or maybe I'll show it to you guys on next time we stream or something about it. But it's the issue is like just the way the mount is. It was gonna fail, and when I was cutting, like right out of the actually I remember when I was tightening the nuts, I heard it crack, and that's where the failure happened. And then later it was just vibrating, and the vibrations just destroy it. So I need to get it fixed, though. I wouldn't mind. I just need to map out the dimensions again and find either somebody out there to cut me a piece that would fit, or find a place to fab the piece for me. I don't know. I'm not picky, but it would be nice to have the mill back. That thing is sexy. Super sexy. Rawr. Yeah, I have Mach. So I have Mach 3 as my control software. And then, oh, I'm forgetting the name of the program that I used as a CAM program to write the G code and the order and all that. It's some dumb program. It doesn't even exist anymore. I've tried to find something better, but like I can't find anything that's like at a hobbyist level. Everything I find, I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm not paying you guys $1,000 fucking year for the software. Come on, come on. Dude, A58. Yeah, I can't exactly. I can't remember the name of the program. It had the name Cam in the title, but I know that's stupid. But it was like it's an old program that I found. It was probably honestly it's probably pirated. But I couldn't find a way to buy the license. So it was like, well, I think the company that makes this is gone. This is abandonware. Fair game. And I just need CAM. You know, I'm not doing CAD. I like to use other stuff to do the CAD writing, but for CAM, yeah, it's not. I don't know. I don't know why it's as expensive as it is. Oh my god. Tell you, I gotta get molds. Does Fusion do CAM? I didn't think 360 had. I thought it was just CAD. Yeah, I don't mind Autodesk. I don't mind that stuff, but you found a newer one. You can do the G code and do the CAM programming. Cause yeah, that's like a big thing. Cause I'm really particular on the order. I like to. I don't know. I'm really weird. Can't remember the name. That's fine. I can't remember the name of that silly program that I used before, but you know, it'll come to me someday. Someday I'll remember that shit. Oh my god. What's going on? How long have we been streaming for? Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're going to do 9 hours again. God damn it. We did that yesterday. I didn't mean to do it today. Today was supposed to be like 6 hours and some change. We should skate. I love hanging out with you guys. I love spending time, but I did not intend to be on this long. Oh, hey, a friend of mine. Well, let's see. There is nobody doing Yeah, I'm not finding. I'm not seeing anybody really doing sci-tech. I feel. I see like one person, but we rated them like a week or so ago, so it's kind of meh. Now we do have a couple of music options. We have the jams that we're listening to right now. That's Apuk. I kind of want to raid them. I really like this music, and I like their name. And I'm gonna follow them too. But I think I might have answered my own question. I don't know. But I also have a friend of mine who's who DJs, but they do industrial kind of industrial music and so forth. They're on, and they're kind of getting started on Twitch. They're kind of new, but I don't know. I don't know if that would be the greatest fit. We almost never raid DJs, and I don't know how many industrial fans are out there, but I kind of feel like that number's small. I feel like there's more jungleites, jungle heads in there. And I do have jungle DJs, but no. I don't feel like it's going to be a good idea. It's going to be a good fit. Time flies. I gotta admit, I always have so much fun with you guys, and time really does get away from me, and you know I'm always fighting in my head like, dude, you should like quit talking and start working. But we have some really great conversations. We have some great. Sometimes I say some interesting crap, so I feel like it's a numbers game. Like, well, if I talk for 9 hours, there might be like an hour worth of useful shit in there. And now the way to distill that, I don't know how to do that. That's where they get you. Those sons of bitches. All right. Well, guys, good news. We're going to be back tomorrow and do that. Raid Proton Fig. We could raid Proton Fig. I thought we raided them. I want to say we raided them not too long ago. Let me check my raid list here. No, that's a shout out. There we go. Let me see. I want to say we did not too long, but you know what? I'm not seeing them on there. We could do that. I don't know. What do you guys feel like? You feel like some jams? Well, you know what? Proton Fig kind of provides both. So, let me just check something. I'm trying to see when was the last time, because I thought we did recently, but I may be, and maybe the other way around. I may be thinking backwards. That wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, you know. Oh wait, there we go. Oh no, that's not it. Okay, yeah, let's do that. I'm down to clown. And they're doing jams in there on their C64 with the tracker life. Yeah, there we go. That's not too bad. That's a nice one. Abba, we did? See, I thought so too. I'll tell you what. Let's do this. Let's give them a shout out. Proton Fig, a really, really awesome streamer, a friend of this channel, friend of the stream, longtime supporter, and rock and roller. And I think that was me. And cool cat. And the music we're listening to is Apuk, which let's rate Apuk. Let's add to that music vibe. But if you guys don't want to do music, or maybe you want a little bit of some C64 music, definitely go check out our friend Proton Fig. Really great streamer, really cool cat, great vibes. I mean, I love that stuff. I love tracker programming. It's very cool. But I think, yeah, let's go with the original idea and let's raid Apuk. I wanna follow them. I wanna say hi, and it only makes sense. We've been listening to music that we these cats, we can show them a little love. Like I said, guys, we're gonna be back tomorrow, and I'm thinking maybe Saturday too. What the hell? Fuck it, let's do Saturday and tomorrow. I'm down to clown. So yeah, I almost definitely will be streaming tomorrow. Definitely check our social medias. We've got the book face, the Twitter, we got the gram, we got the talking tick, you know, and then we got what is it called, the Discordian. We got the Discordian. Is that a thing that the kids are doing? We got the Discordian network. We're on that network. It's great. Got all discorded all over the place. People are going, whoa, what's all this? And I'm like, it's the Discordian. And they're like, this is nice. You did good work here. They're good people. What else? I am thinking about getting a haircut someday. Don't know when, but it should be soon. No, guys, thank you very much for a wonderful day. I really appreciate everybody hanging out and chilling. All the subs, all the new follows. We're getting closer to at least saying 4.5K. And thanks again for the bits and everything as well. Everybody, yeah. Baloo, thank you again for those bits. I just saw that. And everybody just chilling, having a good time. Thank you for the questions. I love people coming in and asking questions. That's the gasoline for this stream for sure. Keeps us rolling and polluting the air of the internet, just like we want. I'm hoping someday that we can turn into a jet engine as far as consumption and pollution, but we're not there yet. Today, we're just a humble Honda Civic. Maybe someday we can be a Jetta. Think big. All right, guys. Thank you so much. We're going to raid out to Apuk. That's the jams that we're listening to right now. You guys take care. Have a good rest of the night and a good rest of the day. I want to see you guys next time. And, you know, rock and roll. Rock on. Hey, Upshift, thank you so much too, mate. Take care of yourself. See you soon. Let's get this. I still haven't fixed the button, so it's just a hard cut. But I'll get it to where it does the slow thing, because they love that slow. I love that slow shit. Who's they? I'm they. I'm the real they. I'm the human they. Some say that they is just the other word.